This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. Note by the reader: the preface you are about to hear has been modified. The original preface was written for an edition that included Spenser's The Faerie Queene, lesser-known poems by both Chaucer and Spenser, and copious notes by the editor, D. Laing Purves. In this LibriVox recording of the Canterbury Tales, a decision was taken to focus only on the text itself. To view the notes, which are very helpful, please go to the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales, where you will find a link to the Gutenberg e-text used for this reading. Preface. The object of this volume is to place before the general reader our early poetic masterpiece, the Canterbury Tales, to do so in a way that will render its popular perusal easy in a time of little leisure and unbounded temptations to intellectual languor. The Canterbury Tales, so far as they are in verse, have been printed without any abridgment or designed change in the sense. But the two tales in prose, Chaucer's tale of Melibœus and the parson's long sermon on penitence, have been contracted so as to exclude 30 pages of unattractive prose. The gaps thus made in the prose tales, however, are supplied by careful outlines of the omitted matter, so that the reader need be at no loss to comprehend the whole scope and sequence of the original. As regards the manner in which the text is presented, the editor is aware that some whose judgment is weighty will differ from him. This volume has been prepared for popular perusal, and its very raison d'être would have failed if the ancient orthography had been retained. It has often been affirmed by editors of Chaucer in the old forms of the language that a little trouble at first would render the antiquated spelling and obsolete inflections a continual source, not of difficulty, but of actual delight, for the reader coming to the study of Chaucer without any preliminary acquaintance with the English of his day, or of his copyists' days. Despite this complacent assurance, the obvious fact is that Chaucer in the old forms has not become popular in the true sense of the word. He is not understanded of the vulgar. In this volume, therefore, the text of Chaucer has been presented in 19th century garb. But there has been not the slightest attempt to modernize Chaucer in the wider meaning of the phrase, to replace his words by words which he did not use, or, following the example of some operators, to translate him into English of the modern spirit as well as the modern forms. So far from that, in every case where the old spelling or form seemed essential to metre, to rhyme, or to meaning, no change has been attempted. But wherever its preservation was not essential, the spelling of the monkish transcribers, for the most ardent purist must now despair of getting the spelling of Chaucer himself, has been discarded for that of the reader's own day. It is a poor compliment to the father of English poetry to say that by such treatment the bouquet and individuality of his works must be lost. If his masterpiece is valuable for one thing more than any other, it is the vivid distinctness with which English men and women of the 14th century are there painted for the study of all the centuries to follow. But we wantonly balk the artist's own purpose, and discredit his labour, when we keep before his picture the screen of dust and cobwebs which, for the English people in these days, the crude forms of the infant language have practically become. Shakespeare has not suffered by similar changes, Spenser has not suffered. It would be surprising if Chaucer should suffer, when the loss of popular comprehension and favour in his case are necessarily all the greater for his remoteness from our day. In his other poems we behold Chaucer as he was, a courtier, a gallant, pure-hearted gentleman, a scholar, a philosopher, a poet of gay and vivid fancy, playing around themes of chivalric convention, of deep human interest, or broad-sighted satire. In the Canterbury Tales we see not Chaucer, but Chaucer's times and neighbours. The artist has lost himself in his work. To show him honestly and without disguise, as he lived his own life and sung his own songs at the brilliant court of Edward III, is to do his memory a moral justice far more material than any wrong that can never come out of spelling. From books the editor has derived valuable help, as from Mr. Cowden Clarke's revised modern text of the Canterbury Tales, published in Mr. Mimo's library edition of the English Poets, from Mr. Wright's scholarly edition of the same work, from the indispensable Tyrwhitt, from Mr. Bell's edition of Chaucer's poem, and from many others. The editor leaves his task with the hope that his attempt to remove artificial obstacles to the popularity of one of England's earliest poets will not altogether miscarry. D. Laing Purves. End of Preface. Recorded by Gesine in Valletta, June 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February the 8th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems of Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. The Life of Geoffrey Chaucer. Not in point of genius only, but even in point of time, Chaucer may claim the proud designation of first English poet. He wrote The Court of Love in 1345, and The Romaunt of the Rose, if not also Troilus and Cressida, probably within the next decade. The dates usually assigned to the poems of Laurence Minot extend from 1335 to 1355, while The Vision of Piers Plowman mentions events that occurred in 1360 and 1362. Before which date, Chaucer had certainly written The Assembly of Fowls and his Dream. But though they were his contemporaries, neither Minot nor Langland, if Langland was the author of The Vision, at all approached Chaucer in the finish of the force or the universal interest of their works and the poems of earlier writers, as Laymonde and the author of Ormulum are less English than Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-Norman. Those poems reflected the perplexed struggle for supremacy between the two grand elements of our language, which marked the 12th and 13th centuries. A struggle intimately associated with the political relations between the conquering Normans and the subjugated Anglo-Saxons. Chaucer found two branches of the language, that spoken by the people, Teutonic in its genius and its forms, and that spoken by the learned and the noble, based on the French. Yet each branch had begun to borrow of the other, just as nobles and people had been taught to recognize that each needed the other in the wars and the social tasks of the time. And Chaucer, a scholar, a courtier, a man conversant with all orders of society, but accustomed to speak, think, and write in the words of the highest, by his comprehensive genius cast into the simmering mould a magical amalgamate, which, made of two half-hostile elements, unite and interpenetrate each other. Before Chaucer wrote, there were two tongues in England, keeping alive the feuds and resentments of cruel centuries. When he laid down his pen, there was practically but one speech. There was, and ever since has been, but one people. Geoffrey Chaucer, according to the most trustworthy traditions, for authentic testimonies on the subject are wanting, was born in 1328, and London is generally believed to have been his birthplace. It is true that Leland, the biographer of England's first great poet, who lived nearest to his time, not merely speaks of Chaucer as having been born many years later than the date now assigned, but mentions Berkshire or Oxfordshire as the scene of his birth. So great uncertainty have some felt on the latter score, that elaborate parallels have been drawn between Chaucer and Homer, for whose birthplace several cities contended, and whose descent was traced to the demigods. Leland may seem to have had fair opportunities of getting at the truth about Chaucer's birth, for Henry VIII had him, at the suppression of the monasteries throughout England, to search for records of public interest, the archives of the religious houses. But it may be questioned whether he was likely to find many authentic particulars regarding the personal history of the poet in the quarters which he explored, and Leland's testimony seems to be set aside by Chaucer's own evidence as to his birthplace, and by the contemporary references which make him out an aged man for years preceding the accepted date of his death. In one of his prose works, The Testament of Love, the poet speaks of himself in terms that strongly confirm the claim of London to the honour of giving him birth, for he there mentions the city of London, that is to me so dear and sweet, in which I was forth growed, and more kindly love, says he, have I to that place than to any other in earth, as every kindly creature hath full appetite to that place of his kindly engenderer, and will rest and peace in that place to abide. This tolerably direct evidence is supported, so far as can be at such an interval of time, by the learned Camden. In his Annals of Queen Elizabeth he describes Spenser, who was certainly born in London, as being a fellow citizen of Chaucer's, Edmundus Spenserus, patria Londinicis, musius adeo aridindibus natus, ut omnes Anglicos superiosus, evi poetas, ne Chaucero quidem concipe excepto superanet. The records of the time notice more than one person of the name of Chaucer who held honourable positions about the court, and though we cannot distinctly trace the poet's relationship with any of these namesakes or antecessors, we find excellent ground of belief that his family or friends stood well at court, in the ease with which Chaucer made his way there, and in his subsequent career. Like his great successor, Spenser, it was the fortune of Chaucer to live under a splendid, chivalrous, and high-spirited reign. 1328 was the second year of Edward III, and what with Scotch wars, French expeditions, and the strenuous and costly struggle to hold England in a worthy place among the states of Europe, there was sufficient bustle, bold achievement, and high ambition in the period to inspire a poet who was prepared to catch the spirit of the day. It was an age of elaborate courtesy, of high-paced gallantry, of courageous venture, of noble disdain for mean tranquillity, and Chaucer, on the whole a man of peaceful avocations, was penetrated to the depth of his consciousness with the lofty and lovely civil side of that brilliant and restless military period. No record of his youthful years, however, remains to us. If we believe that on the age of 18 he was a student at Cambridge, it is only on the strength of a reference in his Court of Love, where the narrator is made to say that his name is Philogenet of Cambridge Clerk, while he had already told us that when he stirred to seek the court of Cupid he was at 18 years of age. According to Leland, however, he was educated at Oxford, proceeding thence to France and the Netherlands to finish his studies, but there remains no certain evidence of his having belonged to either university. At the same time, it is not doubted that his family was of good condition, and whether or not we accept the assertion that his father held the rank of knighthood, rejecting the hypothesis that made him a merchant or a vintner at the corner of Curtain Lane, it is plain from Chaucer's whole career that he had introductions to public life and recommendations to courtly favour wholly independent of his genius. We have the clearest testimony that his mental training was of wide range and thorough excellence, although rare for a mere courtier in those days. His poems attest his intimate acquaintance with the divinity, the philosophy, and the scholarship of his time, and show him to have had the sciences, as then developed and taught, at his fingers' ends. Another proof of Chaucer's good birth and fortune would be found in the statement that, after his university career was completed, he entered the Inner Temple, the expenses of which could be borne only by men of noble and opulent families. But although there is a story that he was once fined 2 shillings for thrashing a Franciscan friar in Fleet Street, we have no direct authority for believing that the poet devoted himself to the uncongenial study of the law. No special display of knowledge on that subject appears in his works, yet in the sketch of the Manciple, in the prologue to the Canterbury Tales, may be found indications of his familiarity with the internal economy of the Inns of Court, while numerous legal phrases and references hint that his comprehensive information was not at fault on legal matters. Leland says that he quitted the university a ready logician, a smooth rhetorician, a pleasant poet, a grave philosopher, an ingenious mathematician, and a holy divine; and by all accounts, when Geoffrey Chaucer comes before us authentically for the first time, at the age of 31, he was possessed of knowledge and accomplishments far beyond the common standard of his day. Chaucer at this period possessed also other qualities fitted to recommend him to favour in a court like that of Edward III. Urey describes him, on the authority of a portrait, as being then of fair beautiful complexion, his lips red and full, his size of a just medium, and his port and air graceful and majestic. So continues the ardent biographer, so every ornament that could claim the approbation of the great and fair, his abilities to record the valour of the one and celebrate the beauty of the other, and his wit and gentle behaviour to converse with both, conspired to make him a complete courtier. If we believe that his Court of Love had received such publicity as the literary media of the time allowed in the somewhat narrow and select literary world, not to speak of Troilus and Cressida, which, as Lydgate mentions, is first among Chaucer's works, some have supposed to be a youthful production. We find a third and not less powerful recommendation to the favour of the great co-operating with his learning and his gallant bearing. Elsewhere, reasons have been shown for doubt whether Troilus and Cressida should not be assigned to a later period of Chaucer's life, but very little is positively known about the dates and sequence of his various works. In the year 1386, being called as witness with regard to a contest on a point of heraldry between Lord Scrope and Sir Robert Grosvenor, Chaucer deposed that he entered on his military career in 1359. In that year Edward III invaded France for the third time, in pursuit of his claim to the French crown, and we may fancy that, in describing the embarkation of the knights in Chaucer's Dream, the poet gained some of the vividness and stir of his picture from his recollections of the embarkation of the splendid and well-appointed royal host at Sandwich, on board the 1,100 transports provided for the enterprise. In this expedition the laurels of Poitiers were flung on the ground. After vainly attempting Rennes and Paris, Edward was constrained by cruel weather and lack of provisions to retreat toward his ships. The fury of the elements made the retreat more disastrous than an overthrow in pitched battle. Horses and men perished by the thousands, or fell into the hands of the pursuing French. Chaucer, who had been made a prisoner at the siege of Retter, was among the captives in the possession of France when the Treaty of Brittany, the Great Peace, was concluded, in May 1360. Returning to England, as we may suppose, at the peace, the poet ere long fell into another and a pleasanter captivity, for his marriage is generally believed to have taken place shortly after his release from foreign durance. He had already gained the personal friendship and favour of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the king's son. The Duke, while Earl of Richmond, had courted and won to wife, after a certain delay, Blanche, daughter and co-heiress of Henry, Duke of Lancaster, and Chaucer is by some believed to have written the Assembly of Fowls to celebrate the wooing, as he wrote Chaucer's Dream to celebrate the wedding of his patron. The marriage took place in 1359, the year of Chaucer's expedition to France, and, as in the Assembly of Fowls, the formel or female eagle, who is supposed to represent the Lady Blanche, begs that her choice of a mate may be deferred for a year. 1358 and 1359 have been assigned as the respective dates of the two poems already mentioned. In the Dream, Chaucer prominently introduces his own lady-love, to whom, after the happy union of his patron with the Lady Blanche, he is wedded amid great rejoicing, and various expressions in the same poem show that not only was the poet high in favour with the illustrious pair, but that his future wife had also peculiar claims on their regard. She was the younger daughter of Sir Pain Roet, a native of Hainault, who had, like many of his countrymen, been attracted to England by the example and patronage of Queen Philippa. The favourite attendant on the Lady Blanche was her elder sister, Catherine, subsequently married to Sir Hugh Swynford, a gentleman of Lincolnshire, and destined, after the death of Blanche, to be in succession governess of her children, mistress of John of Gaunt, and lawfully wedded Duchess of Lancaster. It is quite sufficient proof that Chaucer's position at court was of no mean consequence, to find that his wife, the sister of the future Duchess of Lancaster, was one of the royal maids of honour, and even, as Sir Harris Nicolas conjectures, a goddaughter of the Queen, for her name was also Philippa. Between 1359, when the poet himself testifies that he was made prisoner while bearing arms in France, and September 1366, when Queen Philippa granted her former maid of honour, by the name of Philippa Chaucer, a yearly pension of 10 marks, or £6 13 shillings 4 pence, we have no authentic mention of Chaucer, express or indirect. It is plain from this grant that the poet's marriage with Sir Pain Roet's daughter was not celebrated later than 1366. The probability is that it closely followed the return from the wars. In 1367, Edward III settled upon Chaucer a life pension of 20 marks for the good service which our beloved valet, Dilectius Valetus Noster, Geoffrey Chaucer, has rendered, and will render in time to come. Camden explains Valetus Hospitii to signify a gentleman of the privy chamber. Selden says that the designation was bestowed upon young heirs designed to be knighted, or young gentlemen of great descent and quality. Whatever the strict meaning of the word, it is plain that the poet's position was honourable and near to the king's person, and also that his worldly circumstances were easy, if not affluent, for it need not be said that 20 marks in those days represented 12 or 20 times the sum in these. It is believed that he found powerful patronage, not merely from the Duke of Lancaster and his wife, but from Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, the king's daughter. To her Chaucer is supposed to have addressed the goodly ballad in which the lady is celebrated under the image of the daisy. Her he is by some understood to have represented under the title of Queen Alcestis in the Court of Love, and the prologue to The Legend of Good Women, and in her praise we may read his charming descriptions and eulogies of the Daisy, French Marguerite, the name of his royal patroness. To this period of Chaucer's career we may probably attribute the elegant and courtly, if somewhat conventional, poems of The Flower and the Leaf, The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, etc. The Lady Margaret, says Urry, would frequently compliment him on his poems, but this is not to be meant of his Canterbury Tales, they being written in the latter part of his life, when the courtier and the fine gentleman gave way to solid sense and plain descriptions. In his love pieces he was obliged to have the strictest regard to modesty and decency. the ladies at that time insisting so much on the nicest punctilios of honour, that it was highly criminal to deprecate their sex, or do anything that might offend virtue. Chaucer, in their estimation, had sinned against the dignity and honour of womankind by his translation of the French Roman de la Rose, and by his Troilus and Cressida, assuming it to have been among his less mature works, and to atone for those offences the Lady Margaret, though other and older accounts say it was the first queen of Richard II, Anne of Bohemia, prescribed to him the task of writing the Legend of Good Women. About this period, too, we may place the composition of Chaucer's ABC, or the Prayer of Our Lady, made at the request of the Duchess Blanche, a lady of great devoutness in her private life. She died in 1369, and Chaucer, as he had allegorized her wooing, celebrated her marriage, and aided her devotions, now lamented her death in a poem entitled The Book of the Duchess, or The Death of Blanche. In 1370 Chaucer was employed on the king's service abroad, and in November 1372, by the title of Suctifer Noster, our esquire or shield-bearer, he was associated with Jacobus Pronan and Johannes de Mari Civis Janususis, in a royal commission bestowing full powers to treat with the Duke of Genoa, his council and state. The object of the embassy was to negotiate upon the choice of an English port at which the Genoese might form a commercial establishment, and Chaucer, having quitted England in December, visited Genoa and Florence, and returned to England before the end of November 1373, for on that day he drew his pension from the Exchequer in person. The most interesting point connected with this Italian mission is the question whether Chaucer visited Petrarch at Padua. That he did is unhesitatingly affirmed by the old biographers, but the authentic notices of Chaucer during the years 1372 and 1373, as shown by the researches of Sir Harris Nicolas, are confined to the facts already stated, and we are left to answer the question by the probabilities of the case, and by the aid of what faint light the poet himself affords. We can scarcely fancy that Chaucer, visiting Italy for the first time in a capacity which opened for him easy access to the great and famous, did not embrace the chance of meeting a poet whose works he evidently knew in their native tongue and highly esteemed. With Mr. Wright, we are strongly disinclined to believe that Chaucer did not profit by the opportunity of improving his acquaintance with the poetry, if not the poets, of the country he thus visited, whose influence was now being felt on the literature of most countries of Western Europe. That Chaucer was familiar with the Italian language appears not merely from his repeated selection as envoy to Italian states, but by many passages in his poetry, from Assembly of Fowls to the Canterbury Tales. In the opening of the first poem there is a striking parallel to Dante's inscription on the gate of hell. The first song of Troilus, in Troilus and Cressida, is a nearly literal translation of Petrarch's 88th sonnet. In the prologue to The Legend of Good Women, there is a reference to Dante which can hardly have reached the poet at second hand, and in Chaucer's great work, as in The Wife of Bath's Tale and The Monk's Tale, direct reference by name is made to Dante, the wise poet of Florence, the great poet of Italy, as the source whence the author has quoted. When we consider the poet's high place in literature and at court, which could not fail to make him free of the hospitalities of the brilliant little Lombard states, his familiarity with the tongue and the works of Italy's greatest bards, dead and living, the reverential regard which he paid to the memory of great poets, of which we have examples in The House of Fame and at the close of Troilus and Cressida, along with his own testimony in the prologue to The Clerk's Tale, we cannot fail to construe that testimony as a declaration that the tale was actually told to Chaucer by the lips of Petrarch in 1373, the very year in which Petrarch translated it into Latin from Boccaccio's Decameron. Mr. Bell notes the objection to this interpretation, that the words are put into the mouth not of the poet but of the clerk, and meets it by the counter-objection that the clerk, being a purely imaginary personage, could not have learned the story at Padua from Petrarch, and therefore that Chaucer must have departed from the dramatic assumption maintained in the rest of the dialogue. Instances could be adduced from Chaucer's writings to show that such a sudden departure from the dramatic assumption would not be unexampled. Witness the aside in the Wife of Bath's prologue, where, after the jolly dame has asserted that half so boldly where can no man swear and lie as woman can, the poet hastens to interpose in his own person these two lines: I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. And again in the prologue of The Legend of Good Women, from a description of the daisy: She is the clearness and the very light that in this dark world me guides and leads. The poet, in the very next line, slides into an address to his lady: The heart within my sorrowful heart you dreads and loves so sore, that ye be verily the mistress of my wit, and nothing I. When, therefore, the Clerk of Oxford is made to say that he will tell a tale, the which that I learned at Padua of a worthy clerk, as proved by his words and his work, he is now dead and nailed in his chest. I pray to God give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all Italy of poetry. But forth to tellen of this worthy man that taught me this tale, as I began. We may without violent effort believe that Chaucer speaks in his own person, though dramatically the words are on the clerk's lips. And the belief is not impaired by the sorrowful way in which the clerk lingers on Petrarch's death, which would be less intelligible if the fictitious narrator had only read the story in the Latin translation than if we suppose the news of Petrarch's death at Arcueil in July of 1374 to have closely followed Chaucer to England, and to have cruelly and irresistibly mingled itself with our poet's personal recollections of his great Italian contemporary. Nor must we regard as without significance the manner in which the clerk is made to distinguish between the body of Petrarch's tale and the fashion in which it was set forth in writing, with a poem that seemed a thing impertinent, save that the poet had chosen in that way to convey his matter, told or taught so much more directly and simply by word of mouth. It is impossible to pronounce positively on the subject. The question whether Chaucer saw Petrarch in 1373 must therefore remain a moot point, so long as we have only our present information, but fancy loves to dwell on the thought of the two poets conversing under the vines at Arcueil, and we find in the history and the writings of Chaucer nothing to contradict, a good deal to countenance, the belief that such a meeting occurred. Though we have no express record, we have indirect testimony that Chaucer's Genoese mission was discharged satisfactorily, for on the 23rd of April, 1374, Edward III grants at Windsor to the poet, by the title of Our Beloved Squire, Dilecto Armigero Nostro, unum saecer, vini, 1 pitcher of wine, daily, to be perceived in the port of London, a grant which, on the analogy of more modern usage, might be held equivalent to Chaucer's appointment as poet laureate. When we find that soon afterwards the grant was commuted for a money payment of 20 marks per annum, we need not conclude that Chaucer's circumstances were poor, for it may be easily supposed that the daily perception of such an article of income was attended with considerable prosaic inconvenience. A permanent provision for Chaucer was made on the 8th of June, 1374, when he was appointed Controller of the Customs in the port of London, for the lucrative imports of wools, skins, or wool fells and tanned hides, on condition that he should fulfil the duties of that office in person, and not by deputy, and should write out the accounts with his own hand. We have what seems evidence of Chaucer's compliance with these terms in the House of Fame, where, in the mouth of the eagle, the poet describes himself, when he has finished his labour and made his reckonings, as not seeking rest and news in social intercourse, but going home to his own house, and there, all so dumb as any stone, sitting at another book, until his look is dazed. And again, in the record that in 1376 he received a grant of £731, 4 shillings 6pence, the amount of a fine levied on one John Kent, whom Chaucer's vigilance had frustrated in the attempt to ship a quantity of wool for Dordrecht without paying the duty. The seemingly derogatory condition that the controller should write out the accounts or rolls (rotulos) of the office with his own hand appears to have been designed or treated as merely formal. No records in Chaucer's handwriting are known to exist, which could hardly be the case if, for the 12 years of his controllership, 1374 through 1386, he had duly complied with the condition, and during that period he was more than once employed abroad, so that the condition was evidently regarded as a formality even by those who had imposed it. Also, in 1374, the Duke of Lancaster, whose ambitious views may well have made him anxious to retain the adhesion of a man so capable and accomplished as Chaucer, changed into a joint life annuity remaining to the survivor, and charged on the revenues of the Savoy a pension of £10, which 2 years before he settled on the poet's wife, whose sister was then the governess of the Duke's 2 daughters, Philippa and Elizabeth, and the Duke's own mistress. Another proof of Chaucer's personal reputation and high court favour at the time is his selection in 1375 as ward to the son of Sir Edmund Staplegate of Bilsington in Kent, a charge on the surrender of which the guardian received no less a sum than £104. We find Chaucer in 1376 again employed in a foreign mission. In 1377, the last year of Edward III, he was sent to Flanders with Sir Thomas Percy, afterwards Earl of Worcester, for the purpose of obtaining a prolongation of the truce, and in January 1378 he was associated with Sir Guichard d'Angle and his commissioners to pursue certain negotiations for a marriage between Princess Mary of France and the young King Richard II, which had been set on foot before the death of Edward III. The negotiation, however, proved fruitless, and in May of 1378 Chaucer was selected to accompany Sir John Berkeley on a mission to the court of Bernardo Visconti, Duke of Milan, with the view, it is supposed, of concerting military plans against the outbreak of war with France. The new king, meantime, had shown that he was not insensible to Chaucer's merit, or to the influence of his tutor and the poet's patron, the Duke of Lancaster, for Richard II confirmed to Chaucer his pension of 20 marks, along with an equal annual sum, for which the daily pitcher of wine, granted in 1374, had been commuted. Before his departure for Lombardy, Chaucer, still holding his post in the customs, selected 2 representatives or trustees to protect his estate against legal proceedings in his absence, or to sue in his name defaulters and offenders against the imports which he was charged to enforce. One of these trustees was called Richard Forester, the other was John Gower, the poet, the most famous English contemporary of Chaucer, with whom he had for many years been on terms of admiring friendship, although from the strictures based on certain productions of Gower's in the prologue of the Man of Law's Tale, it has been supposed that in the later years of Chaucer's life the friendship suffered some diminution. To the moral Gower and the philosophical Strode Chaucer directed or dedicated his Troilus and Cressida, while in the Confessio Amantis, Gower introduces a handsome compliment to his greater contemporary as the disciple of the poet of Venus, with whose glad songs and ditties made her praise during the flowers of his youth. The land was filled everywhere. Gower, however, a monk and a conservative, held to the party of the Duke of Gloucester, the rival of the Wickliffiate and innovating Duke of Lancaster, who was Chaucer's patron, and whose cause was not a little aided by Chaucer's strictures on the clergy. And thus it is not impossible that political differences may have weakened the old bonds of personal friendship and poetic esteem. Returning from Lombardy early in 1379, Chaucer seems to have been again sent abroad, for the records exhibit no trace of him between May and December of that year. Whether by proxy or in person, however, he received his pensions regularly until 1382, when his income was increased by his appointment to the post of Controller of Petty Customs in the port of London. In November of 1384 he obtained a month's leave of absence on account of his private affairs, and a deputy was appointed to fill his place, and in February of the next year he was permitted to appoint a permanent deputy, thus at length gaining relief from that close attention to business which probably curtailed the poetic fruits of the poet's most powerful years. Chaucer is next found occupying a post which has not often been held by men gifted with his particular genius, that of a county member. The contest between the Dukes of Gloucester and Lancaster and their adherents for the control of the government was coming to a crisis, and when the recluse and studious Chaucer was induced to offer himself to the electors of Kent as one of the knights of their share, where presumably he held property, we may suppose that it was with the view of supporting his patron's cause in the impending conflict. The Parliament in which the poet sat assembled at Westminster on the 1st of October, and was dissolved on the 1st of November, 1386. Lancaster was fighting and intriguing abroad, absorbed in the affairs of his Castilian succession. Gloucester and his friends at home had everything their own way. The Earl of Suffolk was dismissed from the woolsack and impeached by the Commons, and although Richard at first stood out courageously for the friends of his uncle Lancaster, he was constrained by the refusal of supplies to consent to the proceedings of Gloucester. A commission was wrung from him under protest, appointing Gloucester, Arundel, and 12 other peers and prelates a permanent council to inquire into the condition of all the public departments, the courts of law, and the royal household, with absolute powers of redress and dismissal. We need not ascribe to Chaucer's parliamentary exertions in his patron's behalf, nor to any malpractices of his official conduct, the fact that he was among the earliest victims of the commission. In December 1386 he was dismissed from both his offices in the port of London, but he retained his pensions, and drew them regularly, twice a year, at the Exchequer, until 1388. In 1387 Chaucer's political reverses were aggravated by a severe domestic calamity. His wife died, and with her died the pension which had been settled on her by Queen Philippa in 1366, and confirmed to her at Richard's accession in 1377. The change made in Chaucer's pecuniary position by the loss of his offices and his wife's pension must have been very great. It would appear that during his prosperous times he had lived in a style quite equal to his income, and had no ample resources against a season of reverse, for on the 1st of May 1388, less than a year and a half after being dismissed from customs, he was constrained to assign his pensions by surrender in chancery to one John Scalby. In May 1389, Richard II, now of age, abruptly resumed the reins of government, which, for more than 2 years, had been ably but cruelly managed by Gloucester. The friends of Lancaster were once more supreme in the royal councils, and Chaucer speedily profited by the change. On the 12th of July he was appointed Clerk of the King's Works at the Palace of Westminster, the Tower, the royal manors of Kennington, Eltham, Clarendon, Sheen, Byfleet, Children Langley, and Feckenham, the castle at Berkhamsted, the Royal Lodge at Hathenberg in the New Forest, the lodges in the parks of Clarendon, Children Langley, and Feckenham, and the mews for the King's falcons at Charing Cross. He received a salary of 2 shillings per day, and was allowed to perform the duties by deputy. For some reason unknown, Chaucer held this lucrative office little more than 2 years, quitting it before the 16th of September, 1391, at which date it had passed into the hands of one John Gedney. The next 2 years and a half are blank, so far as authentic records are concerned. Chaucer is supposed to have passed them in retirement, probably devoting them principally to the composition of the Canterbury Tales. In February 1394 the king conferred upon him a grant of £20 a year for life, but he seems to have had no other source of income, and to have become embarrassed by debt, for frequent memoranda of small advances on his pension show that his circumstances were, in comparison, greatly reduced. Things appear to have grown worse and worse for the poet, for in May 1398 he was compelled to obtain from the king letters of protection against arrest, extending over a term of 2 years. Not for the first time, it is true, for similar documents had been issued at the beginning of Richard's reign, but at that time Chaucer's missions abroad, and his responsible duties in the port of London, may have furnished reasons for securing him against annoyance or frivolous prosecution, which were wholly wanting at a later date. In 1398 fortune began again to smile on him. He received a royal grant of a tun of wine annually, the value being about £4. Next year, Richard II, having been deposed by the son of John of Gaunt, Henry of Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the new king, 4 days after his accession, bestowed on Chaucer a grant of 40 marks, £26, 13 shillings 4pence per annum, in addition to the pension of £20 conferred by Richard II in 1394. But the poet, now 71 years of age, and probably broken down by the reverses of the past few years, was not destined long to enjoy his renewed prosperity. On Christmas Eve of 1399 he entered on the possession of a house in the garden of the chapel of the Blessed Mary of Westminster, near to the present site of Henry VII's chapel, having obtained a lease from Robert Hermodesworth, the monk of the adjacent convent, for 53 years at an annual rent of 4 marks, £2, 13 shillings 4pence. Until the 1st of March, 1400, Chaucer drew his pensions in person. Then they were received for him by another hand, and on the 25th of October in the same year he died at the age of 72. The only lights thrown by his poems on the closing days are furnished in a little ballad called Good Counsel of Chaucer, which, though they were said to have been written when upon his deathbed lying in his great anguish, breathes the very spirit of courage, resignation, and philosophic calm, and by the retractation at the end of the Canterbury Tales, which, if it was not foisted in by monkish transcribers, may be supposed the effect of Chaucer's regrets and self-reproaches on that solemn review of his life-work, which the close approach of death compelled. The poet was buried in Westminster Abbey, and not many years after his death a slab was placed on a pillar near his grave, bearing the lines taken from the epitaph or eulogy made by Stephanus Sigorius of Milan at the request of Caxton: Galfridus Chaucer, vates et fama poesis, materne hoc sucra sum tumultuus humo. Around 1555, Mr. Nicholas Brigham, a gentleman of Oxford, who greatly admired the genius of Chaucer, erected the present tomb, as near to the spot where the poet lay before the chapel of St. Benet as was then possible by reason of the cancelli, which the Duke of Buckingham subsequently obtained leave to remove, that room might be made for the tomb of Dryden. On the structure of Mr. Brigham, besides a full-length representation of Chaucer, taken from a portrait drawn by his scholar, Thomas O'Cleve, was, or is, though now almost illegible, the following inscription: M.S. Qui fuit anglorum vates ter maximis olum, Galfridus Chaucer, conditur hoc tumulo, annum si queres domini, si tempora vitae, ecce notae substunt, que tibi chunca notant. 25 Octobris 1400. Ere nirmanum requis mors, en Brigham host fecit, musarum nomni sumptus. 1556. Concerning his personal appearance and habits, Chaucer has not been reticent in his poetry. Urry sums up the traits of his aspect and character fairly thus: he was of a middle stature, the latter part of his life inclinable to be fat and corpulent, as appears by the host's bantering him in his journey to Canterbury, and comparing shapes with him. His face was fleshy, his features just and regular, his complexion fair and somewhat pale, his hair of a dusky yellow, short and thin, the hair of his beard in two forked tufts of a wheat colour, his forehead broad and smooth, his eyes inclining usually to the ground, which is intimated by his host's words, his whole face full of liveliness, a calm, easy sweetness, and a studious, venerable aspect. As to his temper, he was a mixture of the gay, the modest, and the grave. The sprightliness of his humour was more distinguished by his writings than by his appearance, which gave occasion to Margaret, Countess of Pembroke, often to rally him upon his silent modesty in company, telling him that his absence was more agreeable to her than his conversation, since the first was productive of agreeable pieces of wit in his writings. But the latter was filled with a modest deference, and too distant respect. We see nothing merry or jocose in his behaviour with his pilgrims, but a silent attention to their mirth rather than any mixture of his own. While disengaged from public affairs, his time was entirely spent in study and reading. So agreeable to him was this exercise that he says he preferred it to all other sports and diversions. He lived within himself, neither desirous to hear, nor busy to concern himself with the affairs of his neighbours. His course of living was temperate and regular. He went to rest with the sun, and rose before it, and by that means enjoyed all the pleasures of the better part of the day, his morning walk and fresh contemplations. This gave him the advantage of describing the morning in so lively a manner as he does everywhere in his works. The springing sun glows warm in his lines, and the fragrant air blows cool in his descriptions. We smell the sweets of the bloomy haws, and hear the music of the feathered choir, wherever we take a forest walk with him. The hour of the day is not easier to be discovered from the reflection of the sun in Titian's paintings than in Chaucer's morning landscapes. His reading was deep and extensive, his judgment sound and discerning. In one word, he was a great scholar, a pleasant wit, a candid critic, a sociable companion, a steadfast friend, a grave philosopher, a temperate economist, and a pious Christian. Chaucer's most important poems are Troilus and Cressida, the Romaunt of the Rose, and the Canterbury Tales. Of the first, containing 8,246 lines, an abridgment with a prose connecting outline of the story is given in this volume, with the second, consisting of 7,699 octosyllabic verses, like those in which the House of Fame is written, it is found impossible to deal with in the present edition. The poem is a curtailed translation from the French Roman de la Rose, commenced by Guillaume de Loris, who died in 1260, after contributing 4,070 verses, and completed in the last quarter of the 13th century by Jean de Meun, who added some 18,000 verses. It is a satirical allegory in which the vices of courts, the corruptions of the clergy, the disorders and inequalities of society in general are unsparingly attacked, and the most revolutionary doctrines are advanced, and though, in making his translation, Chaucer softened or eliminated much of the satire in the poem, still it remained in his verse a caustic exposure of the abuses of the time, especially those which discredited the Church. The Canterbury Tales are presented in this edition with as near an approach to completeness in regard for the popular character of the volume permitted. The 17,385 verses of which the poetical tales consist have been given without abridgment or purgation, save in a single couplet, but the main purpose of the volume being to make the general reader acquainted with the poems of Chaucer and Spenser, the editor has ventured to contract the two prose tales, Chaucer's Tale of Meliobius and the Parson's Sermon or Treatise on Penitence, so as to save about 30 pages for the introduction of Chaucer's minor pieces. At the same time, by giving prose outlines of those omitted parts, it has been sought to guard the reader against the fear that he was losing anything essential or even valuable. It is almost needless to describe the plot, or point out the literary place of the Canterbury Tales. Perhaps in the entire range of ancient and modern literature there is no work that so clearly and freshly paints for future times the picture of the past. Certainly no Englishman has ever approached Chaucer in the power of fixing for ever the fleeting traits of his own time. The plan of the poem had been adopted before Chaucer chose it, notably in the Decameron of Boccaccio, although there the circumstances under which the tales were told, with the terror of the plague hanging over the merry company, lent a grim grotesqueness to the narrative, unless we can look at it abstracted from its setting. Chaucer, on the other hand, strikes a perpetual keynote of gaiety whenever he mentions the word pilgrimage, and at every stage of the connecting story we bless the happy thought which gives us the incessant incident, movement, variety, and unclouded but never monotonous joyousness. The poet, the evening before he starts on a pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Thomas at Canterbury, lies at the Tabard Inn in Southwark, curious to know in what companionship he is destined to fare forward on the morrow. Chance sends him 29 in a company, representing all orders of English society, lay and clerical, from the knight and the abbot down to the ploughman and the Sompnour. The jolly host of the Tabard, after supper, when tongues are loosed and hearts are opened, declares that not this year he has seen with such company at once under its roof-tree, and proposes that, when they set out the next morning, he should ride with them and make them sport. All agree, and Harry Bailey unfolds his scheme. Each pilgrim, according to the poet, shall tell 2 tales on the road to Canterbury, and 2 on the way back to London, and he whom the general voice pronounces to have told the best tale shall be treated to supper at the common cost, and of course to mine host's profit, when the cavalcade returns from the saint's shrine to the Southwark hostelry. All joyously assent, and early on the morrow, in the gay spring sunshine, they ride forth, listening to the heroic tale of the brave and gentle knight who has been gracefully chosen by the host to lead the spirited competition of the story-telling. To describe thus the nature of the plan, and to say that when Chaucer conceived, or at least began to execute it, he was between 60 and 70 years of age, is to proclaim that the Canterbury Tales could never be more than a fragment. 30 pilgrims, each telling 2 tales on the way out and 2 more on the way back, That makes 120 tales, to say nothing of the prologue, the description of the journey, the occurrences at Canterbury, and all the remnant of their pilgrimage, which Chaucer also undertook. No more than 23 of the 120 stories are told in the work as it comes down to us. That is, only 23 of the 30 pilgrims tell the first of the 2 stories on the road to Canterbury, while of the stories on the return journey we have not one, and nothing is said about the doings of the pilgrims at Canterbury, which would, if treated like the scene at the Tabard, have given us a still livelier picture of the period. But the plan was too large, and although the poet had some reserves in stories which he had already composed in an independent form, death cut short his labour ere he could even complete the arrangement and connection of more than a very few of the tales. Incomplete as it is, however, the magnum opus of Chaucer was in its own time received with immense favour. Manuscript copies are numerous, even now, no slight proof of its popularity, and when the invention of printing was introduced into England by William Caxton, the Canterbury Tales issued from his press in the year after the first English printed book, The Game of Cheese, had been struck off. Innumerable editions have since been published, and it may fairly be affirmed that few books have been so much in favour with the reading public of every generation as this book, which the lapse of every generation has been rendering more unreadable. Apart from the Romaunt of the Rose, no really important poetical work of Chaucer's is omitted from or unrepresented in the present edition. Of the Legend of Good Women, the prologue only is given, but it is the most genuinely Chaucerian part of the poem. Of the Court of Love, 3/4 are here presented. Of the Assembly of Fowls, the Cuckoo and the Nightingale, the Flower and the Leaf, all of Chaucer's Dream, 1/4 of the House of Fame, 2/3, and of the minor poems such a selection as may give an idea of Chaucer's power in the occasional department of verse. Necessarily, no space whatever could be given to Chaucer's prose works. His translation of Boethius's treatise on the Consolation of Philosophy, his treatise on the Astrolabe, written for the use of his son Lewis, and his Testament of Love, composed in his later years, and reflecting the troubles that then beset the poet. If, after studying in a simplified form the salient works of England's first great bard, the reader is tempted to regret that he was not introduced to a wider acquaintance with the author, the purpose of the editor will have been more than attained. The plan of the volume does not demand an elaborate examination into the state of our language when Chaucer wrote, or the nice questions of grammatical and metrical structure which conspire with the obsolete orthography to make his poems a sealed book for the masses. The most important element in the proper reading of Chaucer's verses, whether written in the decasyllabic or heroic metre, which he introduced to our literature, or in the octosyllabic measure used with such animated effect in The House of Fame, Chaucer's Dream, etc., is the sounding of the terminal E, where it is now silent. The letter is still valid in French poetry, and Chaucer's lines can be scanned only by reading them as we would read Racine's or Molière's. The terminal E played an important part in grammar. In many cases it was a sign of the infinitive, the N being dropped from the end. At other times it pointed the distinction between singular and plural, between adjective and adverb. The pages that follow, however, being prepared from the modern English point of view, necessarily no account is taken of these distinctions, and the now silent E has been retained in the text of Chaucer only when required by the modern spelling or the exigencies of metre. Before a word beginning with a vowel, or with the letter H, the final E was almost without exception mute. And in such cases, in the plural forms and infinitives of verbs, the terminal N was generally retained for the sake of euphony. No reader who is acquainted with the French language will find it hard to fall into Chaucer's accentuation, while, for such as are not, a simple perusal of the text according to the rules of modern verse should remove every difficulty. So ends The Life of Geoffrey Chaucer, from the Canterbury Tales and Other Poems of Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Hoover. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This recording is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Canterbury Tales, the Prologue. When that Aprilus with his showers swoot, the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vein in such liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower, when Zephyrus eke with his swoot breath, inspired hath in every holt and heath, the tender crops in the youngest sun hath in the ram his half coursey run, and small fowls make melody, that sleepen all the night with open eye, so pricketh them nature in their courages. Then long a folk to go on pilgrimages, and palmers for to seek strange strands, to fern hollows couth in sundry lands. And specially from every shire's end of England to Canterbury they wend, the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that them hath holpen when that they were sick. Befell that in that season on a day in Southwark at the tabard as I lay, ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with devout courage, at night was come into that hostelry well 29 in a company of sundry folk, by adventure ye fall in fellowship, and pilgrims were they all, that toward Canterbury would ride. The chamber and the stables were wide, and well we were in eased at the best. And shortly, when the sun was to rest, so had I spoken with them every one, that I was of their fellowship anon, and made forward early for to rise, to take our way there as I you devised. But natheless, while I have time and space, ere that I farther in this tale pace, methinketh it accordant to reason to tell you all of the condition of each of them, so as it seemed to me, and which they weren, and of what degree, and eke in what array that they were in, and at a knight then will I first begin. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that from the time that he first began to ridden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lord's war, and thereto had he ridden, no man far as well in Christendom as in heathenness, and ever honoured for his worthiness at Alisander he was, when it was won. Full oftentime he had the board begun above all nations in Prussa. In Letoa had he raised, and in Russa no Christian man so oft of his degree. In Grenade at the siege eke had he be of Algesir, and ridden in Belle Marie. At Lays was he, and at Sadely when they were won, and in the great sea at many a noble army had he be. At mortal battles had he been 15, and foughten for our faith at Trémessine. In lists thrice, and I slain his foe. This ilke worthy knight had been also some time with the Lord of Palatine, against another heathen in Turkey, and evermore he had a sovereign price. And though he was worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy ne said in all his life, unto no man or wight. He was a very perfect gentle knight. But for to tell you of his array, his horse was good, but yet he was not gay. Of fustian he weared a jippon, all besmottered with his habergeon, for he was late y-come from his voyage, and went for to do his pilgrimage. With him there was his son, a young squire, a lover and a lusty bachelor, with locks curl as they were laid in press. Of 20 years of age he was, I guess. Of his stature he was of even length, and wonderly deliver, and great of strength. And he had been some time in Chevachy, in Flanders, in Artois, in Picardy, and borne him well, as of so little space, and hoped to standen in his lady's grace. Embroidered was he, as it were made all full of freshe flowers, white and red. Singing he was, or fluting all the day. He was as fresh as is the month of May. Short was his gown, with sleeves long and wide. Well could he sit on horse, and fair ride. He coulde songs make, and well indite, joust, and eke dance, as well portray and write. So hot he loved, that by night or tale he slept no more than doth the nightingale. Courteous he was, lowly and serviceable, and carved before his father at the table. A yeoman had he, and servants no mo at that time, for him lestride so, and he was clad in coat and hood of green. A sheaf of peacock arrows bright and keen under his belt he bare full thriftily. Well could he dress his tackle yeomanly. His arrows drooped not with feathers low, and in his hands he bare a mighty bow. A nuthead had he, with a brown visage. Of woodcraft could he well all the usage. Upon his arms he bare a gay bracer, and by his side a sword and a buckler. And on that other's side a gay dagger, harnessed well, and sharp as point of spear. Christopher on his breast of silver sheen, and horn he bare, the baldric was of green. A forester was he, soothly, as I guess. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full simple and coy. Her greatest oath was but by Saint Loy, and she was cleped Madam Eglantine. Full well she sang the service divine, and tuned in her nose full seemly. In French she spake full fair and fetisly, after the school of Stratford at Bow. For French of Paris was to her unknow. At Meta was she well y taught withal. She let no morsel from her lippes fall, nor wet her fingers in her sauce deep. Well could she carry a morsel, and well keep that no droppe ne fell upon her breast. In courtesy was set full much her lest. Her overlippe wiped she so clean, that in her cup there was no farthing seen of grease, when she drunken had her draught. Full seemly after her meat she wrought, and sickerly she was of great disport, and full pleasant and amiable of port, and pained her to counterfeit a cheer of court, and be a stately of mannere, and to behold in dignity of reverence. But for to speaken of her conscience, she was so charitable and so piteous, she woulde weep if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of smalle hounds had she, that she fed with roasted flesh and milk and wastel bread. But sore she wept if one of them were dead, or if men smote it with a yarde smart. And all was conscience and tender heart. Full seemly her wimple y pinched was, her nose tretis, her eyen grey as glass, her mouth full small, and thereto soft and red, but sickerly she had a fair forehead. It was almost a span a brow, I trow, for hardily she was not undergrow. Full fetis was her cloak, as I was ware. Of small coral about her arms she bare a pair of beads, gauded all with green, and thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which first y written in crown day, and after, Amor vincit omnia. Another nun also with her had she, that was her chapelaine, and priestess 3. A monk there was, a fair for the mastery, an outrider that loved venery, a manly man, to be an abbot able. Full many a dainty horse had he in stable, and when he rode, men might his bridle hear jingling in a whistling wind as clear and eke as loud as doth the chapel bell, there as his lord was keeper of the cell. The rule of Saint Mare and of Saint Benet, because that was old and some deal straight, this ilke monk let olde things pace, and held after the newe world the trace. He was not of the text a pulled hen that saith that hunters be not holy men. Nay, that a monk, when he is cloisterless, is like to a fish that is waterless. This is to say, a monk out of his cloister, this ilke text held he not worth an oyster. And I say his opinion was good. Why should he study and make himself wood upon a book in cloister always poor, or swinken with his hands, and labour as Austin bid? How shall the world be served? Let Austin have his swink to him reserved. Therefore he was a prickosore aright. Greyhounds he had as swift as fowl of flight. Of pricking and of hunting for the hare was all his lust, for no cost would he spare. I saw his sleeves are filled at the hand with gris, and that the finest of the land. And for to fasten his hood under his chin, he had of goldywrought a curious pin. A love knot in the greater end there was. His head was bald, and shone as any glass, and eke his face, as it had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point, his eye in steep and rolling in his head, that steamed as a furnace of a lead. His boots supple, his horse in great estate. Now certainly he was a fair prelate. He was not pale as a four-pined ghost, a fat swan loved he best of any roast. His palfrey was as brown as is a berry. A friar there was, a wanton and a merry, a limitor, a full solemn man. In all the orders four is none that can so much of dalliance and fair language. He had y made full many a marriage of younge women at his owen cost. Unto his order he was a noble post. Full well beloved, and familiar was he with franklins over all in his country, and eke with worthy women of the town. For he had power of confession, as said himself more than a curate, for of his order he was licentiate. Full sweetly heard he confession, and pleasant was his absolution. He was an easy man to give penance, there as he wist to have a good pittance. For unto a poor order for to give is sign that a man is well yshrive. For if he gave, he durst make avaunt, he wist that the man was repentant. For many a man so hard is of his heart, he may not weep although him sore smart. Therefore instead of weeping and prayers, men must give silver to the poor freres. His tippet was aye farced full of knives and pins for to give to fair wives, and certainly he had a merry note. Well could he sing and playen on a rote. Of yettings he bare utterly the prize. His neck was white as is the fleur de lis. Thereto he strong was as a champion. He knew well the taverns in every town, and every hostler and gay tapster better than a lazer or a beggara. For unto such a worthy man as he accordeth not, as by his faculty, to have with such lazers acquaintance. It is not honest, it may not advance, as for to deal with no such poor ale, but all with rich and sellers of vitale. And over all there is profit should arise. Courteous he was, and lowly of service, there was no man nowhere so virtuous. He was the best beggar in all his house, and gave a certain frame for the grant. None of his brethren came into his haunt. For though a widow had but one shoe, so pleasant was his in principio, yet he would have a farthing ere he went. His purchase was well better than his rent. And rage he could and play as any whelp in love days. There could he muchel help. For there was he not like a cloisterer, with threadbare scope, as is a poor scholar, but he was like a master or a pope. Of double worsted was his semicope, that rounded him as a bell out of press. Somewhat he lisped for his wantonness, to make his English sweet upon his tongue, and in his harping, when that he had sung, his eyen twinkled in his head aright, as do the stars in a frosty night. This worthy limitor was called Hubert. A merchant was there with a forked beard, and motley, and high on his horse he sat. Upon his head a Flandrish beaver hat. His boots clasped fair and fetisly. His reasons aye spake he full solemnly, sounding alway the increase of his winning. He would the sea were kept for anything betwixt a Middleburg and Orwell. Well could he in exchange shields sell, this worthy man full well his wit beset. There wiste no wight that he was in debt, so stately was he of governance with his bargains and with his chevasance. Forsooth he was a worthy man withal, but sooth to say I not how men him call. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic had a long ago. As lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollow, and thereto soberly. Full threadbare was his overous courtpie, for he had not gotten him yet no benefice, nay was not worldly, to have an office. For him was lever have at his bed's head 20 books, clothed in black or red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robes rich, or fiddle, or psaltery. But all be that he was a philosopher, yet had he but little gold in coffer. But all that he might of his friends hent, on books and on learning, he it spent, and busily gan for the souls pray of them that gave him wherewith to schole, a Of study took he most care and heed. Not one word spake he more than was need, and that was said in form and reverence, and short and quick, and full of high sentence. Sounding in moral virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn, and gladly teach. A sergeant of the law, wary and wise, that often had he been at the Preface, there was also full rich of excellence. Discreet he was, and of great reverence. He seemed such, his words were so wise, justice he was full often in assize, by patent and by plain commission. For his science and for his high renown, of fees and robes had he many won. So great a purchaser was nowhere none. All was fee simple to him. In effect his purchasing might not be insuspect. Nowhere so busy a man as he there was, and yet he seemed busier than he was. In terms had he case and doom as all that from the time of King Will were fall. Thereto he could indite, and make a thing there coulde no wight pinch at his writing. In every statute could he plain by rote. He rode but homely, in a medley coat, girt with a scent of silk, with beares small. Of his array tell I no longer talle. A francolin was in this company. White was his beard as is the daisy. Of his complexion he was sanguine. Well loved he in the morn a sop and wine. To liven in delight was ever his one, for he was Epicurus Owen's son. That held opinion in plain delight was verily felicity per fight. An householder, and that a great was he. Saint Julian, he was in his country. His bread, his ale, was always after one. A better envined man was nowhere none. Without bake meat never was his house. Of fish and flesh, and that so plenteous. It snowed in his house of meat and drink, of alle dainties that men coulde think. After the sundry seasons of the year, so changed he his meat and his souper. Many full fat partridge had he in mew, and many a bream, and many a lucerne stew. Woe was his cook but if his sauce were poignant and sharp, and ready all his gear. His table dormant in his hall alway stood ready covered all the longe day. At sessions there was he lord and sire. Full oftentime he was knight of the shire. An anlace and a gipsere, all of silk, hung at his girdle, white as morning milk. A sheriff had he been, and a contour was nowhere such a worthy vavasor. An haberdasher and a carpenter, a webbe, a dyer, and a tapicer were with a seek, clothed in one livery, of a solemn and great fraternity. Full fresh and new their gear y picked was. Their knives were y chipped not with brass, but all with silver wrought full clean and well. Their girdles and their pouches every deal. Well seemed each of them a fair burgess, to sitten in a guild hall on the dais. Ever reach for the wisdom that he can, was shapely for to be an alderman. For chattels hadde they enough and rent, and eke their wives would it well assent, and elles certain they had been to blame. It is full fair to be a clept madam, and for to go to vigils all before, and have a mantle royally bore. A cook they hadde with them for the nones, to boil the chickens and the marrow bones, and powder merchant tart and gallingal. Well could he know a draught of London ale. He could roast and stew and broil and fry, make mortrews, and well bake a pie. But great harm was it, as it thought to me, that on his shin a mormel hadde he. For blanc manger, that made he with the best. A shipman was there, one far by west, for aught I wot be was of Dartmouth. He rode upon a rouncey as he couth, all in a gown of falding to the knee. A dagger hanging by a lace had he about his neck under his arm adown. The hot summer had made his hue all brown. And certainly he was a good fellow. Full many a draught of wine had he y draw. From Bordeaux ward, while the chapmen sleep, of nice conscience took he no keep. If that he fought, and had the higher hand, by water he sent them home to every land. But of his craft to reckon well his tides, his steames and his strandes him besides, his herberel, his moon, and laud-manage, there was none such from Hull unto Carthage. Hardly he was, and wise, I undertake, with many a tempest had his beard been shake. He knew well all the havens as they were, from Scotland to the Cape of Finisterre. In every creek in Bretagne and in Spain, his barge y clept was the Magdalene. With us there was a doctor of physic, and all this world was there none him like, to speak of physic and of surgery, for he was grounded in astronomy. He kept his patient a full great deal in hours by his magic natural. Well could he fortune the ascendant of his images for his patient. He knew the cause of every malady, were it of cold or hot, or moist or dry, and where engendered, and of what humour. He was a very perfect practisour, the cause, and of his harm the root. Anon he gave the sick man his boot. Full ready had he his apothecaries, to send his drugs and his lecturies. For each of them made other for to win their friendship was not new to begin. Well knew he the old Asclepius, and Dioscorides, and eke Rufus, old Hippocras, Hali and Gallian, Serapion, Rhasis and Avicen, Averroes, Damascene and Constantine, Bernard and Gattiston and Gilbertin. Of his diet measurable was he, for it was of no superfluity, but of great nourishing and digestible. His study was but little on the Bible. In sanguine and in purse he glad was all, lined with taffeta and with sendal. And yet he was but easy of dispense, he kept that he won in the pestilence. For gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special. A good wife was there of beside Bath, but she was some deal deaf, and that was scath. Of cloth-making she had in such an haunt, she passed them of Ypres and of Gaunt. In all the parish wife was there none that to the offering before her should gone, and if there did, certain so wroth was she that she was out of all a charity. Her coverchiefs were full fine of ground. I durste swear they weighed 10 pound, that on Sunday were upon her head. Her hosen were of fine scarlet red, full straight y-tied, and shoes full moist and new. Bold was her face, and fair and red of hue. She was a worthy woman all her life. Husbands at the church door had she had 5, withouten other company in youth. But thereof needeth not to speak as newth. And thrice had she been at Jerusalem. She had passed many a strange stream. At Rome she had been, and at Boulogne, in Gallus and St. James, and at Cologne. She coulda much of wandering by the way. Gat-toothed was she, soothly for to say. Upon an ambler easily she sat, y wimpled well, and on her head an hat as broad as is a buckler or a targe, a footmantle about her hips large, and on her feet a pair of spurs sharp. In fellowship well could she laugh and carp, of remedies of love she knew perchance, for of that art she could the olde dance. A good man there was of religion, that was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work. And he was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly would he preach. His parishioners devoutly would he teach. Benign he was, and wonder diligent, and in adversity full patient. And such he was he proved often sithes, full loth were him to curse for his tithes, but rather would he given out of doubt unto his poor parishioners about, of his offering and eke of his substance. He would in little thing have sufficence. Wide was his parish, and houses far asunder, but he ne left naught, for no rain nor thunder, in sickness and in mischief, to visit the farthest in his parish, much and lit, upon his feet and in his hands a staff. This noble example to his sheep he gaf, that first he wrought, and afterward he taught. Out of the gospel he the word is caught. In this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? For if a priest be foul, on whom we trust, no wonder is a lewed man to rust. And shame it is, if that a priest take keep, to see a shitten shepherd and clean sheep. Well ought a priest in sample for to give, by his own cleanness, how his sheep should live. He set not his benefice to hire, and left his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him a shantery for souls, or with a brotherhood to be withhold. But dwelled at home, and kept a well his fold, so that the wolf ne made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd, and no mercenary. And though he holy were, and virtuous, he was to sinful men not dispiteous, nor of his speech a dangerous nor dine, but in his teaching discreet and benign. To draw folk to heaven with fairness, by good ensample was his business. But it were any person obstinate, whatso he were of high or low estate, him would he snibbe sharply for the nose. A better priest I trow that nowhere none is. He waited after no pomp nor reverence, nor maked him a spiced conscience, but Christ is Lord, and his apostles 12 he taught, and first he followed it himself. With him there was a ploughman, was his brother, that had he laid of dung full many a father. A true swinker and a good was he, living in peace and perfect charity. God loved he best with all his heart at alle times, were it gain or smart, and then his neighbour right as himself. He would a thresh, and there to dike and delve, for Christ's sake, for every poor wight, withouten hire, if it lay in his might. His tithes paid he full fair and well, both of his proper swink and his chattel, and at a tabard he rode upon a mare. There was also a Reeve, and a Millera, a Sompnour, and a pardoner also, a manciple, and myself. There were no mo. The miller was a stout carle for the nones. Full big he was of brawn, and eke of bones. That proved well, for over all where he came, at wrestling he would bear away the rame. He was short-shouldered, broad, thick and gar. There was no door that he hold heave off bar, or break it at a running with his head. His beard as any sow or fox was red, and thereto broad, as though it were a spade. Upon the cop right of his nose he had a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs, red as the bristles of a sow's ear. His nose thurles black were and wide. A sword and buckler bare he by his side. His mouth as wide as was a furnace. He was a jangler and a golardice, and that was most sin and harlotries. Well could he steal a corn, and toll a thrice, and yet he had a thumb of gold, pardie. A white coat and a blue hood weared he. A bagpipe well could he blow and sound, and therewithal he brought us out of town. A gentle manciple was there of a temple, of which acateurs might a taken sample, for to be wise in buying of vitail. For whether that he paid, or took by tale, algate he waited so in his acate, that he was aye before in good estate. Now is not that of God a full fair grace, that such a lewd man as which shall pace the wisdom of an heap of learned men. Of masters had he more than thrice 10, that were of law expert and curious, of which there was a dozen in that house, worthy to be stewards of rent and land of any lord that is in England, to make him live by his proper good, in honour debtless, but if he would, or live as scarcely as him list desire, and able for to help in all a shire. In any case, that might a fall or hap, and yet this manciple set their aller cap. The Reeve was a slender choleric man. His beard was shaved as high as ever he can. His hair was by his ears round y-shorn. His top was docked like a priest beforn, full longo were his legs, and full lean, like a staff. There was no calf y-seen. Well could he keep a garner and a bin. There was no auditor could on him win. Well wist he by the draught, and by the rain, the yielding of his seed and of his grain. His lord's sheep, his neat, and his dairy, his swine, his horse, his store, and his poultry were wholly in this Reeve's governing, and by his covenant gave he reckoning. Since that his lord was 20 year of age, there could no man bring him in arrearage. There was no bailiff, herd, nor other hind, that he ne knew his sleight and his covine. They were adrad of him, as of the death. His wonning was full fair upon an heath, with green trees ashadowed was his place. He could a better than his lord purchase. Full rich he was, he stored privily. His lord well could he please subtly, to give and lend him of his own good, and have a thank, and yet a coat and hood. In youth he learned, had a good mister, he was well good right, a carpenter. This Reeve sat upon a right good stot, that was all palmly grey, in height a Scot. A long surcoat of purse upon he had, and by his side he bare a rusty blade. Of Norfolk was this Reeve, of which I tell, beside a town man clepen Baldeswell. Tucked he was, as is a friar about, and never rode the hinderest of the rout. Sompnour was there with us in that place, that had a fire-red cherubin's face, for sus flame he was, with eye and narrow. As hot he was, and lecherous as a sparrow, with scalled brows black, and pilled beard. Of his visage children were sore afeard. And as quicksilver, litharge, nor brimstone, boris, cerus, nor oil of tartar none, nor ointment that would cleanse or bite, that him might helpen of his welcus white, nor of the knobs sitting on his cheeks. Well loved he garlic, onions, and leeks, and for to drink strong wine as red as blood. Then would he speak, and cry as he were wood, and when he well drunken had the wine, then would he speak no word but Latin. A few terms knew he, 2 or 3, that he had learned out of some decree. No wonder is, he heard it all the day. And eke ye knowen well how that a jay can clap and wat as well as can the Pope. But whoso would another thing him grope, that he had spent all his philosophy, aye, quistio quid juris, would he cry. He was a gentle harlot, and a kind, a better fellow should a man not find. He would a suffer for a quart of wine, a good fellow to have his concubine a 12-month, and excuse him at the full privily a finch eke could he pull. And if he found where a good fellow, he would teach him to have none awe, in such a case as the archdeacon's curse. But if a man's soul were in his purse, for in his purse he should ye punished be. Purse is the archdeacon's hell, said he, but well I wot he lied right indeed. Of cursing ought each guilty man to dread, for curse will slay right as a sailing Sabbath, and also wear him of significat. In danger had he at his own guise the younge girls of the diocese, and knew their counsel, and was of their rede. A garland had he set upon his head, as great as if it were for an ale-stake. A buckler had he made him of a cake. With him there rode a gentle pardoner of Ronceville, his friend and his compere, that straight was comen from the court of Rome. Full loud he sang, "Come hither, love, to me." The Sompnour bare to him a stiff burden. Was never trump of half so great a sound. This pardoner had hair as yellow as wax, but smooth it hung, as doth a strike of flax. By ounces hung his locks that he had, and therewith he his shoulders overspread. Full thin it lay by culpins one in one, but hood for jollity he weared none, for it was trussed up in his wallet. Him thought he rode all of the nuaget, dishevel, save his cap, he rode all bare. Such glaring eyen had he as in hair. A vernicle had he sewed upon his cap. His wallet lay before him in his lap. Breath full of pardon come from Rome all hot. A voice he had as small as hath a goat. No beard had he, nor ever one should have. As smooth it was as it were new ye shave. I trow he were a gelding or a mare. But of his craft from Berwick unto Ware, ne was there such another pardoner. For in his mail he had a pillow bare, which, as he said, was Our Lady's veil. He said he had a gobbet of the sail that Saint Peter had, when that he went upon the sea, till Jesus Christ him hent. He had a cross of Latin fowl of stones, and in a glass he had pig's bones. But with these relics, when that he found a poor parson dwelling upon land, upon a day he got him more money than the parson got in moneths tway. And thus with feigned flatterings and japes he made the parson and the people his apes. But truly to tell in at the last, he was in church a noble ecclesiast. Well could he read a lesson or a story, but alderbest he sang an offertory. For well he wista, when that song was sung, he must a preach, and well a file his tongue, to win silver as he right well could. Therefore he sang full merrily and loud. Now have I told you shortly in a clause the estate, the array, the number, and eke the cause why that assembled was this company in Southwark at this gentle hostelry, that highte the tabard fast by the bell. But now is time for you to tell how that we bare in us that ilke night, when we were in that hostelry aright, and after will I tell of our voyage, and all the remnant of our pilgrimage. But first I pray you of your courtesy, that ye arret it not my villainy, though that I plainly speak in this matter, to tellen you their words and their cheer. Not though I speak their words properly, for this ye know and also well as I, whoso shall tell a tale after a man, he must rehearse as nigh as ever he can, every word if it be in his charge. I'll speak he ne'er so rudely and so large. Or else he must tell his tale untrue, or feign things, or find a words new. He may not spare although he were his brother, he must as well say one word as another. Christ spake himself full broad in holy writ, and well ye wot no villainy is it. Eke Plato saith, whoso that can him read, the words must be cousin to the deed. Also I pray you to forgive it me, as have I not set folk in their degree. Here in this tale, as that they shouldn't stand, my wit is short, ye may well understand. Great cheer made our host us every one, and to the supper set he us anon, and served us with victual of the best. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest. A seemly man our host was withal, for to have been a marshal in an hall. A large man he was with eye and steep, a fairer burgess is there none and cheap. Bold of his speech and wise and well y taught, and of manhood lacked him right naught. Eke thereto he was right a merry man, and after supper playin he began, and spake of mirth amongs other things. When that we had made our reckonings, and said thus, Now, lordings, truly ye be to me welcome right heartily, for by my troth, if that I shall not lie, I saw not this year such a company at once in this herborough, now. Fain would I do you mirth, and I wist how. And of a mirth I am right now bethought, to do you ease, and it shall cost naught. Ye go to Canterbury, God you speed, the blissful martyr quite you your meed. And well I wot, as ye go by the way, ye shapen you to talken and to play, for truly comfort nor mirth is none, to ride by the way as dumb as stone. And therefore would I make you disport, as I said erst, and do you some comfort. And if you liketh all by one assent, now for to stand in at my judgment, and for to worken as I shall you say tomorrow, when ye riden on the way, now by my father's soul that is dead, but ye be merry, smiteth off mine head. Hold up your hands without more speech. Our counsel was not long afore to seech. Us thought it was not worth to make it wise, and granted him without more avise, and bade him say his verdict as him lest. Lordings, quoth he, now hearken for the best, but take it not, I pray you, in disdain. This is the point, to speak it plain and plain, that each of you, to shorten with your way in this voyage, shall tell in tales tway, to Canterbury ward, I mean it so, and homeward he shall tell in other two, of adventures that whilom have befall, and which you that beareth him best of all, that is to say, that telleth in this case tales of best sentence and most solace, shall have a supper at your aller cost, here in this place, sitting by this post, when that ye come again from Canterbury. And for to make you the more merry, I will myself gladly with you ride, right at mine own cost, and be your guide. And whoso will my judgment with say, shall pay for all we spenden by the way. And if ye vouchsafe that it be so, tell me anon without words mo, and I will early shape me therefore. This thing was granted, and our oath we swore with full glad heart, and prayed him also that he would vouchsafe for to do so, and that he would be our governor, and of our tales judge and repertoire, and set a supper at a certain price, and we will ruled be at his device, in high and low, and thus by one assent we be accorded to his judgment. And thereupon the wine was fetten on, we drunken, and to rest went each one, without any longer tarrying. A-morrow, when the day began to spring, uprose our host, and was our allercock, and gathered us together in a flock, and forth we rid in all a little space, unto the watering of Saint Thomas. And there our host began his horse arrest, and said, Lords, hearken if you lest, to weet your forward, and I it record, if evensong and morning song accord. Let's see now who shall tell the first tale. As ever may I drink a wine or ale, whoso is rebel to my judgment shall pay for all that by the way is spent. Now draw ye cuts, ere that ye farther twin, he which that hath the shortest shall begin. Sir Knight, quoth he, my master and my lord, now draw the cut, for that is mine accord. Come near, quoth he, my lady prioress, and ye, Sir Clerk, let be your shamefastness, nor study naught, lay hand to every man. Anon to draw, and every wight began, and shortly for to tellen as it was, were it by a venture, or sort, or cost, the sooth is this, the cut fell to the knight, of which full blithe and glad was every wight, and tell he must his tale as was reason, by foreword and by composition, as ye have heard. What needeth words mo? And when this good man saw that it was so, as he that wise was and obedient to keep his forward by his free assent, he said, Sithen, I shall begin this game. Why, welcome be the cut in God's name. Now let us ride, and hearken what I say. And with that word we ridden forth our way, and he began with right a merry cheer his tale anon, and said, as you shall hear. End of the General Prologue.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during June 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Knight's Tale. Willem, as olde stories tellen us, there was a duke that highte Theseus. Of Athens he was lord and governor, and in his time such a conqueror that greater was there none under the sun. Full many a rich country had he won. What with his wisdom and his chivalry, he conquered all the reign of Feminy. That Willem was yclept Scythia, and wedded the Queen Hippolyta, and brought her home with him to his country, with muchel glory and great solemnity, and eke her younger sister Emily. And thus with victory and with melody let I this worthy duke to Athens ride, and all his host in arms him beside. And certes, if it ne'er too long to hear, I would have told you fully the manner how wonnen was the reign of Feminy by Theseus and by his chivalry, and of the great battle for the nonce betwixt Athenes and the Amazons, and how assieged was Hippolyta, the fair hardy queen of Scythia, and of the feast that was at her wedding, and of the tempest at her homecoming. But all these things I must as now forbear. I have got what? A large field to ear, and weak be the oxen in my plough. The remnant of my tale is long enow. I will not letten eke none of this rout. Let every fellow tell his tale about, and let's see now who shall the supper win. There, as I left, I will again begin. This duke, of whom I make mention, when he was come almost unto the town, in all his weal and in his moste pride, he was ware, and he cast his eye aside, where that there kneeled in the highe way a company of ladies tway and tway, each after other, clad in clothes black. But such a cry and such a woe they make, that in this world n'is creature living that hearde such another way menting. And of this crying would they never stenten, till they the rainis of his bridal henten. What folk be ye that at mine homecoming perturben so my feast with crying? Quoth Theseus, have ye so great envy of mine honor, and that thus complain and cry? Or who hath you misboten or offended? Do tell me, if it may be amended. And why that ye be clad thus all in black? The oldest lady of them all then spake, when she had swooned with a deadly cheer, that it was ruth for to see or hear. She said, Lord, to whom fortune hath given victory, and as a conqueror to live in, naught grieveth us your glory and your honor, but we beseechen mercy and succor. Have mercy on our woe and our distress. Some drop of pity, through thy gentleness, upon us wretched women let now fall. For certes, Lord, there is none of us all that hath not been a duchess or a queen. Now we be caitiffs, as it is well seen. Thanked be fortune and her false wheel, that none estate insureth to be well. And certes, Lord, to biden your presence here in this temple of the goddess Clemence, we have been waiting all this fortnight. Now help us, Lord, since it lies in thy might. I, wretched wight, that weep and wail thus, was whilom wife to King Capaneus, that staff at Thebes, cursed be that day. And all we that be in this array, and making all this lamentation, we lost in all our husbands in that town, while that the siege thereabouten lay. And yet the old Creon well away, that lord is now of Thebes the city, fulfilled of ire and of iniquity. He for despite and for his tyranny, to do the dead bodies villainy of all our lords, which that had been as slaw, hath all the bodies on an heap ydraw, and will not suffer them by none assent, neither to be buried nor brent, but maketh hounds eat them in despite. And with that word, without more respite, they fallen gruff, and cried in piteously, have on us wretched women some mercy, and let our sorrows sinken in thine heart. This gentle duke down from his courser start, with heart piteous, when he heard them speak. Him thought that his heart would all to break, when he saw them so piteous and so mate, that whilom weren of so great estate. And in his arms he them all uphent, and them comforted in full good intent, and swore his oath, as he was true knight, he would do so faithfully his might upon the tyrant Creon them to wreak, that all the people of Greece should speak how Creon was of Theseus served, as he had his death full well deserved. And right anon, without more abode, his banner he displayed, and forth he rode to Thebes ward, and all his host beside. No, ne'er Athens would he go nor ride, nor take his ease fully half a day, but onward on his way that night he lay, and sent anon Hippolyta the queen, and Emily her youngest sister sheen, unto the town of Athens for to dwell, and forth he writ, there is no more to tell. The red statue of Mars with spear and targe so shineth in his white banner large, that all the fieldes glitter up and down, and by his banner borne is his pennon of gold full rich, in which there was beat the Minotaur, which that he slew in Crete. Thus writ this duke, thus writ this conqueror, and in his host of chivalry the flower, till that he came to Thebes, and alight fair in a field, there as he thought to fight. But shortly for to speaken of this thing with Creon, which that was of Thebes king, he fought, and slew him manly as a knight, in plain bataille, and put his folk to flight. And by assault he won the city after, and rent adown both wall and spar and rafter, and to the ladies he restored again the bodies of their husbands that were slain, to do obsequies, as was then the guise. But it were all too long for to devise that great clamour and the waymenting which the ladies made at the brenning of the bodies, and the great honour that Theseus the noble conqueror did to the ladies when they from him went. But shortly for to tell is mine intent. When that this worthy duke, this Theseus, had Creon slain, and won in Thebes thus, still in the field he took all night his rest, and did with all the country as him lest, to ransack in the tass of bodies dead, them for to strip of harness, and to weed the pillars did their business and cure after the battle and discomfiture. And so befell that in the task they found, through girt with many a grievous bloody wound, two young knights, ligging by and by, both in one arms, wrought full richly, of which two Arcita hight that one, and he that other hight Palamon. Not fully quick, nor fully dead they were, but by their coat armor and by their gear the heralds knew them well in special, as those that weren of the blood royal, of Thebes, and of Sistren too y-born. Out of the task the pillars have them torn, and have them carried soft unto the tent of Theseus, and he full soon them sent to Athens, for to dwellen in prison perpetually. He ennolled no ransom. And when this worthy duke had thus done, he took his host, and home he writ anon, with laurel crowned as a conqueror, and there he lived in joy and in honor term of his life. What needeth wordes mo'? And in a tower, in anguish and in woe, dwellen this Palamon and eke Arcita. For evermore there may no gold them quite. Thus passed year by year and day by day, till it fell once a morn of May, that Emily, that fairer was to seen than is the lily upon his stalk green, and fresher than the May with flowers new, for with the rose colour strove her hue. I note which was the finer of them two. Ere it was day, as she was wont to do, she was arisen and already dight. For May will have no sluggardy a night. The season pricketh every gentle heart, and maketh him out of his sleep to start, and saith, "Arise and do thine observance." This maketh Emily have remembrance to do honor to May, and for to rise. Y-clothed was she fresh for to devise. Her yellow hair was braided in a tress behind her back, a yard along, I guess, and in the garden at the sun uprist she walketh up and down where as her list. She gathereth flowers, party white and red, to make a sotel garland for her head. And as an angel heavenly she sung. The greate tower that was so thick and strong, which of the castle was the chief dungeon, whereas these knights weren in prison, of which I told you, and telle shall, was even joinant to the garden wall. There, as this Emily had her playing, bright was the sun and clear that morrowning. And Palamon, this woeful prisoner, as was his wont by leave of his jailer, was risen, and roamed in a chamber on high, in which he all the noble city sigh, and eke the garden full of branches green, there as this fresh Emilia the sheen was in her walk, and roamed up and down. This sorrowful prisoner, this Palamon, went in his chamber roaming to and fro, and to himself complaining of his woe, that he was born, full oft he said, alas, and so befell by adventure or cas, that through a window thick of many a bar, of iron great, and square as any spar, he cast his eyes upon Emilia, and therewithal he blent and cried, ah, as though he stungen were unto the heart. And with that cry Arcita anon upstart, and said, "Cousin mine, what aileth thee, that art so pale and deadly for to see? Why criedst thou? Who hath thee done offence? for God's love take all in patience. Our prison, for it may none other be, fortune hath given us this adversity. Some wick aspect of disposition of Saturn by some constellation hath given us this, although we had it sworn, so stood the heaven when that we were born. We must endure. This is the short and plain. This Palamon answered and said again, Cousin, forsooth of this opinion thou hast a vain imagination. This prison caused me not for to cry, but I was hurt right now through mine eye into mine heart, that will my bane be. The fairness of the lady that I see yond in the garden roaming to and fro is cause of all my crying and my woe. I note were she be woman or goddess, but Venus is it soothly as I guess. And therewithal on knees adown he fell and said, Venus, if it be your will, you in this garden thus to transfigure before me, sorrowful, wretched creature, out of this prison help that we may scape, and if so be our destiny be shape, by etern word to dine in prison, of our lineage have some compassion, that is so low brought by tyranny. And with that word our seat gonna spy, whereas this lady roamed to and fro. And with that sight her beauty hurt him so, that if that Palamon was wounded sore, our seat was hurt as much as he, or more. And with a sigh he said piteously, The fresh beauty slayeth me suddenly, of her that roameth yonder in the place. And but I have her mercy and her grace, that I may see her at the least way, I am but dead. There is no more to say. This Palamon, when he these wordes heard, dispiteously he looked and answered, Whether sayest thou this in earnest or in play? Nay, quoth Arcite, in earnest, by my fay. God help me so, me lustful ill to play. This Palamon gan knit his brows tway. It were, quoth he, to thee no great honor, for to be false, nor for to be traitor to me, that am thy cousin and thy brother, is sworn full deep, and each of us to other, that never for to dien in the pain, till that the death departen shall us twain, neither of us in love to hinder other, nor in none other case, my lieve brother, but that thou shouldest truly father me in every case, as I should father thee. This was the thine oath, and mine also certain. I wot it well, thou darest it not withsayn. Thus art thou of my counsel out of doubt, and now thou wouldest falsely be about to love my lady, whom I love and serve, and ever shall, until my hearte sterve. Now certes, false Arcite, thou shalt not so. I loved her first, and told thee my woe. As to my counsel and my brother sworn to father me, as I have told beforn, but which thou art bounden as a knight to help me, if it lie in thy might, or else art thou false, I dare well sayn. This Arcita full proudly spake again. Thou shalt, quoth he, be rather false than I, and thou art false, I tell thee utterly, for paramour I loved her first ere thou. What wilt thou say? Thou wist it not right now, whether she be a woman or a goddess. Thine is affection of holiness, and mine is love, as to a creature, for which I told thee mine aventure. As to my cousin and my brother sworn, I pose that thou lov'st her beforn. Wist thou not well the old Clerk saw that who shall give a lover any law? Love is a greater law, by my pan, than may be given to any earthly man. Therefore positive law and such decree is broke away, for love in each degree a man must needs love. Maugre his head, he may not flee it, though he should be dead. All be she, maid or widow or else wife, and eke it is not likely all thy life to standen in her grace, no more than I. For well thou wouldst thyself verily, that thou and I be damned to prison perpetual. Us gaineth no ransom. We strive as did the houndes for the bone. They fought all day, and yet their part was none. There came a kite, while that they were so wroth, and bare away the bone betwixt them both. And therefore at the kinge's court, my brother, each man for himself, there is no other. Love if thee list, for I love, and I shall and soothly leve, brother. This is all. Here in this prison musten we endure, and each of us take his aventure. Great was the strife and long between these tway, if that I had leisure for to say, but to the effect it happened on a day, to tell it you as shortly as I may. A worthy duke that hight Preface, that fellow was to the Duke Theseus, since thilke day that they were children light, was come to Athens his fellow to visit, and for to play as he was wont to do, for in this world he loved no man so, and he loved him as tenderly again. So well they loved, as old book sayn, that when that one was dead, soothly to sayn, his fellow went and sought him down in hell. But of that story list me not to write. Duke Preface loved well Arcite, and had him known at Thebes year by year, and finally at request and prayer of Preface, without ransom, Duke Theseus let him out of prison, freely to go where him list all over, in such a guise as I tellen shall. This was the forward plain to indite betwixt Theseus and him Arcite, that if so were that Arcite were found ever in his life, by day or night, one stound in any country of this Theseus, and he were caught, it was accorded thus, that with a sword he should lose his head, but took his leave, and homeward he him sped. Let him beware, his neck lieth to wed. How great a sorrow suffereth now Arcite, the death he feeleth through his hearte smite. He weepeth and waileth, crieth piteously, to slay himself he waiteth privily. He said, alas, the day that I was born, now is my prison worse than beforn. Now is me shape eternally to dwell, not in purgatory, but right in hell. Alas, that ever I knew Preface, for elles had I dwelt with Theseus, y-fettered in his prison evermo', then had I been in bliss, and not in woe. Only the sight of her whom that I serve, though that I never may her grace deserve, would have sufficed right enough for me. O dear cousin Palamon, quoth he, thine is the victory of this aventure, full blissfully in prison to endure. In prison, nay, certes, in paradise, well hath fortune turned thee the dice, that hast the sight of her and I the absence. For possible is, since thou hast her presence, and art a knight, a worthy and an able, that by some cast, since fortune is changeable, thou mayst to thy desire sometime attain. But I that am exiled and barren of all grace, and in so great despair, that there is earth, water, fire, nor air, nor creature that of them maked is, that may help nor comfort in this. Well ought I sterve in one hope and distress. Farewell, my life, my lust, and my gladness. Alas, why plainen men so in commune of purveyance of God or of fortune, that giveth them full oft in many a guise, well better than they can themselves devise. Some man desireth for to have riches, that cause is of his murder or great sickness. And some man would out of his prison fain, that in his house is of his menace slain. Infinite harms be in this matter. We wot never what thing we pray for here. We fare as he that drunk is as a mouse. A drunken man wot well he hath an house, but he wot not which is the right way thither. And to a drunken man the way is slither. And certes in this world so fare we seek fast after felicity, but we go wrong full often truly. Thus we may say in all, and namely I, that weened and had a great opinion, that if I might escape from prison, then had I been in joy and perfect hell. For where now I am exiled from my well, since that I may not see you, Emily, I am but dead. There is no remedy. Upon that other side, Palamon, when that he wist our sight was gone, much sorrow maketh, that the great tower resoundeth of his yelling and clamour. The pure fetters on his shinnes great were of his bitter salted tears wet. Alas, quoth he, our sight, cousin mine, of all our strife, God wot, the fruit is thine. Thou walkest now in Thebes at thy large, and of my woe thou givest little charge. Thou mayest, since thou hast wisdom and manhead, assemble all the folk of our kindred, and make a war so sharp on this country, that by some aventure or some treaty thou mayst have her to lady and to wife, for whom that I must needs lose my life. For as by way of possibility, since thou art at thy lodge of prison free, and art a lord, great is thine avantage, more than is mine, that sterve here in a cage. For I must weep and wail while that I live, with all the woe that prison may me give, and eke with pain that love me gives also, that doubles all my torment and my woe. Therewith the fire of jealousy upstart within his breast, and hint him by the heart so woodly, that he like was to behold the box tree, or the ashes dead and cold. Then said, O cruel goddess, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and written in the table of adamant your parliament and your eternal grant, what is mankind more unto you hold than is the sheep that rooketh in the fold. For slain is man, right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oftentimes guiltless. Pardie, what governess is in your prescience, that guiltless tormenteth innocence, and yet increaseth this all my penance, that man is bounden to his observance. For Godde's sake, to letten of his will, whereas a beast may all his lust fulfill. And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain. But man after his death must weep and plain, though in this world he have care and woe. Without a doubt it may standen so. The answer of this leave I to divines, but well I wot that in this world great pine is. Alas, I see a serpent or a thief, that many a true man hath done mischief. Go at his lodge, and where him list may turn, but I must be in prison through Saturn, and eke through Juno, jealous, and eke Wood, that hath well nigh destroyed all the blood of Thebes with his waste walles wide, and Venus slayeth me on that other side. For jealousy and fear of him are sight. Now will I stent of Palamon alight, and let him in his prison stille dwell. And of our seat forth I will you tell. The summer passeth, and the night is long. Increase double wise the pain is strong, both of the lover and the prisoner. I note which hath the wofuller mister. For shortly for to say, this Palamon perpetually is damned to prison, in chains and in fetters to be dead, and our sight is exiled on his head for evermore as out of that country, nor nevermore he shall his lady see. You lovers, ask I now this question: who lieth the worse, Arcite or Palamon? The one may see his lady day by day, but in prison he dwelle must alway. The other, where him list, may ride or go, but see his lady shall he never mo'. Now deem all as you list, ye that can, for I will tell you forth as I began. When that Arcite to Thebes comen was, full oft a day he swelt and said, Alas, for see this lady he shall know never mo'. And shortly to concluden all his woe, so much sorrow had never creature that is or shall be while the world may dure. His sleep, his meat, his drink is him by raft, that lean he wecks and dry as any shaft. His eyen hollow, grisly to behold, his hue sallow, and pale as ashes cold. And solitary he was, ever alone, and wailing all the night, making his moan. And if he heard a song or instrument, then would he weepen, he might not be stent. So feeble were his spirits, and so low, and changed so, that no man could know his speech, neither his voice, though men it heard. And in his gear for all the world he fared, not only like the lover's malady of Eros, but rather like many, engendered of humours melancholic, before his head in his cell fantastic. And shortly turned was all upside down, both habit and eke disposition of him, this woeful lover Dan Arcite. Why should I all day of his woe indite, when he endured had a year or two this cruel torment and this pain and woe, At Thebes, in his country, as I said, upon a night in sleep as he him laid, him thought how that the winged god Mercury before him stood, and bade him to be merry. His sleepy yard in hand he bare upright, a hat he wore upon his haires bright. Arrayed was this god as he took keep, and he was when that August took his sleep, and said him thus: To Athens shalt thou wend, there is thee shapen of thy woe an end. And with that word Arcite woke and start. Now truly how sore that ere me smart. Quoth he, to Athens right now will I fare, nor for no dread of death shall I not spare, to see my lady that I love and serve. In her presence I reck not to sterve. And with that word he caught a great mirror, and saw that changed was all his colour, and saw his visage all in other kind, and right anon it ran him ill his mind, that since his face was so disfigured of malady the which he had endured, he might well, if that he bare him low, live in Athens evermore unknow, and see his lady well nigh day by day. And right anon he changed his array, and clad him as a poor labourer, and all alone, save only a squire that knew his privity and all his cas, which was disguised poorly as he was. To Athens is he gone the next away, and to the court he went upon a day, and at that gate he proffered his service, to drudge and draw whatso men would devise. And shortly of this matter for to sayn, he fell in office with a chamberlain, the which that dwelling was with Emily. For he was wise, and could as soon espy of every servant which that served her. Well could he hew wood and water bear, for he was young and mighty for the nonce, and thereto he was strong and big of bones, to do that any wight can him devise. A year or two he was in this service, page of the chamber of Emily the Bright, and philostrate he said that he hight. But half so well beloved a man as he, ne was there never in court of his degree. He was so gentle of condition, that throughout all the court was his renown. They said that it were a charity that Theseus would enhance his degree, and put him in some worshipful service, there as he might his virtue exercise. And thus within a while his name sprung, both of his deeds and of his good tongue, that Theseus hath taken him so near, that of his chamber he hath made him squire, and gave him gold to maintain his degree, and eke men brought him out of his country, from year to year full privily his rent. But honestly and slyly he it spent, that no man wondered how that he it had, and 3 year in this wise his life beled, and bare him so in peace and eke in war, that there was no man that Theseus had so dear. And in this bliss leave I now Arcite, and speak I will of Palamon a light. In darkness horrible and strong prison this 7 year hath sitten Palamon, forpined what for love and for distress, who feeleth double sorrow and heaviness. But Palamon, that love distraineth so, that would out of his wits he went for woe, and eke thereto he is a prisoner perpetual, not only for a year. Who could rhyme in English properly his martyrdom? Forsooth, it is not I. Therefore I pass as lightly as I may. It fell that in the 7th year in May The thirde night, as olde bookes sayn, that all this story tellen more plain, were it by aventure or destiny, as when a thing is shapen, it shall be, that soon after the midnight Palamon, by helping of a friend, brake his prison, and fled the city fast as he might go, for he had given drink his jailor so of a clary made of a certain wine, with narcotes and opiae of Thebes fine, that all the night, though that men would him shake, the jailor slept, he might not wake. And thus he fled as fast as ever he may. The night was short, and fast by the day, that needes cast he must himself to hide, and to a grove fast there beside, with dreadful foot then stalked Palamon. For shortly this was his opinion, that in the grove he would him hide all day, and in the night then would he take his way to Thebes ward, his friendes for to pray on Theseus to help him to warray, and shortly either he would lose his life, or winnen Emily unto his wife. This is the effect and his intention plain. Now I will turn to Arcite again, that little wist how nigh was his care, till that fortune had brought him in the snare. The busy lark, the messenger of day, saluteth in her song the morning gray. And fiery Phoebus riseth up so bright, that all the Orient laugheth at the sight, and with his streames drieth in the greaves the silver drops hanging on the leaves. And Arcite, that is in the court royal, with Theseus his squire principal, is risen, and looketh on the merry day, and for to do his observance to May, remembering the point of his desire, he on his courser starting as the fire is ridden to the fields him to play out of the court, were it a mile or tway, and to the grove of which I have you told, by aventure his way began to hold, to make him a garland of the greaves, were it of woodbine or of hawthorn leaves. And loud he sang against the sun so sheen, "O May, with all thy flowers and thy green, right welcome be thou, fair fresh May. I hope that I some green here getten may." And from his courser with a lusty heart into the grove full hastily he start, and in a path he roamed up and down. There as by aventure this Palamon was in a bush, that no man might him see, for sore afeard of his death was he. Nothing ne he knew that it was Arcite. God wot he would have trowed it full light. But sooth is said, gone since full many years, the field hath eyen, and the wood hath ears. It is a full fair a man to bear him even, for all day meeten men at unset steven. Full little wot Arcite of his fellaw, that was so nigh to hearken of his saw. For in the bush he sitteth now full still, when that Arcite had roamed all his fill, and sungen all the roundel lustily, as do those lovers in their quainte gears, now in the crop, and now down in the breres, now up, now down, as bucket in a well. Right as the Friday soothly for to tell, now shineth it, and now it raineth fast. Right so can Geary Venus overcast the heartes of her folks, right as her day is gearful, right so changeth she array. Seldom is Friday all the week like. When Arcite had sung, he gan to syke, and sat him down withouten any more. "Alas," quoth he, "the day that I was bore! How long, Juno, through thy cruelty, wilt thou warrayen Thebes the city? Alas, y brought is to confusion the blood royal of Cadm and Amphion, of Cadmus, which that was the first man that Thebes built, or the first town began, and of the city first was crowned king. Of his lineage am I, and his offspring, by very line, as of the stock royal. And now I am so caitiff and so thrall, that he that is my mortal enemy, I serve him as his squire poorly. And yet doth Juno me well more shame, for I dare not beknow mine owen name. But there, as I was wont to hight Arcite, now hight I Philostrate, not worth a mite. Alas, thou fell Mars, and alas, Juno, thus hath your ire our lineage all fordo, save only me and wretched Palamon, that Theseus martyreth in prison. And over all this, to slay me utterly, Love hath his fiery dart so burningly is sticked through my true careful heart, that shapen was my death erst than my shot. Ye slay me with your eyes, Emily. Ye be the cause wherefore that I die. Of all the remnant of mine other care, ne set I not the mountains of a tear, so that I could do aught to your pleasance. And with that word he fell down in a trance a long time. And afterward upstart this Palamon, that thought through his heart he felt a cold sword suddenly to glide. For ire he quoke, no longer would he hide. And when that he had heard Arcite's tale, as he were wood, with face dead and pale, he start him up out of the bushes thick, and said, "False Arcite, false traitor wick! Now art thou hent that lov'st my lady so, for whom that I have all this pain and woe, and art my blood, and to my counsel sworn, as I full oft have told thee herebeforn, and hast bejaped here Duke Theseus, and falsely changed hast thy name thus. I will be dead, or else thou shalt die. Thou shalt not love my lady Emily. For I will love her only, and no more. For I am Palamon, thy mortal foe. And though I have no weapon in this place, but out of prison am astart by grace, I dread not that either thou shalt die, or else thou shalt not loven Emily. Choose which thou wilt, for thou shalt not astart. This Arcite then, with full dispiteous heart, when he him knew and had his tale heard, as fierce as lion, pulled out a sword, and said thus: "By God that sitteth above, ne'er it that thou art sick and would for love, and eke that thou no weapon hast in this place, thou shouldst never out of this grove pace, that thou ne shouldst dien of mine hand. For I defy the surety and the band which that thou sayest I have made to thee. What, very fool, think well that love is free? And I will love her maugre than all thy might. But for thou art a worthy gentle knight, and wilnest to darraign her by battle, have here my troth. Tomorrow I will not fail, without weeting of any other wight, that here I will be founden as a knight, and bring harness right enough for thee, and choose the best, and leave the worst for me. And meat and drink this night will I bring enough for thee, and clothes for thy bedding. And if so be that thou my lady win, and slay me in this wood that I am in, thou mayst well have thy lady as for me." This Palamon answered, "I grant it thee." and thus they be departed till the morrow, when each of them hath laid his faith to borrow. O Cupid, out of all a charity, O regne that wilt no fellow have with thee, full sooth is said, that love nor lordship will not his thanks have any fellowship. Well finden that Arcite and Palamon. Arcite is rid anon unto the town, and on the morrow, ere it were daylight, full privily 2 harness hath he dight, both sufficient and meet to darraign, and battle in the field betwixt them twain. And on his horse alone as he was born, he carrieth all this harness him beforn, and in the grove at time and place is set, this Arcite and this Palamon be met. Then change gan the colour of their face, right as the hunter in the regne of Thrace, that standeth at a gap with a spear, when hunted is the lion or the bear, and heareth him come rushing in the greaves, and breaketh both the boughs and the leaves, thinketh, here comes my mortal enemy, without fail he must be dead or I, for either I must slay him at the gap, or he must slay me, if that me mishap. So fared they, in changing of their hue, as far as either of them other knew. There was no good day, and no saluting, but straight, without words, rehearsing, ever each of them holp to arm the other, as friendly as he were his own brother. And after that, with sharpe spears strong, they foined each at other wonder long. Thou mightest ween that this Palamon in fighting were as a wood lion, and as a cruel tiger was Arcite. As wild boars gan they together smite, that froth as white as foam, for ire wood, up to the ankle fought they in their blood. And in this wise I let them fighting dwell, and forth I will of Theseus you tell. The destiny, minister general, that executeth in the world o'er all the purveyance that God hath seen beforn, so strong it is, that though the world had sworn the contrary of a thing, by yea or nay, yet sometime it shall fallen on a day, that falleth not eft in 1,000 year. For certainly our appetites here, be it of war, or peace, or hate, or love, all is this ruled by the sight above. This mean I now by mighty Theseus, that for to hunten is so desirous, and namely the great hart in May, that in his bed there dawneth him no day that he is not clad and ready for to ride, with hunt and horn and hounds by his side. For in his hunting hath he such delight, that it is all his joy and appetite to be himself the great hart's bane, for after Mars he serveth now Diane. Clear was the day, as I have told ere this, and Theseus with alle joy and bliss, and with his Hippolyta the faire queen, and Emily, yclothed all in green, on hunting be they ridden royally, and to the grove that stood there fast by, in which there was a hart, as men him told, Duke Theseus the straight way doth hold, and to the land he rideth him full right. There was the hart y wont to have his flight, and over a brook, and so forth on his way. This Duke will have a course at him or tway, with houndes, such as him lust to command. And when this Duke was come to the land, under the sun he looked, and anon he was ware of Arcite and Palamon, that fought breme, as it were bulles two. The bright swords went to and fro so hideously, that with the least stroke it seemed that it would fell an oak. But what they were, nothing yet he wot. This Duke his courser with his spurres smote, and at a start he was betwixt them two, and pulled out a sword and cried, "Ho! no more, on pain of losing your head. By mighty Mars, he shall anon be dead that smiteth any stroke that I may see. But tell to me what mystery men ye be, that be so hardy for to fighte here, without judge or other officer, as though it were in lists royally." This Palamon answered hastily and said, "Sir, what needeth wordes mo'? We have the death deserved both the two. Two woeful wretches be we, and caitives, that be accumbered of our own lives. And as thou art a rightful lord and judge, so give us neither mercy nor refuge, and slay me first for sainte charity, but slay my fellow eke as well as me. Or slay him first, for, though thou know it light, this is thy mortal foe. This is Arcite, that from thy land is banished on his head, for which he hath deserved to be dead. For this is he that came unto thy gate, and said that he hight Philostrate. Thus hath he japed thee full many year, and thou hast made of him thy chief esquire. And this is he that loveth Emily. For since the day is come that I shall die, I make plainly my confession, that I am thilke woeful Palamon, that hath thy prison broken wickedly. I am thy mortal foe, and it am I that so hot loveth Emily the bright, that I would die here present in her sight. Therefore I ask death and my jewise, and slay my fellow eke in the same wise, for both we have deserved to be slain." This worthy Duke answered anon again, and said, "This is a short conclusion. To your own mouth, by your own confession, hath damned you, and I will it record. It needeth not to pain you with the cord. Ye shall be dead, by mighty Mars the Red." The queen anon, for very womanhead, began to weep, and so did Emily, and all the ladies in the company. Great pity was it, as it thought them all, that ever such a chance should befall. For gentle men they were, of great estate, and nothing but for love was this debate. They saw their bloody woundes wide and sore, and cried all at once, both less and more, "Have mercy, Lord, upon us women all." And on their bare knees adown they fall, and would have kissed his feet there as he stood, till at the last aslaked was his mood. For pity runneth soon in the gentle heart. And though at first for ire he quoke and start, he hath considered shortly in a clause the trespass of them both, and eke the cause. And although that his ire their guilt accused, yet in his reason he hath them both excused. As thus: he thought well that every man will help himself in love if that he can, and eke deliver himself out of prison of women, for they wepten ever in one. And eke his hearte had compassion, and in his gentle heart he thought anon, and soft unto himself he said, "Fie upon a lord that will have no mercy, but be a lion both in word and deed, to them that be in repentance and dread, as well as to a proud dispiteous man, that will maintain what he first began. That lord hath little of discretion, that in such case can no division, but weigheth pride and humbleness after one. And shortly, when his ire is thus agone, He gan to look on them with eyen light, and spake these sames words all on height. The God of love, ah, benedicite, how mighty and how great a Lord is he! Against his might there gain none obstacles. He may be called a god for his miracles, for he can maken at his owen guise of every heart as that him list devise. Lo here this Arcite and this Palamon, that quietly were out of my prison, and might have lived in Thebes royally, and weet I am their mortal enemy, and that their death lieth in my might also, and yet hath love more their eyen two brought them hither both for to die. Now look ye, is this not an high folly? Who may not be a fool if but he love? Behold, for Godde's sake that sits above, see how they bleed. Be they not well arrayed? Thus hath their Lord, the God of love, them paid their wages and their fees for their service, and yet they ween for to be full wise that serve love, for aught that may befall. But this is yet the beste game of all, that she for whom they have this jealousy can them therefore as muchel thank as me. She wot no more of all this hot fare, by God, than what a cuckoo or an hare. But all must be assayed, hot or cold. A man must be a fool, or young or old. I wot it by myself full yore agone, for in my time a servant was I one, and therefore since I know of love's pain, and wot how sore it can a man distrain, and he that oft hath been caught in his last, I you forgive wholly this trespass, at request of the queen that kneeleth here, and eke of Emily my sister dear. And ye shall both anon unto me swear, that never more ye shall my country dare, nor make war upon me night or day, but be my friends in all that ye may. I you forgive this trespass every deal, and they him swear his asking fair and well, and him of lordship and of mercy prayed, and he them granted grace, and thus he said: To speak of royal lineage and richess, though that she were a queen or a princess, each of you both is worthy doubteless to wed when time is. But natheless I speak as for my sister Emily, for whom ye have this strife and jealousy. Ye wot yourselves she may not wed the two at once, although ye fight for evermore. But one of you, all be him loth or lief, he must go pipe into an ivy leaf. This is to say, she may not have you both, albe ye never so jealous nor so wroth. And therefore I you put in this degree, that each of you shall have his destiny as him is shape. And hearken in what wise. Lo here your end of that I shall devise. My will is this, for plain conclusion, withouten any replication. If that you liketh, take it for the best, that ever each of you shall go where him lest, freely, without ransom or danger. And this day 50 weekes far ne near, ever each of you shall bring 100 knights, armed for lists up at all rights, all ready to darraign her by battle. And this behete I you without fail, upon my troth, and as I am a knight, that whether of you both that hath might, that is to say, that whether he or thou may with his 100, as I spake of now, slay his contrary, or out of lists drive, Him shall I give Emily to wive, to whom that fortune gives so fair a grace. The lists shall I make here in this place, and God so wisely on my soul rule, as I shall even judge be and true. Yet shall none other end with me maken, than one of you shall be dead or taken. And if you think it this as well is said, say your advice, and hold yourselves apaid. This is your end and your conclusion. Who looketh lightly now but Palamon? Who springeth up for joy but Arcite? Who could it tell, or who could it indite, the joy that is maked in the place when Theseus hath done so fair a grace? But down on knees went every manner wight, and thanked him with all their hearte's might, and namely these Thebans oft sithe. And thus with good hope and with heart blithe they take their leave, and homeward gan they ride to Thebesward with his old walles wide. This ends The Knight's Tale Part 1. The story concludes on the next file. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during June 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. And now we continue with The Knight's Tale, Part 2. I trow men would deem it negligence if I forgot to tell the dispense of Theseus, that went so busily to maken up the lists royally, that such a noble theatre as it was, I dare well say in all this world there n'as. The circuit a mile was about, walled of stone, and ditched all without. Round was the shape in manner of compass, full of degrees, the height of 60 pass, that when a man was set on 1 degree, he letted not his fellow for to see. Eastward there stood a gate of marble white, westward right such another opposite. And shortly to conclude, such a place was never on earth made in so little space. For in the land there was no craftsman that geometry or archimetrica can, nor portrayer, nor carver of images, that Theseus ne gave him meat and wages, the theatre to make and to devise. And for to do his rite and sacrifice, he eastward hath upon the gate above, in worship of Venus, goddess of love, done make an altar and an oratory. And westward in the mind and in memory of Mars, he maked hath right such another, that cost largely of gold a father. And northward in a turret on the wall of alabaster white and red coral, an oratory rich for to see, in worship of Diane of chastity, hath Theseus done work in noble wise. But yet had I forgotten to devise the noble carving and the portraitures, the shape, the countenance of the figures that weren in their oratories 3. First, in the temple of Venus mayst thou see, wrought on the wall, full piteous to behold, the broken sleepes and the seekes cold, the sacred tears and the waymentings, the fiery strokes of the desirings, that love's servants in this life endure, the oaths that their covenants assure, pleasance and hope, desire, foolhardiness, beauty and youth, and bawdry and riches, charms and sorcery, leasings and flattery, dispense, business, and jealousy, that wore of yellow goldus a garland, and had a cuckoo sitting on her hand, feasts, instruments, and carols, and dances, lust and array, and all the circumstances of love, which I reckoned and reckon shall, in order, were painted on the wall. And more than I can make of mention, for soothly all the mount of Cithaeron, where Venus hath her principal dwelling, was showed on the wall in portraying, with all the garden and the lustiness, nor was forgot the porter idleness, nor Narcissus the fair of yore agone, nor yet the folly of King Solomon, nor yet the great strength of Hercules, the enchantments of Medea and Circes, nor of Turnus the hardy fierce courage, the rich Croesus, caitiff in servage. Thus may ye see that wisdom nor riches, beauty nor sleight, nor strength nor hardiness, ne may with Venus hold champarty, for as her list the world may she guide. Lo, all these folks so caught were in her lass, till they for woe full often said, alas! Suffice these ensamples one or two, although I could reckon 1,000 mo'. The statue of Venus, glorious to see, was naked floating in the large sea, and from the navel down all covered was with waves green and bright as any glass. A citole in her right hand had she, and on her head, full seemly for to see, a rose garland fresh and well smelling. Above her head, her doves flickering, before her stood her son Cupido. Upon his shoulders winges had he too, and blind he was, as it is often seen. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. Why should I not as well eke tell you all the portraiture that was upon the wall, within the temple of mighty Mars the Red? All painted was the wall in length and bread, like to the estrus of the grisly place that hight the great temple of Mars in Thrace, in thilke gold and frosty region. There as Mars had his sovereign mansion, in which there dwelled neither man nor beast, with knotty gnarly barren trees old, of stubs sharp and hideous to behold, in which there ran a rumble and a sough, as though a storm should burst in every bough, and downward from an hill under a bent there stood the temple of Mars omnipotent, wrought all of burnished steel, of which the entry was long and strait and ghastly for to see. And thereout came a rage and such a vice, that it made all the gates for to rise. The northern light in at the door shone, for window on the wall was there none, through which men mighten any light discern. The doors were all of adamanty turn, it clenched over thwart and end along, with iron tough, and for to make it strong, every pillar the temple to sustain was ton great of iron bright and sheen. There saw I first the dark imagining of felony, and all the compassing, the cruel ire as red as any gleed, the pick-purse, and eke the pale dread, the smiler with the knife under the cloak, the shepen burning with the black smoke, the treason of the murdering in the bed, the open war, with woundes all bebled, contake with bloody knife and sharp menace. All full of chirking was that sorry place. The slayer of himself there saw I there. His heart blood had bathed all his hair. The nail driven in the shod at night. The cold death, with mouth gaping upright. Amidst of the temple sat mischance, with discomfort and sorry countenance. Eke saw I woodness, laughing in his rage, armed complaint, outhaste, and fierce outrage. The carrain in the bush with throat to cove, 1,000 slain, and not of qualm ystove. The tyrant with the prey by force yreft, the town destroyed, that there was nothing left. Yet saw I burnt the ship's upstairs, the hunter strangled with the wild bears, the sow freighting the child right in the cradle, the cook scalded for all his long ladle. Nor was forgot by the infortune of Mart, the carter overridden with his cart. Under the wheel full low he lay adown. There were also of Mars' division the armourer, the bowyer, and the smith, that forgeth sharp swordes on his stith. And all above, depainted in a tower, saw I Conquest, sitting in great honour, with thilke sharp sword over his head, hanging by a subtle entwined thread. Painted the slaughter was of Julius, of cruel Nero, and Antonius. Although at that time they were yet unborn, yet was their death depainted there beforn. By menacing of Mars right by figure, so was it showed in that portraiture, as is depainted in the stars above, who shall be slain, or else dead for love. Sufficeth one ensample in stories old. I may not reckon them all, though I would. The statue of Mars upon a cart stood, armed, and looked grim as he were wood, and over his head there shone 2 figures of stars, that be clept in scriptures. That one Puella, that other Rubius. This god of arms was arrayed thus. A wolf there stood before him at his feet, with eyen red, and of a man he eat. With subtle pencil painted was this story, in redoubting of Mars and of his glory. Now to the temple of Diane the chaste. As shortly as I can I will me haste, to telle you all the description depainted be the walles up and down, of hunting and of shamefast chastity. There saw I how woeful Callistope, when that Diana grieved was with her, was turned from a woman to a bear, and after was she made the lodestar. Thus was it painted, I can say no far. Her son is eke a star, as men may see. There saw I Dane turned into a tree. I meane not the goddess Diane, but Peneus' daughter, which that hight Dane. There saw I Actaeon and heart imaked, for vengeance that he saw Diane all naked. I saw how that his houndes have him caught, and fretten him, for that they knew him not. Yet painted was a little farthermore how Atalanta hunted the wild boar, and Meleager, and many other more, for which Diana wrought them care and woe. There saw I many another wondrous story, the which me list not drawen to memory. This goddess on an hart full high was set, with small hounds all about her feet. And underneath her feet she had a moon, waxing it was, and should wane soon. In gaudy green her statue clothed was, with bow in hand and arrows in a case. Her eyen cast she full low adown, where Pluto hath his dark region. A woman travailing was her beforn, but for her child so long was unborn. Full piteously Lucina gan she call, and said, "Help, for thou mayst best of all." Well could he paint lifelike that it wrought, with many a florin he the hues had bought. Now be these listes made, and Theseus, that at his great cost arrayed thus the temples and the theatre every deal, when it was done, him liked wonder well. But stint I will of Theseus a light, and speak of Palamon and of Arcite. The day approacheth of their returning, that evereach 100 knights should bring the battle to darraign, as I you told, and to Athens their covenant to hold. Hath evereach of them brought 100 knights, well armed for the war at all rights. And sickerly there trowed many a man, that never sitten that the world began, for to speaken of knighthood of their hand, as far as God hath maked sea and land, was of so few, so noble a company. For every wight that loved chivalry, and would his thanks have a passant name, had prayed that he might be of that game. And well was him that thereto chosen was, for if there fell tomorrow such a case, ye know well that every lusty knight that loveth paramour, and hath his might, were it in England or elleswhere, they would their thanks willen to be there, to fight for a lady, benecite. It were a lusty sight for to see. And right so fared they with Palamon. With him there went knights many one. Some will be armed in an habergeon, and in a breastplate, and in a gippon. Some will have a pair of plates large, and some will have a prose shield or targe. Some will be armed on their legges well. Some have an axe, and some a mace of steel. There is no new guise, but it was old. Armed they weren, as I have you told, evereach after his opinion. There mayst thou see coming with Palamon. Lycurgus himself, the great king of Thrace, black was his beard and manly was his face. The circles of his eyen in his head, they glowed betwixt yellow and red. Like a griffin looked he about, with kempte hair on his browe stout. His limbs were great, his brawns were hard and strong, his shoulders broad, his armes round and long. And as the guise was in his country, full high upon a car of gold he stood, with 4 white bulles in the trace, instead of coat armor on his harness, with yellow nails, and bright as any gold. He had a bear's skin, coal black for old. His long hair was akimpt behind his back, as any raven's feather it shone for black. A wreath of gold arm great of huge weight upon his head sat, full of stones bright, of fine rubies and clear diamonds. About his car there went white alance, 20 and more, as great as any steer, to hunt the lion or the wild bear. And followed him with muzzle fast abound, collars of gold and torrets filed around. 100 lords had he in his rout, armed full well with hearte stern and stout. With our sight in stories as men find, the great Emetrius, the king of Inde, upon a steed bay trapped in steel, covered with cloth of gold diapered well, came riding like the god of arms, Mars. His coat armor was a cloth of tars, couched with pearls white and round and great. His saddle was of burnished gold new beat, a mantlet on his shoulders hanging, breadful of rubies red as fires sparkling. His crisp hair like ringes was arun, and that was yellow, glittering as the sun. His nose was high, his eyen bright citrine. His lips were round, his colour was sanguine. A few of frankness in his face ysprent, betwixt yellow and black some deal amint. And as a lion he his looking cast, of 25 year his age I cast. His beard was well begonnen for to spring, his voice was as a trumpet thundering. Upon his head he wore of laurel green a garland fresh and lusty to be seen. Upon his hand he bare, for his delight, an eagle tame as any lily white. 100 lords had he with him there, all armed, save their heads in all their gear, full richly in all manner things. For trust ye well that earles, dukes, and kings were gathered in this noble company, for love and for increase of chivalry. About this king there ran on every part full many a tame lion and leopard. And in this wise these lordes all and some be on the Sunday to the city come, about a prime, and in the town alight. This Theseus, this duke, this worthy knight, when he had brought them into his city, and inned them, evereach at his degree, he feasteth them, and doth so great labour to ease in them, and do them all honour, that yet men ween that no manne's wit of none estate could amend in it. The minstrelsy, the service at the feast, the great gifts to the most and least, the rich array of Theseus' palace, nor who say to first or last upon the dais, what ladies fairest be or best dancing, or which of them can carol best or sing, or who most feelingly speaketh of love, what hawk is sitten on the perch above, what hound is liggen on the floor adown. Of all this now I make no mention, but of the fact that thinketh me the best. Now comes the point, and hearken if you lest. The Sunday night, ere day began to spring, when Palamon the larke hearde sing, although it were not day by houres two, yet sang the lark, and Palamon right tho, with holy heart and with a high courage, arose to wenden on his pilgrimage unto the blissful Cythera benign, I mean Venus honourable and dine. And in her hour he walketh forth apace unto the lists where her temple was, and down he kneeleth, and with humble cheer and hearte sore he said, as ye shall hear. Fairest of fair, O lady mine Venus, daughter to Jove and spouse of Vulcanus, thou gladder of the mount of Cithaeron, for thilke love thou haddest to adon, have pity on my bitter teares smart, and take mine humble prayer to thine heart. Alas, I have no language to tell the effect nor the torment of mine hell. Mine heart may mine harmes not betray, I am so confused that I cannot say. But mercy, Lady bright, that knowest well my thought, and seest what harm that I feel, consider all this, and rue upon my sore, as wisely as I shall for evermore enforce my might, thy true servant to be, and hold a war alway with chastity. That make I mine avow, so ye me help. I keep not of arms for to yelp, nor ask I not tomorrow to have victory, nor renown in this case, nor vain glory of prize of arms, blowing up and down. But I would have fully possession of Emily, and die in her service. Find thou the manner how and in what wise. I reckon not but it may better be to have victory of them or they of me, so that I have my lady in mine arms. For though so be that Mars is god of arms, your virtue is so great in heaven above, that if you list, I shall well have my love. Thy temple will I worship evermore, and on thine altar, where I ride or go, I will do sacrifice and fires bait. And if ye will not so, my lady sweet, then I pray you, tomorrow with a spear that Arcite me through the heart to bear. Then reck I not when I have lost my life, though that Arcite to win her to his wife. This is the effect and the end of my prayer. Give me my love, thou blissful lady dear. When the orison was done of Palamon, his sacrifice he did, and that anon, full piteously with all the circumstances. All tell I not as now his observances, but at the last the statue of Venus shook, and made a sign, whereby that he took that his prayer accepted was that day. For though the sign shewed a delay, yet wist he well that granted was his boon, and with glad heart he went him home full soon. The third hour unequal that Palamon began to Venus' temple for to gon, uprose the sun, and uprose Emily, and to the temple of Diane gone she. Her maidens, that she thither with her lad, the incense, the clothes, and remnant all, that to the sacrifice belonge shall. The hornes full of mead, as was the guise, there lacked naught to do her sacrifice. Smoking the temple full of clothes fair, this Emily with heart debonair, her body washed with water of a well. But how she did her rite I dare not tell, but it be any thing in general, and yet it were a game to hear in all. To him that meaneth well it were no charge, but it is good a man to be at large. Her bright hair combed was, untressed all, a coronet of green oak cereal. Upon her head was set full fair and meet. 2 fires on the altar gan she beat, and did her thinges as men may behold in stace of Thebes and these bookes old. When kindled was the fire with piteous cheer, unto Diane she spake, as ye may hear. O chaste goddess of the woodes green, to whom both heaven and earth and sea is seen, queen of the realm of Pluto dark and low, goddess of maidens that mine heart has know full many a year, and wast what I desire, to keep me from the vengeance of thine ire, that Actaeon abhorred cruelly. Chaste goddess, well wottest thou that I desire to be a maiden all my life, nor never will I be no love nor wife. I am, thou wast, yet of thy company a maid, and love hunting and venery, and for to walken in the woodes wild, and not to be a wife and be with child. Naught will I know the company of man. Now help me, lady, since ye may and can, for those three foremost that thou hast in thee, and Palamon that hath such love to me, and Agarsight that loveth me so sore. This grace I pray thee without more, as sende love and peace betwixt them two, and from me turn away their heartes so, that all their hot love and their desire, and all their busy torment and their fire be quaint, or turned into another place. And if so be thou wilt do me no grace, or if my destiny be shapen so, that I shall needes have one of them two, so send me him that most desireth me. Behold, goddess of clean chastity, the bitter tears that on my cheekes fall. Since thou art maid and keeper of us all, my maidenhead thou keep and well conserve, and while I live, a maid I will thee serve. The fires burn upon the altar clear, while Emily was thus in her prayer. But suddenly she saw a sight quaint, for right anon one of the fires gained, and quicked again, and after that anon that other fire was quaint, and all agone, and as it quaint, it made a whistling, as doth a brand wet in its burning, and at the brandes end outran anon, as it were, bloody drops, many one. For which so sore aghast was Emily, that she was well nigh mad, and gan to cry, for she ne wist what it signified, but only for fear thus she cried, and wept that it was pity for to hear. And therewithal Diana gan appear, with bow in hand, right as an hunteress, and said, "Daughter, stint thine heaviness. Among the goddes high it is affirmed, and by eternal word writ and confirmed, thou shalt be wedded unto one of tho that have for thee so muche care and woe, but unto which of them I may not tell. Farewell, for here I may no longer dwell. The fires which that on mine altar burn shall thee declaren ere that thou go henne, thine aventure of love, as in this case." And with that word the arrows in the case of the goddess did clatter fast and ring, and forth she went and made a vanishing. For which this Emily astonished was, and said, "What amounteth this? Alas! I put me under thy protection, Diane, and in thy disposition." And home she went anon the next way. This is the effect, there is no more to say. The next hour of Mars following this, Arcite to the temple walked is of fierce Mars, to do his sacrifice with all the rites of his pagan guise. With piteous heart and high devotion, right thus to Mars he said his orison: "O stronge God, that in the regnes old of Thrace honored art, and lord y-hold, and hast in every regne and every land of armes all the bridle in thine hand, and them fortunest as thee list devise, accept of me my piteous sacrifice. If so be that my youth may deserve, and that my might be worthy for to serve thy godhead, that I may be one of thine, then pray I thee to rue upon my pine, for thilke pain and thilke hotte fire, in which thou whilom burnest for desire, when that thou usedest the beauty of fair young Venus fresh and free, and haddest her in armes at thy will, and though thee once on a time misfill, when Vulcanus had caught thee in his lass, and found thee lagging by his wife, alas! For thilke sorrow that was in thine heart have ruth as well upon my paines smart. I am young and uncunning, as thou knowest, and as I trow with love offended most, that e'er was any living creature. For she that doth me all this woe endure ne recketh ne'er whether I sink or fleet. And well I wot, ere she me mercy heat, I must with strength win her in the place. And well I wot, without help or grace of thee, ne may my strength not avail. Then help me, Lord, tomorrow in my battail. For thilke fire that whilom burned thee, as well as this fire that now burneth me. And do that I tomorrow may have victory. Mine be the travail, all thine be the glory. Thy sovereign temple will I most honor of any place, and always most labor in thy pleasance, and in thy craftes strong. And in thy temple I will my banner hong, and all the armes of my company, and evermore, until the day I die, eternal fire I will before thee find, and eke to this my vow I will me bind. My beard, my hair that hangeth long adown, that never yet hath felt offension of razor nor of shears, I will thee give, and be thy true servant while I live. Now, Lord, have ruth upon my sorrows sore, give me the victory, I ask no more. The prayer stint of Arcite the strong, the ringes on the temple door that hung, and eke the doors clattered full fast, of which Arcita somewhat was aghast. The fires burned upon the altar bright, that it gan all the temple for to light. A sweete smell anon the ground upgaf, and Arcite anon his hand uphaf, and more incense into the fire he cast, with other rites more, and at the last the statue of Mars began his hauberk ring, and with that sound he heard a murmuring full low and dim, that said thus: Victory, for which he gave to Mars honor and glory. And thus with joy and hope well to fare, Arcite anon unto his inn doth fare, as fain as fowl is of the brighte sun. And right anon such strife there is begun, for thilke granting in the heav'n above, betwixt Venus the goddess of love, and Mars the stern god omnipotent, that Jupiter was busy it to stent. Till that the pale Saturnus the cold, that knew so many of adventures old, found in his old experience such an art, that he full soon hath pleased every part. And sooth is said, eld hath great advantage. In eld is both wisdom and usage. Men may the old outrun, but not outrede. Saturn anon to stint the strife and dread, albeit that it is against his kind, of all this strife gan a remedy find. My dear daughter Venus, quoth Saturn, my course that hath so wide for to turn hath more power than wot any man. Mine is the drowning in the sea so wan, mine is the prison in the darke cote, mine the strangling and hanging by the throat, the murmur and the churlish rebelling, the groining and the privy poisoning. I do vengeance and playen correction. I dwell in the sign of the lion. Mine is the ruin of the high halls, the falling of the towers and the walls upon the miner or the carpenter. I slew Samson in shaking the pillar. Mine also be the maladies cold, the darke treasons, and the castes old. My looking is the father of pestilence. Now weep no more. I shall do diligence that Palamon, that is thine owen knight, shall have his lady as thou hast him hight. Though Mars shall help his knight, yet natheless betwixt you there must sometime be peace. All be ye not of one complexion, that each day causeth such division. I am thine ale, ready at thy will. Weep now no more, I shall thy lust fulfill. Now will I stenten of the gods above, of Mars and of Venus, goddess of love, and tell you as plainly as I can the great effect for which that I began. Great was the feast in Athens thilke day, and eke the lusty season of that May made every wight to be in such pleasance, that all that Monday jousten they and dance, and spenden it in Venus' high service. But by the cause that they should rise early a morrow for to see that fight, unto their rest went they that night. And on the morrow, when the day gan spring, of horse and harness, noise and clattering, there was in the hostelries all about. And to the palace rode there many a rout of lordes upon steeds and palfreys. There may thou see devising of harness, so uncouth and so rich, and wrought so well, of goldsmithry, of broding, and of steel. The shieldes bright, the testers and trappeurs, the gold-hewen helmets, hauberks, coat armures, lords in paraments on their courses, knights of retinue, and eke squires, nailing the spears and helmes buckling, gniding of shields with laners lacing. There as need is, they were nothing idle, the foamy steeds upon the golden bridle, gnawing, and fast the armourers also, with file and hammer picking to and fro. Yeomen on foot, and knaves a many one, with shorte staves thick as they may gon. Pipes, trumpets, neckeres, and clarions, that in the battle blow bloody sounds, the palace full of people up and down, there 3, there 10, holding their question, divining of these Theban knights two. Some saiden thus, some said it shall he so, some helden with him with the black beard, some with the bald, some with the thick haired. Some said he looked grim and would fight. He had a sparth of 20 pound of weight. Thus was the hall full of divining, long after that the sun gan up spring. The great Theseus, that of his sleep is waked with minstrelsy and noise that was maked, held yet the chamber of his palace rich, till that the Theban knightes both illich honoured were, and to the palace fete. Duke Theseus is at a window set, arrayed right as he were a god on a throne. The people presseth thitherward full soon, him for to see and do him reverence, and eke to hearken his hest and his sentence. An herald on a scaffold made an O, till the noise of the people was ado. And when he saw the people of noise all still, thus shewed he the duke's mighty will. The Lord hath of his high discretion considered that it were destruction to gentle blood to fighten in the guise of mortal battle now in this emprise, Wherefore to shape that they shall not die, he will his firste purpose modify. No man, therefore, on pain of loss or life, no manner shot, nor poleaxe, nor short knife, into the lists shall send, or thither bring. Nor short sword for to stick with point biting no man shall draw, nor bear it by his side, and no man shall unto his fellow ride, but one course, with a sharp y-grounden spear, foin if him list on foot himself to wear. And he that is at mischief shall be take and not slain, but be brought unto the stake, that shall be ordained on either side. Thither he shall by force and there abide. And if so fall the chieftain be take on either side, or elles slay his make, no longer then the tourneying shall last. God speed you, go forth and lay on fast. With longe sword and with mace fight your fill. Go now your way, this is the Lorde's will. The voice of the people touched the heaven, so loude cried they with merry steven. God save such a lord that is so good, he willeth no destruction of blood. Up go the trumpets and the melody, and to the listes rode the company, by ordinance throughout the city large, hanged with cloth of gold and not with sarge. Full like a lord this noble duke gan ride, and these two Thebans upon either side. And after rode the queen and Emily, and after them another company of one and other after their degree. And thus they passed through that city, and to the listes came they by time. It was not of the day yet fully prime, when set was Theseus full rich and high, Hippolyta the queen, and Emily, and other ladies in their degrees about. Unto the seates presseth all the rout, and westward, through the gates under mart, Arcite, and eke the 100 of his part, with banner red is entered right anon. And in the selve moment Palamon is under Venus eastward in the place, with banner white and hardy cheer and face, in all the world to seeken up and down, so even without variation there were such companies never tway. For there was none so wise that coulde say that any had of other avantage, of worthiness, nor of estate, nor age. So even were they chosen for to guess, and in two ranges fair they them dress, when that their names read were every one, that in their number guile were there none. Then when the gates shut, and cried was loud, Do now your devour, young knightes proud. The heralds left their pricking up and down. Now ring the trumpet loud and clarion. There is no more to say, but east and west in go the spears sadly in the rest. In go the sharpe spurs into the side. There see me who can joust and who can ride. There shiver shaftes upon shieldes thick. He feeleth through the hearte spoon the prick. Up spring the spears 20 foot on height. Out go the swordes as the silver bright. The helmes they to hewn and to shred. Out burst the blood with sterne streames red. With mighty maces to the bone they to breast. He through the thickest of the throng gan threst. There stumbles steedes strong, and down go all. He rolleth under foot as doth a ball. He foineth on his foe with a truncheon, and he him hurleth with his horse adown. He through the body hurt is, and sith take Maugre's head, and brought unto the stake. As forward was, right there he must abide. Another lead is on that other side, and sometime doth them Theseus to rest. them to refresh, and drinken if them lest. Full oft a day have the Thebans two together met, and wrought each other woe. Unhorsed hath each other of them tway. There is no tiger in the vale of Gallifey. When that her whelp is stole, when it is light, so cruel on the hunter as our sight, for jealous heart upon this Palamon. Nor in Belle Marie there is no fell lion that hunted is, or for his hunger would, or for his prey desireth so the blood as Palamon to slay his foe Arcite. The jealous strokes upon their helmets abite, out runneth blood on both their sides red. Sometime an end there is of every deed, for ere the sun unto the rest went, the strong King Emetrius gan hent this Palamon as he fought with Arcite, and made his sword deep in his flesh to bite. And by the force of 20 is he take, unyielding, and is drawn unto the stake. And in the rescue of this Palamon the strong King Lycurgus is borne down, and King Emetrius, for all his strength, is borne out of his saddle a sword's length. So hit him Palamon ere he were take, but all for naught, he was brought to the stake. His hardy heart might him helpe naught, he must abide when that he was caught, by force, and eke by composition. Who sorroweth now but woeful Palamon, that must no more go again to fight? And when that Theseus had seen that sight, unto the folk that fought thus each one he cried, Ho, no more, for it is done. I will be true judge and not party. Arcite of Thebes shall have Emily, that by his fortune hath her fairly won. Anon there is a noise of people gone, for joy of this, so loud and high withal, it seemed that the listes should fall. What can now fair Venus do above? What saith she now? What doth this queen of love, but weepeth so, for wanting of her will, till that her teares in the listes fill? She said, I am ashamed doubteless. Saturnus said, Daughter, hold thy peace. Mars hath his will, his knight hath all his boon, but by mine head thou shalt be eased soon. And the trumpeters with the loud minstrelsy, the heralds that full loude yell and cry, be in their joy for wail of Dan Arcite. But hearken me, and stent noise alight, for what a miracle there befell anon. This fierce Arcite hath off his helm ydone, and on a courser for to show his face, he pricketh endelong the large place, looking upward upon this Emily. And she again him cast a friendly eye, for women as to speaken in commune, they follow all the favour of fortune. And was all his in cheer as his in heart. Out of the ground a fire infernal start, from Pluto sent, at request of Saturn, for which his horse for fear began to turn, and leap aside, and founder as he leap. And ere that Arcite may take any keep, he pite him on the pummel of his head, that in the place he lay as he were dead, his breast to bursten with his saddle bow. As black he lay as any coal or crow, so was the blood y-run into his face. Anon he was y-borne out of the place, with hearte sore, to Theseus' palace. Then was he carven out of his harness, and in a bed brought full fair and blithe, for he was yet in memory and alive, and always crying after Emily. Duke Theseus, with all his company, is come home to Athens his city, with all a bliss and a great solemnity. Albeit that this aventure was fall, he would not discomfort them all. Then said Eke that Arcite should not die, he should be healed of his malady. And of another thing they were as fain, that of them all was there no one slain. All were they sorely hurt, and namely one that with a spear was thirled his breastbone, to other wounds, and to broken arms. Some hadden salves, some hadden charms, and pharmacies of herbs and eke salve. They dranken, for they would their lives have, for which this noble duke, as well he can, comforteth and honoureth every man, and made revel all the longe night unto the strange lordes, as was right. Nor there was holden no discomforting, but as at jousts or at a tourneying, forsoothly there was no discomfiture, for falling is not but an adventure, nor to be led by force unto a stake unyielding, and with 20 knights it take one person all alone withouten mo, and harried forth by arms, foot, and toe, and eke his steed driven forth with staves, with footmen, both yeomen and eke knaves. It was arretted him no villainy, there may no man clepen it cowardy. For which anon Duke Theseus let cry, to stenten alle rancour and envy, the gree as well on one side as the other, and either side alike as other's brother, and gave them gifts after their degree, and held a feast fully dayes 3, and conveyed the kinges worthily out of his town a journey largely, and home went every man the right way. There was no more but farewell, have good day. Of this battle I will no more indite, but speak of Palamon and of Arcite. Swelleth the breast of Arcite, and the sore increaseth at his hearte more and more. The clotted blood for any leechcraft corrupteth, and is in his boke laft, that neither veine blood nor ventus sing, nor drink of herbis may be his helping. The virtue expulsive or animal, from thilke virtue called natural, nor may the venom void nor expel. The pipes of his lungs began to swell, and every lacert in his breast adown is shent with venom and corruption. Him gaineth neither for to get his life vomit upward nor downward laxative. All is to burst in thilke region. Nature hath now no domination, and certainly where nature will not worch, farewell physic, go bear the man to church. This all and some is, our sight must die, for which he sendeth after Emily. And Palamon, that was his cousin dear, then said he thus, as ye shall after hear: Nought may the woeful spirit in mine heart declare one point of all my sorrows smart to you, my lady that I love the most, but I bequeath the service of my ghost to you aboven every creature, since that my life ne may no longer dure. Alas the woe, alas the pain is strong, that I for you have suffered, and so long. Alas the death, alas mine Emily, alas departing of our company. Alas, mine hearte's queen, alas my wife, mine hearte's lady, ender of my life. What is this world? What aske men to have? Now with his love, now in his colde grave, all one withouten any company. Farewell, my sweet, farewell, mine Emily. and softly take me in your armest way, for love of God, and hearken what I say. I have here with my cousin Palamon had strife and rancor many a day agone, for love of you, and for my jealousy. And Jupiter so is my soul agee, to speaken of a servant properly, with all the circumstances truly, that is to say, truth, honor, and knighthead, wisdom, humbless estate, and high kindred, freedom, and all that longeth to that art. So Jupiter have of my soul a part, as in this world right now I know not one so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that serveth you, and will do all his life. And if that you shall ever be a wife, forget not Palamon, the gentle man. And with that word his speech to fail began, for from his feet up to his breast was come the cold of death that had him overnumb. And yet moreover in his armes too the vital strength is lost, and all ago. Only the intellect, without more, that dwelled in his heart sick and sore, gan fail, when the heart felt death, dusked his eyen too, and failed his breath. But on his lady yet he cast his eye. His last word was, "Mercy, Emily." His spirit changed house, and wente there, as I came never, I cannot telle where. Therefore I stint, I am no divinister, of soules find I naught in this register. Name me list not the opinions to tell of them, though that they written where they dwell. Our sight is cold, there Mars his soul agay. Now will I speak forth of Emily. Shrieked Emily, and howled Palamon, and Theseus his sister took anon, swooning, and bare her from the corpse away. What helpeth it to tarry forth the day, to telle how she wept both eve and morrow? For in such cases women have such sorrow, when that their husbands be from them y-go, that for the more part they sorrow so, or else fall into such malady, that at the last certainly they die. Infinite be the sorrows and the tears of olde folk, and folk of tender years, in all the town, for death of this Theban. For him there weepeth both child and man. So great a weeping was there none certain, when Hector was y-brought, all fresh slain, to Troy. Alas, the pity that was there, scratching of cheeks and rending eke of hair. And haddest gold enough, and Emily. No manner man might gladden Theseus, saving his old father Aegeus, that knew this worlde's transmutation, as he had seen it changen up and down, joy after woe, and woe after gladness, and shewed him example and likeness. Right as there died never man, quoth he, that he ne lived in earth in some degree. Right so there lived never man, he said, in all this world, that sometime be not died. This world is but a thoroughfare full of woe, and we be pilgrims passing to and fro. Death is an end of every worldly sore. And over all this said he yet much more to this effect, full wisely to exhort the people, that they should them recomfort. Duke Theseus, with all his busy cure, casteth about where that the sepulture of good Arcite may best imaked be, and eke the most honorable in his degree. And at the last he took conclusion that there as first Arcite and Palamon had for love the battle them between, that in that selve grove sweet and green, there as he had his amorous desires, his complaint, and for love his hotte fires, he would make a fire, in which the office of funeral he might all accomplish, and let anon command to hack and hew the oaks old, and lay them on a rue, in culpons well arrayed for to burn. His officers with swifte feet they run, and ride anon at his commandement. And after this Duke Theseus hath sent after a bier, and it all over spread with cloth of gold, the richest that he had, and of the same suit he clad Arcite. Upon his handes were the gloves white, eke on his head a crown of laurel green, and in his hand a sword full bright and keen. He laid him bare the visage on the bier, therewith he wept, that pity was to hear. And for the people should see him all, when it was day he brought them to the hall, that roareth of the crying and the sound. Then came this woeful Theban, Palamon, with slaughtery beard and ruggy ashy hairs, in clothes black, dropped all with tears, and passing over weeping Emily, the ruefulest of all the company. And inasmuch the service should be the more noble and rich in its degree, Duke Theseus set forth 3 steeds abring, that trapped were in steel all glittering, and covered with the arms of Dan Arcite. Upon these steeds, that were great and white, there sat a folk, of whom one bare his shield, another his spear in his handes held, the third bare with him his bow turkish, of brent gold was the case and harness, and ride forth apace with sorrowful cheer toward the grove, as ye shall after hear. The noblest of the Greekes that were there upon their shoulders carried the bier, with slack pace, and eyen red and wet, throughout the city by the master street, that spread was all with black, and wondrous high, right of the same is all the street awry. Upon the right hand went old Aegeus, and on the other side Duke Theseus, with vessels in their hand of gold full fine, all full of honey, milk, and blood, and wine. Eke Palamon with a great company, and after that came woeful Emily, with fire in hand, as was that time the guise, to do the office of funeral service. High labour and full great appareling was at the service, and the pyre making, that with its greene top the heaven wrought, and 20 fathom broad its armes straught. This is to say, the boughs were so broad, of straw first there was laid many a load. But how the pyre was maked up on height, and eke the names how the trees hight, as oak, fir, birch, asp, alder, holm, poplar, willow, elm, plane, ash, box, chestnut, lind, laurel, maple, thorn, beech, hazel, yew, whipple tree. How they were felled shall not be told for me, nor how the gods ran up and down, disinherited of their habitation, in which they wandered had rest and peace, nymphs, fauns, and hamadryads, nor how the beastes and the birdies all fledden for fear when the wood gan fall, nor how the ground aghast was of the light, that was not wont to see the sun bright, nor how the fire was couched first with straw, and then with dry stickes cloven in three, and then with green wood and spicery, and then with cloth of gold, and with perrier, and garlands hanging with full many a flower, the myrrh, the incense with so sweet odour, nor how Arcita lay among all this, nor what riches about his body is, nor how that Emily, as was the guise, put in the fire of funeral service, nor how she swooned when she made the fire, nor what she spake, nor what was her desire, nor what jewels men in the fire then cast, when that the fire was great and burned fast, nor how some cast their shield and some their spear, and of their vestments which that they wear, and cuppes full of wine and milk and blood into the fire that burnt as it were wood, nor how the Greeks with a huge rout 3 times ridden all the fire about, upon the left hand with a loud shouting, and thrice with their spears clattering, and thrice how the ladies gan to cry, nor how that led was homeward Emily, nor how Arcita burnt to ashes cold, nor how the like wake was ahold all thilke night, nor how the Greekes play, the wake plays ne keep I not to say, who wrestled best naked with oil anoint, nor who that bare him best in no disjoint. I will not tell eke how they all are gone home to Athens when the play is done, but shortly to the point now will I wend, and maken of my longe tale an end. By process and by length of certain years, all stinted is the mourning and the tears of Greeks, by one general assent. Then seemed me there was a parliament at Athens upon certain points and case, among the which pointes y-spoken was, to have with certain countries alliance, and have of Thebans full obeisance. For which this noble Theseus anon let send after the gentle Palamon, unwist of him that was the cause and why, but in his blacke clothes sorrowfully he came at his commandment on high. Then sente Theseus for Emily. When they were set, and hushed was all the place, and Theseus abided had a space, ere any word came from his wise breast, his eyen set he there as was his lest, and with a sad visage he sighed still, and after that right thus he said his will. The first mover of the cause above, when he first made the fair chain of love, great was the effect, and high was his intent. Well wist he why, and what thereof he meant. For with that faire chain of love he bond the fire, the air, the water, and the lond, in certain bondes, that they may not flee. That same prince and mover eke, quoth he, hath stablished in this wretched world adown certain of days and duration to all that are engendered in this place, over the which day they may not pace. All may they yet their days well abridge, there needeth no authority to allege. For it is proved by experience, but that me list declare my sentence, that may men by this order well discern, that thilke mover stable is and etern. Well may men know, but that it be a fool, that every part deriveth from its whole. For nature hath not ta'en its beginning of no party nor cantle of a thing, but of a thing that perfect is and stable, descending so till it be corruptible. And therefore of his wise purveyance he hath so well beset his ordinance, that species of things and progressions shallen endure by successions, and not etern, withouten any lie. This mayest thou understand and see at eye. Lo, the oak that hath so long a nourishing, from the time that it genneth first to spring, and hath so long a life, as ye may see, yet at the last y wasted is the tree. Consider eke how that the harde stone under our feet, on which we tread and gon, yet wasteth, as it lieth by the way. The broade river sometime waxes stray, the greate townes see we wane and wend. Then may ye see that all things have an end. Of man and woman see we well also, that needes in one of the termes two, that is to say, in youth or else in age, he must be dead, the king as shall a page. Some in his bed, some in the deepe sea, some in the large field, as ye may see. There helpeth naught, all go that ilke way. Then may I say that all a thing must die. What maketh this but Jupiter the king, the which is prince and cause of all a thing, converting all unto his proper will, from which it is derived sooth to tell. And here against no creature alive of no degree availeth for to strive. Then is it wisdom, as it thinketh me, to make a virtue of necessity, and take it well that we may not eschew, and namely what to us all is due. And whoso grudgeth aught, he doth folly, and rebel is to him that all may gie. And certainly a man hath most honour to dien in his excellence and flower, when he is sicker of his good name. Then hath he done his friend nor him no shame. And gladder ought his friend be of his death, when with honour is yielded up his breath, than when his name appalled is for age, for all forgotten is his vassalage. Then is it best, as for a worthy fame, to dien when a man is best of name. The contrary of all this is willfulness. Why grudge we? Why have we heaviness? That good our sight, of chivalry the flower, departed is, with duty and honour, out of this foul prison of this life. Why grudge here his cousin and his wife of his welfare, that loved him so well? Can he them thank? Nay, God wot never deal. That both his soul and eke themselves offend, and yet they may their lustes not amend. What may I conclude of this long serie? But after sorrow I rede us to be merry, and thank Jupiter for all his grace. And ere that we departe from this place, I rede that we make of sorrows two one perfect joy, lasting evermore. And look now where most sorrow is herein, there will I first amenden and begin. Sister, quoth he, this is my full assent, with all the vice here of my parliament, that gentle Palamon, your owen knight, that serveth you with will and heart and might, and ever hath, since first time ye him knew, that ye shall of your grace upon him rue, and take him for your husband and your lord. lend me your hand, for this is our accord. Let's see now of your womanly pity. He is a king's brother's son, pardie, and though he were a poor bachelor, since he hath served you so many a year, and had for you so great adversity, it must be considered, believeth me, for gentle mercy oweth to passen right. Then said he thus to Palamon the knight, I trow there needeth little sermoning to make you assent to this thing. Come near, and take your lady by the hand. Betwixt them was made anon the band that hight matrimony or marriage by all the council of the baronage. And thus with all bliss and melody hath Palamon wedded Emily. And God, that all this wide world hath wrought, send him his love, that hath it dearly bought. For now is Palamon in all his will, living in bliss, in riches, and in hill. And Emily him loves so tenderly, and he her serveth all so gently, that never there was word them between of jealousy, nor of none other teen. Thus endeth Palamon and Emily, and God save all this fair company. End of the Knight's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Gordon Mackenzie. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. The Miller's Tale. The Prologue. When that the knight had thus his tale told, in all the rout was neither young nor old that he not said it was a noble story, and worthy to be drawn to memory, and namely the gentles every one. Our host then laughed and swore, "So may I gon. This goes aright. Unbuckled is the mail. Let's see now who shall tell another tale. For truly this game is well begun. Now telleth ye, Sir Monk, if that ye can, somewhat to quitten with the knight's tale." The miller, that fordrunken, was all pale, so that unnethes upon his horse he sat, he would availen neither hood nor hat, nor abide no man for his courtesy, but in Pilate's voice he gan to cry, and swore by arms and by blood and bones, "I can a noble tale for the nuns, with which I will now quite the knight's tale." Our host saw well how drunk he was of ale, and said, "Robin, abide my leave, brother. Some better man shall tell us first another. Abide, and let us work thriftily." "By God's soul," quoth he, "that will not I, for I will speak, or else go my way." Our host answered, "Tell on a devil way. Thou art a fool. Thy wit is overcome." "Now hearken," quoth the miller, "all and some. For first I make a protestation, that I am drunk, I know it by my sound. And therefore if that I misspeak, or say, wite it the ale of Southwark, I you pray, for I will tell a legend and a life, both of a carpenter and of his wife, how that a clerk hath set the wright's cap." The Reeve answered and said, "Stint thy clap. Let be thy lewd, drunken harlotry. It is a sin, and eke a great folly to appear in any man, or him defame, and eke to bring wives in evil name. Thou mayest enough of other things sayn. This drunken miller spake full swoon again, and said, Leave brother Oswald, who hath no wife, he is no cuckold. But I say not therefore that thou art one. There be full good wives, many one. Why art thou angry with my tale now? I have a wife, pardie, as well as thou, yet an old I, for the oxen in my plough, taken upon me more than enough, to demon of myself that I am one. I will believe well that I am none. An husband should not be inquisitive of God's privity, nor of his wife, so he may find God's foison there, of the remnant needeth not to inquire. What should I more say, but that this miller, he would his words for no man forbear, but told his churlish tale in his manner. Me thinketh that I shall rehearse it here. And therefore every gentle wight I pray, for God's love, to deem not that I say of evil intent, but that I must rehearse their tales all, be they better or worse, or else falsen some of my mateer. And therefore whoso listed not to hear, turn o'er the leaf, and choose another tale. For he shall find enough, both great and smale, of storiol thing that toucheth gentleness, and eke morality and holiness. Blame not me if that ye choose amiss. The miller is a churl, ye know well this. So was the Reeve, with many other mo, and harlotry they told both too. Avise you now, and put me out of blame, and eke men should not make earnest of game. The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Oxenford a rich knoff, that guests held to board, and of his craft he was a carpenter. With him there was dwelling a poor scholar, had learned art, but all his fantasy was turned to learn astrology. He could a certain of conclusions to deem by interrogations, if that men asked him in certain hours, when that men should have drought or else showers, or if men asked him what should fall of everything, I may not reckon all. This clerk was called Hendy Nichols. Of dern love he knew, and of solace, and therewith he was sly and full privy, and like a maiden meek for to see. A chamber had he in that hostelry, alone withouten any company. Full fetisly I dight with herbs swoot, and he himself was sweet as is the root of licorice or any set wall. His almagest and books great and small, his astrolabe belonging to his art, his ogrim stones laid fair apart on shelves couched at his bed's head, his pressy covered with a falding red. And all above there lay a gay psaltery, on which he made at nights melody, so sweetly the chamber rang. And Angelus ad Virginem he sang. And after that he sung the king's note, full often blessed was his merry throat. And thus this sweet clerk his time spent, after his friends finding, and his rent. This carpenter had wedded new a wife, which that he loved more than his life. Of 18 year, I guess, she was of age. Jealous he was, and held her narrow in cage, for she was wild and young, and he was old, and deemed himself belike a cuckold. He knew not Cato, for his wit was rude, that bade a man wed his similitude. Men should wedden after their estate, for youth and eld are often at debate. But since that he was fallen in the snare, he must endure as other folk his care. Fair was this young wife, and therewithal as any weasel her body gent and small. A saint she weared, barred all of silk, a barm cloth eke as white as morning milk. Upon her lens, full of many a gore, white was her smock, and broidered all before, and eke behind on her collar about of coal-black silk, within and eke without. The tapes of her white volupere were of the same suit of her colour. Her fillet broad of silk, and set full high, and sickerly she had a likerous eye. Full small y pulled were her brows too, and they were bent and black as any sloe. She was well more blissful on to see than is the new pergenet tree, and softer than the wool is of a wether, and by her girdle hung a purse of leather tasselled with silk and pearled with laton. In all this world, to seeken up and down, there is no man so wise that could thench so gay a populot, or such a wench. Full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tower the noble forged knew. But of her song, it was as loud and yearn as any swallow chittering on a burn. Thereto she could skip and make a game, as any kid or calf following his dame. Her mouth was sweet as bracket, or as meath, or hoard of apples laid in hay or heath. Wincing she was as is a jolly colt, long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bare upon her low collar, as broad as is the boss of a buckler. Her shoon were laced on her legs high. She was a primerole, a pigisnay, for any lord to have ligging in his bed, or yet for any good yeoman to wed. Now, sir, and eft, sir, so befell the case, that on a day this Hendy Nicholas fell with this young wife to rage and play, while that her husband was at Usenay. As clerks be full subtle and full quaint, and privily he caught her by the quaint, and said, I wis but if I have my will, for dern love of thee, leman I spill, and held her fast by the haunch bones, and said, leman, love me well at once, or I will die all, so God me save. And she sprang as a colt doth in the trave, and with her head she writhed fast away, and said, I will not kiss thee, by my fay. Why, let be, quoth she, let be, Nicholas, or I will cry out hero and alas. Do away your hands for your courtesy. This Nicholas gan mercy for to cry, and spake so fair, and proffered him so fast, that she her love him granted at the last, and swore her oath by Saint Thomas of Kent, that she would be at his commandment, when that she may her leisure well espy. My husband is so full of jealousy, that but ye wait well, and be privy, I wot right well I am but dead, quoth she. Ye must be full dern as in this case. Nay, thereof care thee not, quoth Nicholas. A clerk had litherly beset his wile, but if he could a carpenter beguile. And thus they were accorded and y-sworn to wait a time, as I have said beforn. When Nicholas had done thus every deal, and thwacked her about the lens well, he kissed her sweet, and taketh his psaltery, and playeth fast, and maketh melody. Then fell it thus, that to the parish church of Christ's own works for to worch, this good wife went upon a holy day. Her forehead shone as bright as any day, so was it washen when she left her work. Now was there of that church a parish clerk, the which that was yclept Absolon. Curled was his hair, and as the gold it shone, and strutted as a fan, large and broad, full straight and even lay his jolly shod. His road was red, his eyen grey as goose, with Paul's windows carven on his shoes. In hosen red he went full fetisly, y-clad he was full small and properly, all in a kirtle of light waget, and thereupon he had a gay surplice, as white as is the blossom on the rise. A merry child he was, so God me save. Well could he letten blood, and clip, and shave, and make a charter of land and a quittance. In 20 manners could he trip and dance, after the school of Oxenford though, and with his legs cast to and fro, and playen songs on a small rebible. Thereto he sung sometimes a loud quinibble, and as well could he play on a gittern. In all the town was brewhouse nor tavern that he not visited with his solas, there as that any garnard tapster was. But sooth to say, he was some deal squamous, of farting and of speech dangerous. This Absolon, that jolly was and gay, went with a censer on the holy day, censing the wives of the parish fast, and many a lovely look he on them cast, and namely on this carpenter's wife. To look on her him thought a merry life. She was so proper and sweet and likerous, I dare well say, if she had been a mouse, and he a cat, he would her hent anon, this parish clerk, this jolly Absolon. hath in his heart such a love longing, that of no wife took he none offering, for courtesy he said he would none. The moon at night full clear and bright shone, and Absalon his guitarn hath he taken, for paramours he thought for to waken, and forth he went, jolliffe and amorous, till he came to the carpenter's house, a little after the cock had y crow, and dressed him under a shot window that was upon the carpenter's wall. He singeth in his voice gentle and small. Now, dear lady, if thy will be, I pray that ye will rue on me. Full well accordant to his geturning, this carpenter awoke and heard him sing, and spake unto his wife, and said anon, "What, Alison, hearest thou not Absalon that chanteth thus under our bower wall?" And she answered her husband therewithal, "Yes, God wot, John, I hear him every deal." This passeth forth, what will ye bet than well? For day to day this jolly Absalon so wooeth her, that him is woe begone. He waketh all the night and all the dale to comb his locks broad and make him gay. He wooeth her by means and by brocage, and swore he would be her own page. He singeth brocking as a nightingale. He sent her piment, mead, and spiced ale, and wafers piping hot out of the glede. And for she was of town, he proffered mead. For some folk will be wonnen for richness, and some for strokes, and some with gentleness. Sometimes to show his lightness and mastery, he playeth Herod on a scaffold high. But what availeth him as in this case? So loveth she the hendy Nicholas, that Absalon may blow the buck's horn. He had for all his labour but a scorn, and thus she maketh Absalon her ape, and all his earnest turneth to a jape. Forsooth is this proverb, it is no lie. Men say right thus alway, the nigh sly maketh oft time the far lief to be loth. For though that Absalon be wood or wroth, because that he far was from her sight, this nigh Nicholas stood still in his light. Now bear thee well, thou hendy Nicholas, for Absalon may wail and sing, alas. And so befell that on a Saturday this carpenter had gone to Ozenay, and hendy Nicholas and Alison accorded were to this conclusion, that Nicholas shall shape him a while, the silly jealous husband to beguile, and if so were the game went aright, she should sleepen in his arms all night. For this was her desire, and his also. And right anon, without wordes mo', this Nicholas no longer would he tarry, but doth full soft unto his chamber carry both meat and drink for a day or tway, and to her husband bade her for to say, if that he asked after Nicholas, she should say, she wist not where he was. Of all the day she saw him not with eye. She trowed he was in some malady. For no cry that her maiden could him call he would answer, for naught that might befall. Thus passed forth all thilke Saturday, that Nicholas still in his chamber lay, and ate and slept, and did what him list, till Sunday, that the sun went to rest. This silly carpenter had great marvail of Nicholas, or what thing might him ail, and said, "I am adrad, by Saint Thomas, it standeth not aright with Nicholas. God shield that he died suddenly. This world is now full fickle sickerly. I saw today a corpse y-borne to church, that now on Monday last I saw him wirch. Go up," quoth he unto his knave, "anon clepe at his door, or knock with a stone. Look how it is, and tell me boldly." This knave went him up full sturdily, and at the chamber door, while that he stood, he cried and knocked, as that he were wood. "What how? What do ye, Master Nicolai? How may ye sleepen all the long day?" But all for naught. He heard not a word. An hole he found full low upon the board, whereas the cat was wont in for to creep, and at that hole he looked in full deep, and at the last he had of him a sight. This Nicholas sat ever gaping upright, for he had kyked on the new moon. Adown he went and told his master soon in what array he saw this ilke man. This carpenter to blisten him began, and said, "Now help us, Saint Fridswide. A man wot little what shall him betide. This man is fallen with his astronomy into some woodness or some agony. I thought I well how that it should be. Men should know naught of God's privity. Yea, blessed be alway a lewed man, that not but only his believe can. So far'd another clerk with astronomy. He walked in the fields for to pry upon the stars what there should befall, till he was in a moral pity fall. He saw not that. But yet, by Saint Thomas, me rueth sore of Hendy Nicholas. He shall be rated of his studying, if that I may, by Jesus heaven's king, get me a staff that I may underspore, while that thou, Robin, heavest off the door. He shall out of his studying, as I guess. And to the chamber door he gan him dress. His knave was a strong carle for the nonce, and by the hasp he heaved it off at once. Into the floor the door fell down anon. This Nicholas sat aye as still as stone, and ever he gaped upward into the air. The carpenter weened he were in despair, and hent him by the shoulders mightily, and shook him hard, and cried spitously, "What, Nicholas? What how, man? Look adown. Awake, and think on Christ's passion. I crouch thee from elves and from wights." Therewith the night's spell he said he anon writes, and the four halves of the house about, and on the threshold of the door without, "Lord Jesus Christ and Saint Benedight, bless this house from every wicked wight, from the nightmare, the white pater noster. Where wonnest thou now, Saint Peter's sister?" And at the last this Hendy Nicholas gan for to sigh full sore, and said, "Alas, shall all time world be lost eftsoons now?" This carpenter answered, What sayest thou? What? Think on God, as we do, men that swink. This Nicholas answered, Fetch me a drink, and after will I speak in privity of certain thing that toucheth thee and me. I will tell it to no other man certain. This carpenter went down and came again, and brought of mighty ale a large quart. And when that each of them had drunk his part, this Nicholas his chamber door fast shet. And down the carpenter by him he set, and said, John, mine host full lief and dear, thou shalt upon thy truth swear me here, that to no wight thou shalt my counsel ray. For it is Christ's counsel that I say, and if thou tell it man, thou art forlorn. For this vengeance thou shalt have therefore, that if thou ray me, thou shalt be wood. Nay, Christ forbid it for his holy blood, quoth then this silly man. I am no plab, nor though I say it am I lief to gab. Say what thou wilt, I shall it never tell to child or wife by him that harried hell. Now, John, quoth Nicholas, I will not lie. I have y-found in my astrology, as I have looked in the moon bright, that now on Monday next at quarter night shall fall a rain, and that so wild and wood, that never half so great as Noah's flood. This world, he said, in less than half an hour shall all be draint. So hideous is the shower. Thus shall mankind drench and lose their life. This carpenter answered, Alas, my wife, and shall she drench? Alas, my Alison. For sorrow of this he fell almost adown, and said, Is there no remedy in this case? Why, yes, for God, quoth Hendy Nicholas. If thou wilt worken after lore and rede, thou mayest not worken after thine own head. For thus saith Solomon, that was full true, work all by counsel, and thou shalt not rue. And if thou work wilt by good counsel, I undertake without mast or sail, yet shall I save her, and thee and me. Hast thou not heard how saved was Noah, when that our Lord had warned him beforn, that all the world with water should be lorn? Yes, quoth this carpenter, full yore ago. Hast thou not heard, quoth Nicholas, also the sorrow of Noah, that his fellowship that he had ere he got his wife to ship? Him had been lever, I dare well undertake, at thilke time than all his weathers black, that she had had a ship herself alone. And therefore knowest thou what is best to be done. This asketh haste, and of an hasty thing men may not preach or make tarrying. Anon go get us fast into this inn, a kneading trough, or else a kemelin, for each of us. But look that they be large, in which we shall swim as in a barge, and have therein vitile sufficient but for one day. Fie on the remnant, the water shall aslake and go away, about prime upon the next day. But Robin may not know of this, thy knave, nor eke thy maiden Gill I may not save. Ask me not why, For though thou ask me, I will not tell God's privity. Sufficeth thee. But if thy wit be mad, to have as great a grace as Noah had, thy wife shall I well saven out of doubt. Go now thy way, and speed thee hereabout. But when thou hast for her and thee and me y-gotten us these kneading tubs 3, then shalt thou hang them in the roof full high, so that no man our purveyance espy. And when thou hast done thus as I have said, and hast our vitile fair in them y-laid, and eke an axe to smite the cord in two, when that the water comes, that we may go and break an hole on high upon the gable, into the garden ward, over the stable, that we may freely pass forth our way, when that great shower is gone away. Then shalt thou swim as merry, I undertake, as doth the white duck after her drake. Then will I clepe how Alison, how John. Be merry, for the flood will pass anon. And thou wilt say, Hail, Master Nicolay, good morrow, I see thee well, for it is day. And then shall we be lords all our life of all the world, as Noah and his wife. But of one thing I warn thee full right, be well advised on that ilke night, when we be entered into ship's board, that none of us not speak a single word, nor cleep nor cry, but be in his prayer, for that is God's own hest dear. Thy wife and thou must hangen far atween, for that betwixt you shall be no sin, no more in looking than there shall in deed. This ordinance is said. Go, God thee speed. Tomorrow night, when men be all asleep in our kneading tubs, we will creep and sit there, abiding God's grace. Go now thy way. I have no longer space to make of this no longer sermoning. Men say thus, send the wise, and say nothing. Thou art so wise, it needeth thee not teach. Go, save our lives, and that I thee beseech. This silly carpenter went forth his way. Full oft he said, Alas, and well a day. And to his wife he told his privity, and she was ware and better knew than he what all this quaint cast was for to say. But natheless she feared as she would dey, and said, Alas, go forth thy way anon, help us to scape, or we be dead each one. I am thy true and very wedded wife. Go, dear spouse, and help to save our life. Lo, what a great thing is affection! Men may die of imagination, so deeply may impression be take. This silly carpenter begins to quake. He thinketh verily that he may see this new flood come weltering as the sea, to drenchen Alison, his honey dear. He weepeth, waileth, maketh sorry cheer. He sigheth with full many a sorry sow. He goeth and getteth him a kneading trough, and after that a tub and a kemelin, and privily he sent them to his inn, and hung them in the roof full privily. With his own hand then made he ladders 3 to climb by the ranges and the stocks, upon the tubs hanging in the bulks, and victualled them, kemelin, trough, and tub, with bread and cheese and good ale in a jub, sufficing right enough as for a day. But ere that he had made all this array, he sent his knave, and eke his wench also, upon his need to London for to go. And on the Monday, when it drew to night, he shut his door without candlelight, and dressed everything as it should be. And shortly up they climbed, all the 3. They sat still well a furlong way. "Now, Paternoster clum," said Nicolay. And "Clum," quoth John, and "Clum," said Alison. This carpenter said his devotion, and still he sat and bided his prayer, awaking on the rain, if he it hear. The dead sleep for weary business fell on this carpenter, right as I guess, about the curfew time, or little more. For travail of his ghost he groaned sore, and eft he routed, for his head mislay. Adown the latter stalked Nicolay, and Alison, full soft adown she sped. Without words more they went to bed. There as the carpenter was wont to lie, there was the revel and the melody. And thus lay Alison and Nicholas in business of mirth and in solace, until the bell of laudes gan to ring, and friars in the chancel went to sing. This parish clerk, this amorous Absolon, that is for love alway so woe begone, upon the Monday was at Osenay, with company him to disport and play, and asked upon a cas a cloisterer full privily after John the carpenter. And he drew him apart out of the church, and said, I saw him not here work since Saturday. I trow that he be went for timber, where our abbot hath him sent, and dwellen at the grange a day or two, for he is wont for timber for to go, or else he is at his own house certain. Where that he be, I cannot soothly sayn. This Absalom full jolly was and light, and thought, now is the time to wake all night, for sickerly I saw him not stirring about his door since day began to spring. So may I thrive, but I shall at cock crow full privily go knock at his window, that stands full low upon his bower wall. To Alison then will I tellen all my love longing, for I shall not miss that at the least way I shall her kiss. Some manner comfort shall I have parfait. My mouth hath itched all this livelong day, that is a sign of kissing at the least. All night I met, eke I was at a feast. Therefore I will go sleep an hour or tway, and all the night then will I wake and play. When that the first cock crowed had, anon up rose this jolly lover Absolon, and he arrayed gay, at point devise. But first he chewed grains and liquorize, to smell sweet, ere he had combed his hair. Under his tongue a true love he bare, for thereby thought he to be gracious. Then came he to the carpenter's house, and still he stood under the shot window. Unto his breast it wrought, it was so low, and soft he coughed with a semi-son. "What do ye, honeycomb, sweet Alison, my fair bird, my sweet cinnamon? Awaken, lemon mine, and speak to me. Full little think ye upon my woe, that for your love I sweat thereas I go. No wonder is that I do swelt and sweat. I mourn as doth a lamb after the teat. I wis, leman, I have such love longing, that like a turtle true is my mourning. I may not eat no more than a maid." "Go from the window, thou jack fool," she said. "As help me God, it will not be. Come, ba me. I love another, else I were to blame." "Well, better than thee, by Jesus, Absolon. Go forth thy way, or I will cast a stone, and let me sleep a 20 devil way." "Alas," quoth Absolon, "and well away, that true love ever was so ill beset. Then kiss me, since it may be no bet, for Jesus' love, and for the love of me." "Wilt thou then go thy way therewith?" quoth she. "Yea, certes, leman," quoth this Absolon. "Then make thee ready," quoth she, "I come anon." And unto Nicholas she said full still, "Now peace, and thou shalt laugh anon thy fill." This Absolon down set him on his knees, and said, "I am a lord at all degrees, for after this I hope there cometh more. Leman, thy grace, and sweet bird, thine oar." The window she undid, and that in haste. "Have done," quoth she, "come off and speed thee fast, lest that our neighbours should thee espy." Then Absolon gan wipe his mouth full dry. Dark was the night, as pitch or as the coal, and at the window she put out her hole. And Absolon him fell ne bet ne worse, but with his mouth he kissed her naked arse full savorly. When he was ware of this, aback he start, and thought it was amiss. For well he wist a woman hath no beard. He felt a thing all rough and long y-haired, and said, "Fie, alas, what have I do?" "Tee hee," quoth she, and clapped the window to, and Absolon went forth at sorry pace. A beard," said handy Nicholas. "By God's corpus, this game went fair and well." This silly Absolon heard every deal, and on his lip he gan for anger bite, and to himself he said, "I shall thee quite." He rubbeth now, who frotteth now his lips, with dust, with sand, with straw, with cloth, with chips. But Absolon, that saith full oft, "Alas, my soul betake I unto Satanas, but me were liever than all this town," quoth he, "I this despite a rocken for to be. Alas, alas, that I have been aye blent. His hote love is cold, and all y-quent. For from that time that he had kissed her arse, of paramours he set not a carse. For he was healed of his malady. Full often paramours he gan defy, and weep as doth a child that hath been beat. A soft pace he went over the street, unto a smith, men callen Dan Garvis, that in his forge smithed plough harness. He sharped share and coulter busily. This Absalon knocked all easily, and said, "Undo, Garvis, and that anon." "What? Who art thou?" "It is I, Absalon." "What? Absalon, what? Christ's sweet tree, why rise so wrath? Hey, Benedicite, what aileth you? Some gay girl, God it wot, hath brought you thus upon the viretote." "By Saint Neot, ye wot well what I mean." This Absalon he wrought not a bean. Of all his play no word again he gaff, for he had more tow on his distaff. Then Garvice knew and said, "Friend so dear, that hot coulter in the chimney here, lend it to me. I have therewith to don. I will it bring again to thee full soon." Garvice answered, "Certes, were it gold, or in a poke, nobles all untold, thou shouldst it have, as I am a true smith." "Nay, Christ's foot, what will ye do therewith?" "Thereof," quoth Absalon, "be as be may, I shall well tell it thee another day." And caught the coulter by the cold steel. Full soft out at the door he gan to steal, and went unto the carpenter's wall. He coughed first, and knocked therewithal upon the window, light as he did air. This Alison answered, "Who is there that knocketh so? I warrant him a thief." "Nay, nay," quoth he, "God wot, my sweet lefe, I am thine Absalon, my own darling of gold," quoth he. "I have thee brought a ring, my mother gave it me, so God me save. Full fine it is, and thereto may y grave. This will I give to thee, if thou me kiss." Now Nicholas was risen up to piss, and thought he would amenden all the jape. He should kiss his arse ere that he scape. And up the window did he hastily, and out his arse he put full privily over the buttock to the haunch bone, and therewith spake this clerk, this Absalon. "Speak, sweet bird, I know not where thou art." This Nicholas anon let fly a fart, as great as it had been a thunder dent, that with the stroke he was well nigh y blent. But he was ready with his iron hot, and Nicholas amid the arse he smote. Off went the skin and hand breadth all about. The whole coulter burned so his tout, that for the smart he weened he would die. As he were wood for woe he gan to cry, "Help! Water! Water! Help, for God's heart!" This carpenter out of his slumber start, and heard one cry, "Water!" as he were wood, and thought, "Alas, now cometh Noah's flood." He sat him up without words mo', and with his axe he smote the cord in two, and down went all. He found neither to sell, nor bread nor ale, till he came to the cell. Upon the floor, and there in swoon he lay. Up started Alison and Nicolay, and cried out, "A hero in the street!" The neighbours all, both small and great, in ran for to garen on this man. that yet in swoon lay, both pale and wan. For with the fall he broken had his arm, but stand he must unto his own harm. For when he spake, he was anon borne down with Hendy, Nicholas, and Alison. They told to every man that he was wood. He was aghast, so of Noah's flood. Through fantasy, that of his vanity, he had bought him kneading tubs 3, and had them hanged in the roof above, and that he prayed them for God's love to sitten in the roof for company. The folk gan laughen at his fantasy. Into the roof they kiken and they gape, and turned all his harm into a jape. For whatsoe'er this carpenter answered, it was for naught. No man his reason heard. With oaths great he was so sworn adown, that he was holden wood in all the town. For every clerk anon right held with other. They said, the man was wood, my lieve brother. And every wight gan laughen at his strife. Thus swived was the carpenter's wife, for all his keeping and his jealousy. And Absalom hath kissed her nether eye, and Nicholas is scalded in the tout. This tale is done, and God save all the rout. End of the Miller's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Foster, www.alexfoster.me.uk. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poem by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. The Reeve's Tale. The Prologue. When folk had laughed all at this nice case of Absalom and Hendy Nicholas, diverse folk diversely they said, but for the more part they laughed and played. And at this tale I saw no man him grieve, but it were only Oswald the Reeve, because he was of carpentere's craft, and little ire is in his hearte laughed. He gan to grudge, and blamed it alight. So the I, quoth he, full well could I him quite, with blearing of a proudy miller's eye, if that me list to speak of ribaldry. But I am old, me list not play for age. Grass time is done, my fodder is now forage. This white atop writeth mine older years, mine heart is also moulded as mine hairs, and I do fare as doth an open erse, that ilke fruit is ever longer worse. Till it be rotten in mullock or in stray, we older men I dread so far away. Till we be rotten, can we not be ripe? We hop away, while that the world will pipe. For in our will there stricketh eye and nail, to have a hoary head and a green tail, as hath a leek. For though our might be gone, our will desireth folly ever in one. For when we may not do, then will we speak. Yet in our ashes cold does fire reek. 4 gleeds have we which I shall devise, vaunting and lying, anger, covetise. These 4 sparks belongen unto eld, our older limbers well may be unweld. But will shall never fail us, and that is sooth, and yet have I always a colter's tooth. As many a year as it is past and gone, since that my tap of life began to run. For sickly when I was born anon, death drew the tap of life and let it gone. And ever since hath so the tap y run, till that almost all empty is the tun. The stream of life now droppeth on the chime. The silly tongue may well ring and chime of wretchedness, that passed is full yore. With oldie folk, save dotage, is no more. When that our host had heard this sermoning, he gan to speak as lordly as a king, and said, To what amounteth all this wit? What, shall we speak all day of holy writ? The devil made a Reeve for to preach, as of a suitor, a shipman, or a leech. Say forth thy tale, and tarry not the time. Lo, here is Deptford, and 'tis half past prime. Lo, Greenwich, where many a shrew is in. It were high time thy tale to begin. Now, sirs, quoth then this Oswald the Reeve, I pray you all that none of you do grieve, though I answer and somewhat set his hove, for lawful is force off with force to shove. This drunken miller hath he told us here, how that beguiled was a carpentier. Paraventure in scorn, for I am one, and, by your leave, I shall him quite anon. Right in his churlish termes will I speak. I pray to God his neck might to break. He can well in mine eye see a stork, but in his own he cannot see a balk. End of prologue to the Reeve's Tale. The Reeve's Tale. At Trompington, not far from Canterbury, there goes a brick, and over that bridge, upon the which brook, there stands a mill. And this is very sooth that I you tell. A miller was there dwelling many a day. As any peacock he was proud and gay. Pipen he could, and fish, and net as beat, and turn cups, and wrestle well, and sheat. Aye, by his belt he bar a long pavada, and of his sword full trenchant was the blade. A jolly popper bare he in his pouch, there was no man for peril durst him touch. A Sheffield whittle bare he in his hose, round was his face, and Camus was his nose. As pill as an ape's was his skull, he was a market beater at the full. There durste no wight a hand upon him legge, that he ne swore anon he should a beg. A thief he was, for sorth of corn and meal, and that a sly, and used well to steal. His name was Hotten Dana Simicon. A wife he had, come of noble kin. The parson of the town her father was. With her he gave full many a pan of brass, for that Simkin should in his blood ally. She was y-fostered in a nunnery. For Simkin would in no wife, as he said, but she were well y-nourished, and a maid, to saven his estate and yeomanry, and she was proud and pert as is a pie. A full fair sight it was to see them two. On holy days before her he would go with his tippet y-bound about his head, and she came after in a gite of red, and Simkin had a hosen of the same. There durst no wight call her aught but dame. None was so hardy walking by that way, that with her either durst rage or play. But if he would be slain by Simkin, with pavada, or with knife, or bodekin, for jealous folk be perilous evermo'. Algate they would their wives wender so, and eke, for she was somewhat smutterlish, she was as dignan as water in a ditch, and so full of hoke and bismere, her thought that a lady should her spare, for her kindred and her notelry, that she had learned in the nunnery. One daughter had they betwixt them two, of 20 year, withouten any mo', saying that a child was of half year age, in cradle it lay, and was a proper page. This wench thick and well y-growen was, with Camus a nose, and iron grey as glass, with buttocks broad, and breastes round and high, but right fair was her hair, I will not lie. The parson of the town, for she was fair, in purpose was to make of her his heir, both of his chattels and his messuage, and strange he made it of her marriage. His purpose was for to bestow her high in some worthy blood of ancestry, for Holy Church's good may be dispended on Holy Church's blood that is descended. Therefore he would his holy blood honour, though that he her holy churchy would devour. Great soken hath this miller, out of doubt, with wheat and malt of all the land about, and namely there was a great college, men called the Solar Hall at Canterbury. There was their wheat and eke their malty ground, and on a day it happed in a stound, sick lay the manciple of a malady. Men weened wisely that he should die, for which this miller stole both meal and corn, 100 times more than beforn. And heretofore he stole but courteously, but now he was a thief outrageously, for which the warden chid and made far, but thereof set the miller not a tar. He cracked his boast, and swore it was not so. Then there were a younger poorer scholars too, that dwelled in the hall of which I say. Testif they were and lusty for to play, and only for their mirth and revelry upon the warden busily they cry, they gave him leave, for but a little stound, to go to mill and see their corn y-ground. And hardily they durst lay their neck, the miller should not steal them half a peck of corn by sleight, nor them by force bereave, and at the last the warden gave them leave. John hight the one, and Alein hight the other. Of one town were they born, that hight Strother. Far in the north, I cannot tell you where, this Alein he made ready all his gear, and on a horse the sack he cast anon. Forth went Alein the clerk, and also John, with good sword and with buckler by their side. John knew the way, him needed not no guide, and at the mill the sack adown he layeth. Alein spake first. All hail, Simon, in faith. How fares thy fair daughter and thy wife? Alein, welcome, quoth Simkin, by my life. And John also, how now, what do you here? By God, Simon, quoth John, need has no peer. Him serve himself behoves that has no swain, or else he is a fool, as Clerk is saying. Our manciple, I hope, he will be dead. So work as I the wanges in his head. And therefore is I come, and eke Alein, to grind our corn and carry it home again. I pray you speed us hence as well ye may. It shall be done, quoth Simkin, by my fay. What will ye do while that is in hand? By God, right by the hopper will I stand, quoth John, and see how the corn goes in. Yet saw I never by my father's kin how that hopper waggers to and fro. Alein answered, John, and wilt thou so? Then will I be beneath by my crown, and see how that the meal falls adown into the trough that shall be my disport. For John, in faith, I may be of your sort. I is as ill a miller as is ye. This miller smiled at their nicety, and thought, all this is done but for a while. They weenen that no man may them beguile, but by my thrift yet shall I blear their eye. For all the sleight in their philosophy, the more quainte knackes that they make, the more will I steal when that I take. Instead of yet flour, yet will I give them bren. The greatest clerks are not the wisest men. As Willem to the wolf thus spake the mayor, of all their art ne count I not a tare. Out at the door he went full privily. When that he saw his time softly, he looked up and down until he found the clerk's horse. There as he stood y-bound behind the mill, under a leavesel, and to the horse he went him fair and well, and stripped off the bridle right anon. And when the horse was loose, he gan to gon towards the fen, where wild mares run. Forth with wahee through thick and eke through thin. This miller went again, no word he said, but did his note, and with these clerks played, till that their corn was fair and well y-ground. And when the meal was sacked and y-bound, then John went out, and found his horse away, and gan to cry, Hurroo, and well away. Our horse is lost. Alein, for Godde's bones, step on thy feet, come off, man, all at once. Alas, our warden has his palfrey lorn. This Alein all forgot, both meal and corn. All was out of his mind, his husbandry. What? Which way is he gone? He gan to cry. The wife came leaping inward at a wren, and said, Alas, your horse went to the fen, with wild mares as fast as he could go. Unthank came on his hand that bound him so, and his that better should have knit the rein. Alas, quoth John, Alein, for Christus' pain, lay down thy sword, and I shall mine also. I is full wished God wait as is a roe. By Godde's soul he shall not escape us bathe. Why and had thou put the capel in the lathe? Ill hail, Alein, by God, thou ist a fon. These silly clerks have full fast y-run toward the fen, both Alein and eke John. And when the miller saw that they were gone, he half a bushel of their flour did take, and bade his wife go knead it in a cake. He said, I trow the clerkes were afeard, yet can a miller make a clerk's beard, for all his art. Yea, let them go their way. Lo, where they go, yea, let the children play. They get him not so lightly by my crown. These silly clerkes runnen up and down with keep, keep, stand, stand, yossa waderera. Go whistle thou, and I shall keep him here. But shortly, till that it was very night, they coulde not, though they did with all their might, their capel catch, he ran away so fast, till in a ditch they caught him at the last. Weary and wet as beasties in the rain, comes silly John, and with him comes Elaine. "Alas," quoth John, "the day that I was born, now we are driven till heathing and till scorn. Our corn is stolen, men will us fonners call, both the warden and eke our fellows all, and namely the miller well away." Thus plain John, and as he went by the way toward the mill, and byred in his hand, the miller sitting by the fire he fand, for it was night, and for the might they not. But for the love of God they him besought of herberow and ease for their penny. The miller said again, "If there be any such as it is, yet shall ye have your part. Mine house is strait, but ye have learned art. Ye can by arguments make in a place a mile broad of 20 foot of space. Let's see now if this place may suffice, or make it room with speech, as is your guise." "Now, Simon," said this John, "by Saint Cuthbert, aye is thou merry, and that is fair answered. I have heard say, men shall take of two things, such as he finds or such as he brings. But specially I pray thee, hoste dear, gar us have meat and drink, and make us cheer, and we shall pay thee truly at the full. With empty hand men may not hawkers tull. Lo, here are silver ready for to spend." This miller to the town his daughter send for ale and bread, and roasted them a goose, and bound their horse he should no more go loose, and them in his own chamber made a bed, with sheets and with chalons fair y spread. Not from his own bed 10 foot or 12, his daughter had a bed all by herself, right in the same chamber by and by. It might no better be, and cause why there was no rumour herberow in the place. They suppen and they speaken of solace, and drinken ever strong ale at the best. About a midnight went they all to rest. Well had this miller varnished his head. Full pale he was, fordrunken, and nought red. He yoxed, and he spake through the nose, as were he in the quacker or in the pose. To bed he went, and with him went his wife, as any jay she light was and jolliffe. So was her jolly whistle welly wet. The cradle at her beddes feet was set, to rock, and eke to give the child to suck. And when that drunken was, all in the crock, to bed went the daughter right anon. To bed went Elaine, and also John. There was no more, needed them no dwale. This miller had so wisely bibbed ale, that as a horse he snorted in his sleep, nor of his tail behind he took no keep. His wife bare him a burden full strong. Men might their routing hearen a furlong. The wench routed eke for company. Alein the clerk, that heard this melody, he poked John and said, "Sleepest thou? Heardest thou ever such a song ere now? Lo, what a compline is he meld them all! A wilder fire upon their bodies fall. Who hearkened ever heard such a fairly thing? Yea, they shall have the flower of ill ending. This longe night there tides me no rest, but yet no force, all shall me for the best. For John," said he, "as ever may I thrive, if that I may yon wench will I swive. Some easement has law y-shapen us. For John, there is a law that saith thus, that if a man in one point he aggrieved, that in another he shall be relieved. Our corn is stolen, soothly it is no nay, and we have had an evil fit today. And since I shall have none amendment against my loss, I will have easement. By Godde's soul, it shall none other be." This John answered, "Alein, avise thee, the miller is a perilous man," he said, "and if he that out of his sleep abraid, he mighte do us both a villainy." Alein answered, "I count him not a fly," and up he rose, and by the wench he crept. This wench lay upright, and fast she slept, till he so nigh was ere she might espy that it had been too late for to cry. And shortly for to say they were at one. Now play, Alein, for I will speak of John. This John lay still a furlong way or two, and to himself he made ruth and woe. "Alas," quoth he, "this is a wicked jape. Now may I say that I is but an ape. Yet has my fellow somewhat for his harm. He has the miller's daughter in his arm. He entreated him, and hath his needes sped, and I lie as a draft sack on my bed. And when this jape is told another day, I shall be held a daff or a cockernay. I will arise and ounter it by my fay. Hardy is unserly, as men say." And up he rose, and softly he went Unto the cradle, and in his hand it hent, And bare it soft unto his bedde's feet. Soon after this the wife her routing leat, and gan awake, and went out to piss, and came again, and gan the cradle miss, and groped here and there, but she found none. "Alas," quoth she, "I had almost misgone, I had almost gone to the clerk's bed. Benedicite, then I had foully sped." And forth she went, till she the cradle fand. She groped away further with her hand, and found the bed, and thought not but good, because that the cradle by it stood. And wist not where she was, for it was dark, but fair and well she crept in by the clerk, and lay full still, and would have thought asleep. Within a while this John the clerk upleap, and on his good wife laid on full sore. So merry a fit she had not had full yore. He pricked hard and deep, as he were mad. This jolly life have these two clerkes had, till that the thirde cocker began to sing. Alein waxed weary in the morrowing, for he had wonken all the longe night, and said, "Farewell, Malkin, my sweet wight, the day is come, I may no longer bide, but evermore, whereso I go or ride, I is thine owen clerk, so have I haile. Now, dear leman," quoth she, "go fare wele, but ere thou go, one thing I will thee tell. When that thou wendest homeward by the mill, right at the entry of the door behind, thou shalt a cake of half a bushel find, that was ye maked of thine owen meal, which that I helped my father for to steal. And good leman, God save thee and keep." And with that word she gan almost to weep. Alein uprose and thought, "Ere the day daw, I will go creepen in by my fellow," and found the cradle with his hand anon. "By God," thought he, "all wrong I have misgone, my head is totty of my swink tonight. That maketh me I go not aright. I wot well by the cradle I have misgo. Here lie the miller and his wife also." And forth he went a 20 devil way unto the bed thereas the miller lay. He weened it to have creeped by his fellow John, and by the miller in he crept anon, and caught him by the neck and gan him shake, and said, "Thou John, thou swine's head, awake, for Christus' soul, and hear a noble game. For by that lord that is called Saint James, I have thrice in this shorte night swived the miller's daughter bolt upright, while thou hast as a coward lain aghast." "Thou false harlot," quoth the miller, "hast? Ah, false traitor, false clerk," quoth he, "thou shalt be dead by Godde's dignity, who durste be so bold to disparage my daughter that is come of such lineage." And by the throate bowl he caught Alein, and he him hent dispiteously again, and on the nose he smote him with his fist. Down ran the bloody stream upon his breast, and in the floor with nose and mouth all broke they wallow as do two pigs in a poke. And up they go, and down again anon, till that the miller spurned on a stone, and down he backward fell upon his wife, that wiste nothing of this nice strife, for she was fallen asleep a little wight with John the clerk that had waked all the night. And with the fall out of her sleep she brayed, "Help, Holy Cross of Bromholm," she said. "In manners to us, Lord, to thee I call. Awake, Simon, the fiend is on me fall. Mine heart is broken, help, I am but dead. There lieth one on my womb and on mine head. Help, Simkin, for these false clerks do fight. This John start up as fast as e'er he might, and groped by the walls to and fro to find a staff, and she start up also, and knew the estress better than this John. And by the wall she took a staff anon, and saw a little shimmering of a light, for at an hole in shone the moon abright. And by that light she saw them both the two, but sickerly she wist not who was who. But as she saw a white thing in her eye, and when she gan this white thing espy, she weened the clerk had heard a volupare. And with the staff she drew aye near and near, and weened to have hit this Alein on the full, and smote the miller on the pillared skull. And down he went, and cried, "Harrow, I die!" These clerkies beat him well and let him lie, and grithen them and take their horse anon, and eke their meal. And on their way they gone, and at the mill door eke they took their cake of half a bushel flour, full well y bake. Thus is the proude miller well y beat, and hath he lost the grinding of the wheat, and paid for the supper every deal of Alein and of John that beat him well. His wife is swived, and his daughter also. Lo, such it is a miller to be false, and therefore this proverb is said full sooth: Him thou not winnen well that evil doth, a guiler shall himself beguiled be. And God, that sitteth high in majesty, save all this company, both great and small. Thus have I quit the miller in my tale. End of the Reeve's Tale. Read in Nottingham, England, on the 3rd of July by Alex Foster. www.alexfoster.me.uk.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February 3rd, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Cook's Tale. The Prologue. The Cook of London, while the Reeve thus spake, for joy he laughed, and clapped him on the back. "Aha!" quoth he, "for Christ's passion this miller had a sharp conclusion upon this argument of herbergage. Well said Solomon in his language. Bring thou not every man into thine house, for harbouring by night is perilous. Well ought a man advised for to be, whom that he brought into his privity. I pray to God to give me sorrow and care, if ever, since I hight Hodge of Ware, heard I a miller better set a work. He had a jape of malice in the dirk. But God forbid that we should stinte here, and therefore, if ye will vouchsafe to hear a tale of me, that am a poor man, I will tell you as well as e'er I can a little jape that fell in our city. Our host answered and said, I grant it thee. Roger, tell on, and look that it be good. For many a pasty hast thou letten blood, and many a Jack of Dover hast thou sold, that had been twice hot and twice cold. Of many a pilgrim hast thou Christ's curse, for of thy parsley yet fare they the worse. They that have eaten in thy stubble goose, for in thy shop doth many a fly go loose. Now tell on, gentle Roger, by thy name, but yet I pray thee, be not wroth for game. A man may say full sooth in game and play. Thou sayest full sooth, quoth Roger, by my fay, but sooth play quad play, as the Fleming saith, and therefore Harry Bailey by thy faith. Be thou not wroth, else we departe here, though that my tale be of an hostelere. But natheless I will not tell it yet, but ere we part, y wis thou shall be quit. And therewithal he laughed, and made cheer, and told his tale, as ye shall after hear. The Tale. A prentice whilom dwelt in our city, and of a craft of victuallers was he. Galliard he was, as goldfinch in the shaw, brown as berry, a proper sort fellow. With lockes black combed full fetisly, and dance he could so well and jollily, that he was called Perkin Reveller. He was full of love and paramour, as is the honeycomb of honey sweet. Well was the wench that with him might meet. At every bridal would he sing and hop. He better loved the tavern than the shop. For when there any riding was in cheap, out of the shop thither he would leap, and till that he had all the sight y seen, and danced well, he would not come again, and gathered him a many of his sort, to hop and sing and make such disport, as there they set steven for to meet, to playen at dice in such a street. For in the town there was no prentice that fairer could cast a pair of dice than Perkin could, and thereto he was free of his dispense, in place of privity, that found his master well in his chaffar, for oftentimes he found his box full bare. For soothly a prentice revellour that haunteth dice, riot, and paramour, his master shall it in his shop aby, all that he had no part in the minstrelsy. For theft and riot they be convertible, all can they play on gittern or ribible. Revel and truth, as in a low degree, they be full wroth all day, as men may see. This jolly prentice with his master bode, till he was nigh out of his prenticehood. All were he snubbed, both early and late, and sometimes led with revel to Newgate. But at the last his master him bethought, upon a day when he his paper sought, of a proverb that saith this same word: Better is rotten apple out of hoard, than it should rot all in the remenant. So fares it by a riotous servant. It is well less harm to let him pace, than he shend all the servants in the place. Therefore his master gave him acquittance, and bade him go with sorrow and mischance. And thus this jolly prentice had his leve. Now let him riot all the night, or leave. And for there is no thief without a luke that helpeth him to wasten and to sook, of that he bribe can or borrow may. Anon he sent his bed and his array unto a compere of his owen sort, that loved dice and riot and disport, and had a wife that held for countenance a shop, and swived for her sustenance. So ends the Cook's Tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February 9th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these notes, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Man of Law's Tale. The Prologue. Our host saw well that the bright sun, the arc of his artificial day, had run the fourth part, and half an hour more. And though he were not deep expert in lore, he wist it was the 28 day of April, that is messenger to May, and saw well that the shadow of every tree was in its length the same quality, that was the body erect that caused it, and therefore by the show he took his wit, that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright degrees, was 45 clome on height, and for that day, as in that latitude it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude, and suddenly he plight his horse about. "Lordlings," quoth he, "I warn you all this rout. The fourth party of this day is gone. Now, for the love of God and of Saint John, lose no time, as far forth as ye may, lordlings. The time wasteth night and day, and steals from us what privily sleeping, and what through negligence in our waking, as doth the stream that turneth never again, descending from the mountain to the plain. Well might Seneca and many a philosopher bewail time more than gold in coffer. For loss of chattels may recovered be, but loss of time shendeth us," quoth he. "It will not come again without dread, no more than will Malkin's maidenhead, when she hath lost it in her wantonness. Let us not mould thus in idleness. Sir man of law," quoth he, "so ye have bliss, tell us a tale anon as forward is. Ye be submitted through your free assent to stand in this case at my judgment. Acquit you now, and hold your behest, that ye have done your devoir in the least." "Host," quoth he, "de par Dieu jouissante, to break forward is not mine intent. Behest is debt, and I would hold it fain. All my behest I can no better sayn. For such law as a man gives another wight, he should himself usen it by right. Thus will our text, but natheless certain I can right now no thrifty tale sayn. But Chaucer, though he can but lewdly on meters and on rhyming craftily, hath said them in such English as he can of olde time, as knoweth many a man. And if he have not said them, leve, brother, in one book, he hath said them in another. For he hath told of lovers up and down more than Ovid made of mention in his epistolae, that be full old. Why should I tell them, since they be told? In youth he made of Ceyx and Alcyone, and since then he hath spoke of every one those noble wives and lovers eke. Whoso will his large volume speak, called The Saint's Legend of Cupid, there may he see the large wounds wide of Lucrece, and of Babylon Thisbe, the sword of Dido for the false Aeneas, the tree of Phyllis for her Demophon, the plaint of Dian and of Hermione, of Ariadne and Hypsipyle, the barren isle standing in the sea, the drowned Leander for his fair hero, the tears of Helen, and eke the woe of Briseis and Ladomia, the cruelty of thee, Queen Medea, thy little children hanging by the halls for thy Jason, that was of love so false. Hypermnestra, Penelope, Alceste, your wifehood he commandeth with the best. But certainly no word writeth he of Thick-wick, example of Canace, that loved her own brother sinfully. Of all such cursed stories I say fie, or else of Tyrius Apollonius, and how the cursed King Antiochus bereft his daughter of her maidenhead. That is so horrible a tale to read, when he threw her upon the pavement, and therefore he of full advisement would never write in none of his sermons of such unkind abominations. Nor will I none rehearse, if I may. But of my tale how shall I do this day? Me here loth to be likened doubtless to muses, that men call Pyrades, metamorphoses, what I mean. But natheless I reck not a bean, though I come after him with hawkbake. I speak in prose, and let him rhymes make. And with that word he with a sober cheer began his tale, and said as ye shall hear. So ends the prologue to the Man of Law's tale. The tale. O scathful harm, condition of poverty, with thirst, with cold, with hunger so confounded, to ask help thee shameth in thine heart. If thou none ask, so sore art thou y-wounded. That very need unwrappeth all thy wound hid. Maugre thine head, thou must for indignance, or steal, or beg, or borrow thy dispense. Thou blamest Christ, and sayest full bitterly, he mid separateth riches temporal. Thy neighbour thou witest sinfully, and sayest thou hast too little, and he hath all. Parfait, sayest thou, sometime he reckon shall, when that his tale shall brennen in the glade, for he not helped the needful in their need. Hearken what is the sentence of the wise: better to die than to have indigence. Thyself neighbour will thee despise. If thou be poor, farewell thy reverence. Yet of the wise man take this sentence: all the days of poor men be wick. Beware therefore ere thou come to that prick. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friends flee from thee, alas. O rich merchants, full of wealth be ye, O noble prudent folk, as in this case. Your bags be not filled with ambies ace, but with six sank that runneth for your chance, and Christenmass will merry be ye dance. Ye seek land and sea for your winnings. As wise folk ye knowen all the estate of regnes. Ye be fathers of tidings and tales, both of peace and of debate. I were right now of tales desolate, but that a merchant, gone in many a year, me taught a tale which ye shall after hear. In Syria whilom dwelt a company of chapmen rich, and thereto sad and true, clothes of gold and satins rich of hue, that wide where sent their spicery. Their chaffare was so thriftily and so new, that every wight had dainty to chaffar with them, and eke to sell them their ware. Now fell it that the masters of that sort have sharpened them to Rome for to wend, were it for chapmanhood or for disport. None other messages would they thither send, but come themselves to Rome. This is the end. And in such place as thought them avantage, for their intent they took their herbitage. Sojourned have these merchants in that town a certain time, as fell to their pleasance. And so befell, that in the excellent renown of the emperor's daughter, Dame Constance, reported was, with every circumstance, unto these Syrian merchants in such wise, from day to day, as I shall you devise. This was the common voice of every man. Our Emperor of Rome, God him see, a daughter hath, that since the world began to reckon, as well her goodness and beauty, was never such another as is she. I pray to God in honour her sustain, and would she were of all Europe the queen. In her is high beauty without pride, and youth without greenhood or folly. To all her works virtue is her guide. Humbleness hath slain in her all tyranny. She is the mirror of all courtesy, her heart a very chamber of holiness, her hand minister of freedom for almness. And all this voice was sooth, as God is true. But now to purpose let us turn again. These merchants have done freight their shippes new, and when they have this blissful maiden seen home to Syria, then they went full fain, and did their needs, as they have done yore, and lived in weal. I can you say no more. Now fell it that these merchants stood in grace of him that was the Soudan of Syrie. For when they came from any strange place, he would of his benigny courtesy make them good cheer, and busily espy tidings of sundry regnes, for to lear the wonders that they might see or hear. Amonges other things specially, these merchants have told him of Dame Constance, so great nobleness, in earnest so royally, that this Soudan hath caught so great pleasance to have her figure in his remembrance, that all his lust and all his busy cure was for to love her while his life may dure. Paraventure in the like large book, which that men call the heaven, written was with stars, when that he his birth took, that he for love should have his death, alas. For in the stars, clearer than in the glass, is written, God wrought, whoso could it read, the death of every man without a dread. In stars many a winter there beforn was writ the death of Hector, Achilles, of Pompey, Julius, ere they were born, the strife of Thebes and of Hercules, of Samson, Turnus, and of Socrates, the death, but mennes wittes be so dull, that no wight can well read it at the full. This Soudan for his privy council sent, and shortly of this matter for the pace he hath to them declared his intent, and told them certain but he might have grace to have Constance within a little space. He was but dead, and charged them in high to shape for his life some remedy. Divers men divers things said, and arguments they casten up and down. Many a subtle reason forth they laid. They speak of magic and abusion, but finally, as in conclusion, they cannot see in that none advantage, nor in no other way, save marriage. Then saw they therein such difficulty by way of reason, for to speak all plain, because that there was such diversity between their both laws, and they sayen they trow that no Christian prince would fain wedden his child under our laws sweet, that us was given by Mahood our prophet. And he answered, rather than I lose Constance, I will be christened doubtless. I must be hers. I may none other choose. I pray you hold your arguments in peace. Save my life, and be not reckless, to get to her that hath my life in cure, for in this woe I may not long endure. What needeth greater dilatation, I say, by treaty and ambassadry, and by the Pope's meditation, and all the church, and all the chivalry, that in destruction of Mametry, and in increase of Christ's law dear, they be accorded, so as ye may hear. How that the Soudan and his baronage, and all his lieges, shall y christened be, and shall have Constance in marriage, and certain gold, I not what quality, and hereto find they sufficient surety, the same accord is sworn on either side. Now, fair Constance, Almighty God thee guide. Now would some men waiten, as I guess, That I should tellen all the purveyance The which the emperor of his noblesse Hath shapen for his daughter Dame Constance. Well may men know that so great ordinance May no man tellen in a little clause, As was arrayed for so high a cause. Bishops be sharpen with her for to wend, Lordes, ladies, and knights of renown, And other folk enough, this is the end. And notified is throughout all the town, That every wight with great devotion Should pray to Christ that he this marriage receive in gree, and speed this voyage. The day is comen of her departing, I say the woful fatal day is come, That there may be no longer tarrying, But forward they them dressen all and some. Constance, that was with sorrow all o'ercome, Full pale arose, and dressed her to wend, For well she saw there was no other end. Alas, what wonder it is, though she wept, That shall be sent to a strange nation From friends that so tenderly her kept, And to be bound under subjection of one She knew not his condition. Husbands be all good, and have been of yore, That know wives. I dare say no more. Father, she said, thy wretched child Constance, Thy younge daughter, fostered up so soft, And you, my mother, my sovereign pleasance, Over all thing outtaken Christ on loft. Constance, your child, her recommendeth oft Unto your grace, for I shall to Syrie, Nor shall I ever see you more with eye. Alas, unto the barbarous nation I must anon, since, if that is your will, But Christ that starf for our redemption, So give me grace his hestes to fulfill. I, wretched woman, no force though I spill, Women are born to thraldom and penance, And to be under manne's governments. I trow at Troy, when Pyrrhus brake the wall, Or Ilion burnt, or Thebes the city, Nor at Rome, for the harm through Hannibal, That Romans hath he vanquished times three, Was heard such tender weeping for pity, As in the chamber was for her parting, But forth she must, whether she weep or sing. O firste moving cruel firmament, With thy diurnal sway, That crowdest aye, and hurlest all From east till occident, That naturally would hold another way, Thy crowding set in the heaven in such array, At the beginning of this fierce voyage, That cruel Mars hath slain this marriage. Unfortunate ascendant tortuous, Of which the Lord is helpless fall'n, alas, Out of his angle into the darkest house. O Mars, O Atziar, as in this case, O feeble moon, unhappy is thy pace. Thou knittest thee where thou art not received, Where thou art well, from thence art thou weaved. Imprudent Emperor of Rome, alas, Was there no philosopher in all thy town? Is no time bet than other in such case? Of voyage is there none election, Namely to folk of high condition, Not when a route is of a birth ye know? Alas, we be too lewed or too slow. To ship was brought this woful fair maid, Solemnly with every circumstance. Now Jesus Christ be with you all, she said. There is no more, but farewell, fair Constance. she pained her to make good countenance, and forth I let her sail in this manner, and turn I will again to my matter. The mother of the Soudan, well of vices espied, hath her son's plain intent, how he will leave his old sacrifices, and right anon she for her counsel sent. And they be come to knowe what she meant, and when assembled was this folks in fear, she sat her down, and said, as ye shall hear: "Lordes," she said, "ye knowen every one how that my son in point is for to lete the holy laws of our Alacron, given by God's messenger Mahomet. But one avow to great God I hate: life shall rather out of my body start, than Mahomet's law go out of mine heart." What should us tiden of this newe law, but thraldom to our bodies and penance, and afterward in hell to be ye draw? For we reigned Mahomet our creance, but Lordes, will ye maken assurance, as I shall say, assenting to my lore, and I shall make us safe for evermore. They sworen and assented every man to live with her and die, and by her stand, and every one in the best wise he can, to strengthen her shall all his friendes fan. And she hath his emprise taken in hand, which ye shall hear that I shall devise, and to them all she spake right in this wise: "We shall first fain us Christendom to take; cold water shall not grieve us but a light. And I shall such a feast and revel make, that, as I trow, I shall the Soudan quite. For though his wife be christened ne'er so white, she shall have need to wash away the red, though she a font of water with her lead. O Soudaness, root of iniquity, virago thou, Semiramis the second, O serpent under femininity, like to the serpent deep in hell y bound, O feigned woman, all that may confound virtue and innocence, though thy malice is bred in thee, as nest of every vice. O Satan envious, since thilike day that thou wert chased from our heritage, well knowest thou to woman the old way, thou madest Eve to bring us in servage. Thou wilt fordo this Christian marriage, thine instrument so well away the while makest thou of women when thou wilt beguile. This Soudaness, whom I thus blame and warray, Let privily her counsel go their way. Why should I in this tale longer tarry? She rode unto the Soudan on a day, And said him that she would renigh her lay, And Christendom of priestes' handes fong, Repenting her she heathen was so long, beseeching him to do her that honour, that she might have the Christian folk to feast. To please them I will do my labour, the Soudan said, I will do it at your haste, and kneeling thanked her for that request. So glad he was, he wist not what to say, and kissed her son, and home she went her way. Arrived be these Christian folk to land in Syria with a great solemn rout, and hastily this Soudan sent his sonde for first to his mother and all the realm about, and said his wife had comen out of doubt, and prayed them to ride again the queen, the honour of his regne to sustain. Great was the press, and rich was the array Of Syrians and Romans met in fair. The mother of the Soudath rich and gay Received her with all so glad a cheer As any mother might her daughter dear. And to the next city there beside A soft pace solemnly they ride. Not trow I the triumph of Julius, Of which that Lucan maketh such a boast, Was royaler or more curious Than was the assembly of this blissful boast. But oh, this scorpion, this wicked ghost, The Soudaness, for all her flattering, cast Under this full mortally to sting. The Soudan came himself soon after this, So royally that wonder is to tell, And welcomed her with all joy and bliss. And thus in mirth and joy I let them dwell. The fruit of his matter is that I tell. When the time came, men thought it for the best That revels stint, and men go to their rest. The time is come that this old Soudaness ordained Hath the feast of which I told, and to the feast The Christian folk them dress in general, yea, both young and old. There may men feast, and royalty behold, And dainties more than eye can you devise, But all too dear they bought it ere they rise. O sudden woe that ever art's successor To worldly bliss sperrent is with bitterness, The end of our joy, our worldly labour. Woe occupies the fine of our gladness. Hearken this counsel for thy sickerness. Upon thy glad days have in thy mind The unware woe of harm that comes behind. For shortly, for to tell it at a word, The Soudan and the Christians every one Were all to hewn and sticked at the board. But it was only Dame Constance alone, This old Soudaness, this accursed crone, Had with her friends done this accursed deed, For she herself would all the country lead. Nor there was Syrian that was converted, That of the counsel of the Soudan wot, That was not all to hewn ere he asterted, And Constance have they ta'en anon foot hot, And in a ship all steererless, God wot, They have her set, and bid her learn to sail Out of Syria againward to Italy. A certain treasure that she thither lad, And soon to say of victual great plenty, There have her given, and clothes eke she had, And forth she sailed in the salty sea. O my Constance, full of benignity, O emperor's young daughter dear, He that is lord of fortune be thy steer. She blessed herself, and with full piteous voice Unto the cross of Christ thus said she: O dear, O wealful altar, holy cross, Red of the Lamb's blood, full of pity, That washed the world from old iniquity, Me from the fiend and from his clawes keep, That day that I shall drenchen in the deep. Victorious tree, protection of the true, That only worthy were for to bear The King of Heaven with his woundes new, The white lamb that hurt was with a spear, Flemmer of fiends out of him and her, On which thy limbs fully extend, Me keep, and give me might my life to mend. Years and days floated this creature Throughout the sea of Greece Unto the strait of Maroc, As it was her aventure. On many a sorry meal now may she bate. After her death full often may she wait, Ere that the wilde waves will her drive Unto the place thereas she shall arrive. Men mighten ask why she was not slain eke at the feast, who might her body save. And I answer to that demand again, who saved Daniel in the horrible cave, where every wight save he, master or knave, was with the lion threat ere he astart. No wight but God that he bare in his heart. God list to shew his wonderful miracle in her, that we should see his mighty works. Christ, which that is to him harm trickle, by certain means oft, as he knows clerks, doth thing for certain end, that full dirk is to manne's wit, that for our ignorance ne cannot know his prudent purveyance. Now since she was not at the feast y slaw, who kept her from drowning in the sea? Who kept Jonas from the fish's maw, till he was sprouted up at Nineveh? Well men may know it was no wight, but he that kept the Hebrew people from drowning, with dry feet throughout the sea passing. Who bade the four spirits tempest that the power have to annoy land and sea, both north and south, and also west and east, annoye neither sea nor land nor tree? Soothly the commander of that was he that kept the tempest. Aye, this woman kept, as well when she awoke as when she slept. Where might this woman meat and drinke have 3 year and more? How lasted her vitality? Who fed the Egyptian Mary in the cave, or in the desert? No wight but Christ, son fei. 5,000 folk it was, as great marvail, with loaves and 5, and fishes two to feed. God sent his poisson at her great need. She drived forth into our ocean, throughout our wilde sea, Until at the last under a hold, that nempen I not can, Far in Northumberland the wave her cast, And in the sand her ship sticked so fast, That thennes it would not in all a tide. The will of Christ was that she should abide. The constable of the castle did down fare to see this wreck, and all the ship he sought, and found this weary woman full of care. He found also the treasure that she brought. In her language mercy she besought the life out of her body, for to twin her to deliver of woe that she was in. A manner Latin corrupt was her speech, but algate thereby she was understood. The constable, when him list no longer seech, this woeful woman brought he to the lond. She kneeled down and thanked Godde's sond, but what she was she would no man to say, for fair nor foul, although that she should dey. She said she was so mazed in the sea, That she forgot her mind by her truth. The constable had of her so great pity, And eke his wife, that they wept for ruth. She was so diligent without sloth, To serve and please every one in that place, That all her loved that looked in her face. The constable and Dame Ermelgilde his wife Were pagans, and that country everywhere, But Hermelgilde loved Constance as her life, And Constance had so long sojourned there In orisons with many a bitter tear, Till Jesus had converted through his grace Dame Hermelgilde constableness of that place. In all that land no Christians durst rout. All Christian folk had fled from that country, Though pagans that conquered all about. The plagues of the north by land and sea To Wales had fled. The Christianity of old Britons dwelling in this isle, There was their refuge for the meanwhile. But yet ne'er Christian Britain so exiled, that there ne'er some which in their privity honoured Christ, and heathen folk beguiled. And nigh the castle such there dwelled three, and one of them was blind, and might not see, but it were with thilke eyen of his mind, with which men may see when they are blind. Bright was the sun, as in a summer's day, for which the constable and his wife also and Constance have y take the righte way toward the sea, a furlong way to go, to playen and to roam to and fro. And in their walk this blind man they met, crooked and old, with even fast y shet. In the name of Christ, called this blind Briton, Dame Ermelgilde, give me my sight again. This lady waxed afraid of that sound, lest that her husband shortly for to sayn would her for Jesus Christe's love have slain, till Constance made her hold, and bade her wirch the will of Christ, as daughter of Holy Church. The constable waxed abashed out of that sight, and said, "What amounteth all this fare?" Constance answered, "Sir, it is Christ's might that helpeth folk out of the friende's snare." And so far forth she gan our law declare, that she, the constable, ere that it were eve, converted, and on Christ made him believe. This constable was not lord of the place of which I speak, there as he Constance fand, but kept it strongly many a winter's space under Allah, king of Northumberland, that was full wise and worthy of his hand against the Scots, as men may well hear. But turn I will again to my mattere. Satan, that ever us waiteth to beguile, saw of Constance all her perfection, and cast anon how he might quite her while, and made a young knight that dwellet in that town love her so hot of foul affection, that verily him thought that he should spill, but he of her might ones have his will. He wooed her, but it availed not. She would no sin by no way, and for despite he compassed his thought to make her a shameful death to day. He waiteth when the constable is away, and privily upon a night he crept in Hermelgilde's chamber while she slept. Weary forewaked in her orisons, sleepeth Constant and Hermelgilde also. This night through Satan's temptation all softly is to the bed y go, and cut the throat of Hermelgilde in two, and laid the bloody knife by Dame Constance, and went his way. There God gave him mischance. Soon after came the constable home again, and eke Allah that king was of this land, and saw his wife dispiteously slain, for which full oft he wept and wrung his hand. And ill the bed the bloody knife he found by Dame Constance. Alas, what might she say? For very woe her wit was all away. To King Allah was told all this mischance, and eke the time and where and in what wise that in a ship was founden this Constance. And here before ye have me heard devise, the kinge's heart for pity gan agrise, when he saw so benign a creature fall in disease and in misadventure. For as the lamb toward his death is brought, so stood this innocent before the king, this false knight that had this treason wrought, bore her in hand that she hath done this thing. But natheless there was great murmuring among the people, that say they cannot guess that she had done so great a wickedness. For they had seen her ever virtuous, and loving Hermegild right as her life. Of this bare witness each one in that house, save he that Hermegild slew with his knife. This gentle king had caught a great motif of this witness, and thought he would inquire deeper into this case, the truth to lure. Alas, Constance, thou hast no champion, nor fight canst thou not so well away, but he that starf for our redemption, and bound Satan, and yet lieth where he lay. So be thy stronge champion this day, for but Christ upon thee miracle kyth, withoute guilt thou shall be slain as swithe. She set her down on knees, and thus she said: Immortal God, that saved Suzanne from false blame, and thou merciful maid, Mary I mean, the daughter of Saint Anne, before whose child the angels sing Hosanna, if I be guiltless of this felony, my succour be, or elles shall I die. Have ye not seen sometime a pale face among a press of him that hath been lad toward his death, where he getteth no grace, and such a colour in his face hath had, men might know him that was so bestad amongest all the faces in that rout? So stood Constance, and looked her about. O queenes living in propriety, duchesses, and ye ladies every one, have some ruth of her adversity, and emperor's daughter she stood alone. She had no wight with whom to make her moan. O blood royal, that standest in the dread, far be thy friends in thy great need. This King Allah had such compassion, as gentle heart is full filled of pity, that from his eyen ran the water down. Now hastily do fetch a book, quoth he, and if this knight will swear how that she this woman slew, yet will we us advise with that we will that shall be our justice. A Breton book, written with evangiles, was fetched, and on this book he swore anon she guilty was. In the meanwhiles an hand him smote upon the necke bone, that down he fell at once, right as a stone, and both his eyen burst out of his face, in sight of everybody in that place. A voice was heard in general audience that said, Thou hast disslander'd guilteless the daughter of Holy Church in high presence. Thus hast thou done, and yet hold I my peace? Of this marvel aghast was all the press, as mazed folk they stood every one, for dread of wreak, save Constance alone. Great was the dread, and eke the repentance of them that bade wrong suspicion upon this saily innocent Constance, and for this miracle in conclusion, and by Constance's meditation the king, and many another in that place, converted was, thanked be Christe's grace. This false knight was slain for his untruth by judgment of Allah hastily, and yet Constance had of his death great ruth. And after this Jesus of his mercy made Allah wed full solemnly this holy woman that is so bright and sheen, And thus hath Christ y made Constance a queen. But who was woful, if I shall not lie, Of this wedding, but Donegilt, and no mo the kinge's mother, full of tyranny. Her thought, her cursed heart would burst in two. She would not that her son had done so. Her thought it despite that he should take So strange a creature unto his make. Me list not of the chaff nor of the stray. Make so long a tale as of the corn. What should I tellen of the royalty Of this marriage? Or which course goes beforn? Who bloweth in a trump or in a horn? The fruit of every tale is for to say, They eat and drink and dance and sing and play. They go to bed, as it was skill and right. For though that wives be full of holy things, They must take in patience at the night Such manner necessaries as be pleasings To folk that have y wedded them with rings, And lay alight their holiness aside, As for the time it may no better betide. On her he got a knave child anon, And to a bishop, and to his constable eke. He took his wife to keep when he is gone To Scotland ward, his foeman for to seek. Now fair Constance, that is so humble and meek, So long is gone with child, till that still She held her chamber, abiding Christe's will. The time is come, a knave and child she bare. Mauritius at the front stone they him call. This constable doth forth come a messenger, And wrote unto his king that clept was all, How that this blissful tiding is befall. And other tidings speedful for to say. He hath the letter, and forth he goeth his way. This messenger, to do his advantage, Unto the king's mother rideth swithe, And saluteth her full fair in his language. "Madam," quoth he, "ye may be glad and blithe, And thank God an 100,000 sithe. My lady queen hath child without doubt, To joy and bliss of all this realm about. Lo, here is the letter sealed of this thing, That I must bear with all haste I may. If ye will aught unto your son the king, I am your servant both night and day." Donegild answered, "And now at this time nay, But here I will with all night thou take thy rest. To morrow will I say thee what me lest." This messenger drank sadly ale and wine, And stolen were his letters privily Out of his box, where he slept as a swine, And counterfeited was full subtilly Another letter, wrote full sinfully Unto the king, direct of this matter, From his constable, as ye shall after hear. This letter said the queen delivered was Of so horrible a fiend-like creature, That in the castle none so hardy was, That any while she durst therein endure. The mother was an elf by adventure, Become by charms or by sorcery, And every man hated her company. Woe was this king when this letter had seen, But to no wight he told his sorrows sore. But with his owen hand he wrote again, "Welcome the sonde of Christ for evermore. To me, that I am now learned in this lore, Lord, welcome be thy lust and thy pleasance. My lust I put all in thine ordinance. Keeps this child, albeit foul or fair, and eke my wife unto mine homecoming. Christ, when him list, may send to me an heir more agreeable than this to my liking. This letter he sealed, privily weeping, which to the messenger was taken soon, and forth he went. There is no more to doen. O messenger, full filled of drunkenness, strong is thy breath, thy limbes falter aye, and thou betrayest all secretness. Thy mind is lorn, thy janglest as a jay. Thy face is turned in a new array. Where drunkenness reigneth in any rout, there is no counsel hid without doubt. O Donegild, I have no English dine Unto thy malice and thy tyranny, And therefore to the fiend I thee resign. Let him indict for all thy treachery. Fie, mannish, fie! O nay, by God I lie. Fie, fiend-like spirit! For I dare well tell, Though thou here walk, thy spirit is in hell. This messenger came from the king again, And at the kinge's mother court he light, And she was of his messenger full fain, And pleased him in all that e'er she might. He drank, and well his girdle under pight he slept, And eke he snored in this guise all night, Until the sun began to rise. Eft were his letters stolen every one, And counterfeited letters in this wise. The king commanded his constable anon, On pain of hanging and of high Jewise, That he should suffer in no manner wise Constance within his regne, for to abide 3 days and a quarter of a tide. But in the same ship as he her fand, Her and her younge son, and all her gear, He should put and crowd her from the land, And charge her that she never eft come there. O my Constance, well may thy ghost have fear, And sleeping in thy dream be in penance, When Donegild cast all this ordinance. This messenger on morrow when he woke, Unto the castle held the nexte way, And to the constable the letter took, And when his dispiteous letter say, Full oft he said, Alas, and well away. Lord Christ, quoth he, how may this world endure? So full of sin is many a creature. O mighty God, if that be thy will, Since thou art rightful judge, how may it be That thou wilt suffer innocence to spill, And wicked folk reign in prosperity? Ah, good Constance, alas, so woe is me, That I must be thy tormentor, or dey a shameful death. There is no other way. Wept both young and old in that place, When that the king this cursed letter sent. And Constance with a deadly pale face, The 4th day toward her ship she went. But nonetheless she took in good intent The will of Christ, and kneeling on the strond She said, Lord, I welcome be thy sond. He that keppet me from the false blame, While I was in the land amonges you, He can keep me from harm, and eke from shame In the salt sea, Although I see not how, as strong as ever he was, he is not now. In him trust I, and in his mother dear, that is to me my sail and eke my steer. Her little child lay weeping in her arm, and kneeling piteously to him she said, "Peace, little son, I will do thee no harm." With that her kerchief off her head she braid, And over his little eyen even there it laid, And in her arm she lulled it full fast, And unto heaven her eyen up she cast. "Mother," quoth she, "and maiden bright, Marry, sooth is, that through a woman's egment Man was lorn, and damned aye to die, For which thy child was on a cross y rent. Thy blissful eyen saw all his torment. Then is there no comparison Between thy woe and any woe man may sustain? Thou saw'st thy child y slain before thine eyen, And yet thou lives, my little child parfait. Now, lady bright, to whom the woful crien, Thou glory of womanhood, thou faire May, Thou heaven of refuge, bright star of the day, Rue on my child, that of thy gentleness Ruest on every rueful in distress. O little child, alas, what is thy guilt, That never wroughtest sin as yet, pardie? Why will thine harde father have thee split? O mercy, dear constable," quoth she, "And let my little child here dwell with thee, And if thou darest not save him from blame, So kiss him once in his father's name." Therewith she looked backward to the land, And said, "Farewell, husband ruthless," And up she rose, and walked down the strand Toward the ship, her following all the press. And ever she prayed her child to hold his peace, And took her leave, and with an holy intent She blessed her, and to the ship she went. Victualled was the ship, it is no dread, Abundantly for her a full long space, And other necessities that should need, For she had enough, harried be Godde's grace. For wind and weather Almighty God purchase and bring her home, I can no better say, But in the sea she drived forth her way. Alla the king came home soon after this Unto his castle, of the which I told, And asked where his wife and his child is. The constable gan about his heart feel cold, And plainly all the matter he him told, As ye have heard, I can tell it no better, And shewed the king his seal, and eke his letter, And said, "Lord, as ye commanded me, On pain of death, so have I done certain. Must y be know, and tell it flat and plain, From night to night in what place he hath lain, And thus by wit and subtle inquiring Imagined was by whom this harm gan spring. The hand was known that had the letter wrote, And all the venom of that cursed deed, But in what wise certainly I know not. Th'effect is this, that Alla out of dread His mother slew, that may men plainly read. for that she traitor was to legiance. Thus ended old Donegild with mischance. The sorrow that this Alla night and day made for his wife and for his child also, there is no tongue that it telle may. But now will I again to Constance go, that floated in the sea in pain and woe 5 year and more, as like Christ's sonde, ere that her ship approacheth to the land. Under an heathen castle at the last, of which the name in my text I not find, Almighty God, that saved all mankind, Have on Constance and her child some mind, that fallen is in heathen hand eftsoon, in point to spill, as I shall tell you soon. Down from the castle comes there many a wight to garren on this ship and on Constance, but shortly from the castle on a night the lorde's steward, God give him mischance, a thief that had reigned our creance, came to the ship alone, and said he would her leman be, whether she would or nould. Woe that this wretched woman then begone, her child cried, and she cried piteously, but blissful Mary helped her right anon, for with her struggling well and mightily, the thief fell overboard all suddenly, and in the sea he drenched for vengeance, and thus hath Christ unwemmed kept Constance. O foul lust of luxury, lo thine end! Not only that thou faintest manne's mind, But verily thou wilt his body shend. Th' end of thy work, or of thy lustes blind, Is complaining. How many may men find, That not for work sometimes, but for th' intent To do this sin, be either slain or shent? How may this weak woman have the strength Her to defend against this renegate? O Goliath unmeasurable of length, How mighty David made thee so mate, So young, and of armour so desolate! How durst he look upon thy dreadful face? Well may men see it was but Godde's grace, who gave Judith courage or hardiness To slay him Holofernes in his tent, And to deliver out of wretchedness The people of God, I say for this intent, That right as God's spirit of vigour sent To them, and saved them of mischance, So sent he might and vigour to Constance. Forth went her ship throughout the narrow mouth Of Jubalter and Septe, driving alway, Sometime west, and sometime north and south, And sometime east, full many a weary day, Till Christe's mother, blessed be she aye, Had shaped through her endless goodness To make an end of all her heaviness. Now let us stint of Constance but a throw, And speak we of the Roman emperor, That out of Syria had by letters know The slaughter of Christian folk, and dishonour Done to his daughter by a false traitor, I mean the cursed wicked Soudaness, That at the feast let slay both more and less. For which this emperor had sent anon His senator with royal ordinance, And other lords, God wot many a one, On Syrians to take high vengeance. They burn and slay, and bring them to mischance Full many a day. But shortly this is the end. Homeward to Rome they shaped them to wend. This senator repaired with victory To Romeward, sailing full royally, and met the ship driving, as saith the story, in which Constance sat full piteously, and nothing knew he what she was, nor why she was in such array, nor she will say of her estate, although that she should dey. He brought her unto Rome, and to his wife he gave her, and her younge son also, and with the senator she led her life. Thus can Our Lady bring out of woe woeful Constance, and many another mo', and longer time she dwelled in that place, in holy works ever, as was her grace. The senatore's wife her aunt was, for all that she knew her never the more. I will no longer tarry in this case, but to King Alla, whom I spake of yore, that for his wife he wept and sighed sore, I will return and leave I will Constance under the senatore's governance. King Alla, which that had his mother slain, upon a day fell in such repentance, that if I shortly tell it shall and plain, to Rome he came to receive his penitence, and put him in the Pope's ordinance in high and low, and Jesus Christ besought forgive his wicked works that he had wrought. The fame anon throughout the town is born, how Alla King shall come on pilgrimage by harbingers that went him beforn, for which the senator was the usage, rode him again, and many of his lineage, as well to show his high magnificence, as to do any king a reverence. Great cheer did this noble senator to King Alla, and to him also. Each of them did the other proud, and so befell that in a day or two this senator did to King Alla go to feast, and shortly, if I shall not lie, Constance's son went in his company. Some men would say, at request of Constance, this senator had led this child to feast. I may not tellen every circumstance, be as be may, there was he at the least. But sooth is this, that at his mother's hest, before Alla during their meate's space, the child stood, looking at the kinge's face. This Alla King had of this child great wonder, and to the senator he said anon, "Whom is that fair child that standeth yonder?" "I nought," quoth he, "by God and by Saint John. A mother he hath, but father hath he none, That I of wot." And shortly in a stonde he told to Alla how the child was found. "But God wot," quoth this senator also, "So virtuous a liver in all my life I never saw as she, nor heard of mo' Of worldly woman, maiden, widow, or wife. I dare well say she had a lever a knife through her breast, Than be a woman's wick. There is no man could bring her to that prick. Now was this child as like to Constance As possible is a creature to be. This Alla had the face in remembrance Of Dame Constance, and thereon mused he, If the child's mother were aught she, That was his wife, and privily he sight, And sped him from the table that he might. Parfait, thought he, phantom is in mine head. I ought to dream of skilful judgment, That in the salt sea my wife is dead. And afterwards he made this argument: Why wot I if that Christ have hither sent my wife by sea, as well as he her sent to my country from Venice that she went? And afternoon home with the senator went Allah for to see this wondrous chance. This senator did Allah great honour, and hastily he sent after Constance, but truste well her liste not to dance, when that she wist therefore was that sond unneth upon her feet she might stand. When Allah saw his wife fair, he her gret and wept, that it was ruthe for to see. For at the firste looked he on her set, he knew well verily that it was she. And she for sorrow as dumb stood as a tree, so was her heart shut in her distress, when she remembered his unkindness. Twice she swooned in his owen sight. He wept, and him excused piteously. Now God, quoth he, and all his hallows bright, so wisely on my soul have mercy, that of your harm as guiltless am I as is Maurice my son, so like your face. Else may the fiend me fetch out of this place. Long was the sobbing and the bitter pain, ere that their woeful hearts might cease. Great was the pity for hear them plain, though which plaints gan their woe increase. I pray you all my labour to release. I may not tell all their woe till tomorrow, I am so weary for to speak of sorrow. But finally, when that the sooth is wist, that Allah guiltless was of all her woe, I trow 100 times have they kissed, and such a bliss is there betwixt them two, that save the joy that lasteth evermo', there is none like that any creature hath seen or shall see, while the world may dure. Then prayed she her husband meekely, in that relief of her long piteous pine, that he would pray her father specially, that of his majesty she would incline to vouchsafe some day with him to dine. She prayed him to eke, that he should by no way unto her father no word of her say. Some men would say now that the child Maurice did this message unto the emperor, but as I guess, Allah was not so nice to him that is so sovereign of honour. As he that is of Christian folk the flower send any child, but better 'tis to deem, he went himself, and so it may well seem. This emperor hath granted gentilly to come to dinner, as he him besought, and well rede I he looked busily upon this child, and on his daughter thought. Allah went to his inn, and as him ought arrayed for his feast in every wise, and far forth as his cunning may suffice. The morrow came, and Allah gan him dress, and eke his wife the emperor to meet. And forth they rode in joy and in gladness, and when she saw her father in the street, she lighted down and fell before his feet. "Father," quoth she, "your younge child Constance is now full clean out of your remembrance." "I am your daughter, your Constance," quoth she, "that whilom ye have sent into Syrie. It am I, father, that in the salt sea was put alone, and damned for to die. Now, good father, I your mercy cry, send me no more into none heatheness, but thank my lord here of his kindness. Who can the piteous joy tellen all betwixt them three, since they be thus y met? But of my tale make an end I shall. The day goes fast, I will no longer let. These gladde folk to dinner be y set. In joy and bliss at meat I let them dwell 1,000-fold well more than I can tell. This child Maurice was since then emperor, made by the Pope, and lived Christianly. To Christ's church did he great honour. But I let all his story passe by. Of Constance is my tale especially. In the old Roman gestes men may find Maurice's life. I bear not it in mind. This King Alla, when he his time say, With his Constance, his holy wife so sweet, To England are they come in the right way, where did they live in joy and in quiet. But little while it lasted, I you hate. Joy of this world for time will not abide. From day to night it changeth as the tide. Who lived ever in such delight one day, That him not moved either conscience, or ire, or talent, or some kind affray, envy, or pride, or passion, or offence, I say, but for this end this sentence, that little while in joy or in pleasance lasted the bliss of Alla with Constance. For death that takes of high and low his rent, when passed was a year, even as I guess, out of this world this King Alla he hent, for whom Constance had full great heaviness. And let us pray that God his soule bless, and Dame Constance finally to say, Toward the town of Rome went her way. To Rome is come this holy creature, and findeth there her friends whole and sound. Now she is scaped all her ventures, and when that with her father hath y found, down on her knees hath fallen she to ground, weeping for tenderness in heart blithe. She heareth God 100,000 sighs. In virtue and in holy alms deed they liven all, and ne'er asunder wend, till death departeth them, this life they lead. And fare now well, my tale is at an end. Now Jesus Christ, that of his might may send joy after woe, govern us in his grace, and keep us all that be in this place. So ends the Man of Law's tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Luoma. greenkri.com. Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales. The Wife of Bath's Tale. The Prologue. Experience, though none authority, were in this world, is right enough for me to speak of woe that is in marriage. For lordings, since I 12 year was of age, thanked be God that is eternal live, husbands at the church door have I had 5. For I so often have y wedded be, and all were worthy men in their degree. But me was told, not long a time gone is, that sithen Christe went never but once to wedding, in the kine of Galilee, that by that ilk example taught he me, that I not wedded shoulde be but once. Lo, hearken eke a sharp word for the nonce. Beside a while Jesus, God and man, spake in reproof of the Samaritan. Thou hast y had 5 husbands, said he, and thilke man that now hath wedded thee is not thine husband. Thus said he certain. What that he meant thereby I cannot sign. But that I ask, why the 5th man was not husband to the Samaritan? How many might she have in marriage? Yet heard I never tellen in mine age upon this number definition. Men may divine and glossen up and down, but well I wot, express without a lie, God bade us for to wax and to multiply. That gentle text can I well understand. Eke well I wot, he said, that mine husband should leave father and mother, and take to me. But of no number mention made he, of bigamy or of octogamy. Why then should men speak of it villainy? Lo here, the wise King Dan Solomon, I trow that he had wives more than one, as would to God it lawful were to me to be refreshed half so oft as he. What gift of God had he for all his wives? No man hath such that in this world alive is. God wot this noble king, as to my wit, the first night had many a merry fit, with each of them so well was him on live. Blessed be God that I have wedded 5. Welcome the 6th whenever he shall. For since I will not keep me chaste in all, when mine husband is from the world y gone, some Christian man shall wed me anon. For then the apostle saith that I am free to wed a God's half where it liketh me. He saith that to be wedded is no sin. Better is to be wedded than to brin. What recketh me though folk say villainy of shrewd Lamech and his bigamy? I wot well Abraham was a holy man, and Jacob eke, as far as ever I can. And each of them had wives more than 2, and many other holy men also. Where can ye see, in any manner age, that high God defended marriage? By word express. I pray you tell it me, or where commanded he virginity? I wot as well as you it is no dread. The apostle, when he spake of maidenhead, he said that precept thereof he had none. Men may counsel a woman to be one, but counselling is no commandment. He put it in our own judgment. For had a God commanded maidenhead, then had he damned wedding out of dread. And certes, if there were no seedy so, virginity then whereof should it grow? Paul durste not commanden, at the least, a thing of which his master gave no hest. The dart is set up for virginity. Catch whoso may, who runneth best, let's see. But this word is not ta'en of every wight, but there as God will give it of his might. I wot well that the apostle was a maid, but natheless, although he wrote and said, he would that every wight were such as he, all is but counsel to virginity. And since to be a wife he gave me leave of indulgence, so is it no reprieve to wedde me, if that my make should die without exception of bigamy. All were it good no woman for to touch, he meant as in his bed or in his couch. For peril is both fire and tow to assemble, ye know what this example may resemble. This is all and some, he held virginity more profit than wedding in frailty. Frailty clepe I, but if that he and she would lead their lives all in chastity. I grant it well, I have none envy who maidenhead prefer to bigamy. It liketh them to be clean in body and ghost. Of mine estate I will not make a boast. For well ye know, a lord in his household hath not every vessel all of gold. Some are of tree, and do their lord service. Good calleth folk to him in sundry wise, and each one hath of God a proper gift. Some this, some that, as liketh him to shift. Virginity is great perfection, and continence eke with devotion. But Christ, that of perfection is the well, bade not every wight he should go sell all that he had, and give it to the poor, and in such wise follow him and his lore. He spake to them that would live perfectly, and lordings, by your leave, that am not I. I will bestow the flower of mine age in the acts and in the fruits of marriage. Tell me also to what conclusion were members made of generation, and of so perfect wise a wight y wrought. Trust me right well, they were not made for naught. Glose whoso will, and say both up and down, that they were made for the purgation of urine and of other things small, and eke to know a female from a male. And for none other cause? Say ye no, experience wot well it is not so. So that the clerks be not with me wroth, I say this, that they were made for both, that is to say, for office and for ease. Of engendrer there we God not displease. Why should men elles in their bookes set, that man shall yield unto his wife her debt? Now wherewith should he make his payment, if he used not his silly instrument? Then were they made upon a creature to purge urine, and eke for engendrer. But I say not that every wight is hold, that hath such harness as I to you told, to go and use them in engendrer. Then should men take of chastity no cure. Christ was a maid, and shapen as a man, and many a saint, since that this world began, yet ever lived in perfect chastity. I will not vie with no virginity. Let them with breed of purid wheat be fed, and let us wives eat our barley bread. And yet with barley bread, Mark tell us can, our Lord Jesus refreshed many a man. In such a state as God hath clept us, I'll persevere. I'm not precious. In wifehood I will use mine instrument as freely as my Maker hath it sent. If I be dangerous, God give me sorrow. Mine husband shall it have, both eve and morrow, when that him list come forth and pay his debt. A husband I will have, I will no let, which shall be both my debtor and my thrall, and have his tribulation withal upon his flesh, while that I am his wife. I have the power during all my life upon his proper body, and not he. Right thus the apostle told it unto me, and bade our husbands for to love us well. All this sentence me liketh every deal. Upstart the pardoner, and that anon. Now, dame, quoth he, by God and by Saint John, ye are a noble preacher in this case. I was about to wed a wife, alas! What, should I buy it on my flesh so dear? Yet had I lever wed no wife this year. Abide, quoth she, my tale is not begun. Nay, thou shalt drinken of another tun ere that I go, shall savour worse than ale. And when that I have told thee forth my tale of tribulation in marriage, of which I am expert in all mine age, that is to say, myself hath been the whip, then mayest thou choose whether thou wilt sip of thilke tune that I now shall broach. Beware of it, ere thou too nigh approach, for I shall tell examples more than 10. Whoso will not beware by other men, by him shall other men corrected be. These same words writeth Ptolemy. Read in his Almagest, and take it there. Dame, I would pray you, if your will it were, said this pardoner, as ye began, tell forth your tale, and spare for no man, and teach us younge men of your practique. Gladly, quoth she, since that it may you like, but that I pray to all this company, if that I speak after my fantasy, to take not a grief what I may say, for mine intent is only for to play. Now, sirs, then will I tell you forth my tale, as ever I may drink wine or ale, I shall say sooth. The husbands that I had 3 of them were good, and 2 were bad. The 3 were good men, and rich, and old. Unnethes might they the statute hold, in which that they were bounden unto me. Yet wot well what I mean of this party. As God me help, I laugh when that I think how piteously at night I made them swink. But by my fay I told of it no store. They had me given their land and their treasure. Me needed not do longer diligence to win their love, or do them reverence. They loved me so well, by God above, that I told no dainty of their love. A wise woman will be busy in her everin one to get their love, where that she hath none. But since I had them wholly in my hand, and that they had given me all their land, why should I take keep them for to please, but it were for my profit or mine ease? I set them so a work, by my fay, that many a night they sang well away. The bacon was not fetched for them, I trow, that some men have in Essex at Dum now. I governed them so well after my law, that each of them full blissful was and fa to bringe me gay things from the fair. They were full glad when that I spake them fair, for God it wot, I chide them spidiously. Now hearken how I bear me properly. Ye wise wives that can understand, thus should ye speak, and bear them wrong on hand, for half so boldly can there no man swearen and lien as a woman can. I say not this by wives that be wise, but if it be when they them misadvise. A wise wife, if that she can her good, shall bear them on hand the cow is wood, and take witness of her own maid, of their assent. But hearken how I said, Sir Olde Kainard, is this thine array? Why is my neighbour's wife so gay? She is honoured over all where she goeth. I sit at home, I have no thrifty cloth. What dost thou at my neighbour's house? Is she so fair? Art thou so amorous? What rown'st thou with our maid, Benedict? Sir old lecher, let thy japes be. And if I have a gossip or a friend, without guilt, thou chidest as a fiend, if that I walk or play unto his house. Thou comest home as drunken as a mouse, and preachest on thy bench with evil prefe. Thou say'st to me, it is a great mischief to wed a poor woman for costage, and if that she be rich of high parage. Then say'st thou that it is a tormentry to suffer her pride and melancholy. And if that she be fair, thou very knave, thou say'st that every holler will her have. She may no while in chastity abide, that is assailed upon every side. Thou say'st some folk desire us for riches, some for our shape, and some for our fairness, and some for she can either sing or dance, and some for gentleness or dalliance, some for her handes and her armes small. Thus goes all to the devil by thy tale. Thou say'st men may not keep a castle wall that may be so assailed over all. And if that she be foul, thou say'st that she coveteth every man that she may see. For as a spaniel she will on him leap, till she may find some man her to cheap, and none so grey goose goes there in the lake. So say'st thou, that will be without a make. And say'st, it is a hard thing for to weld a thing that no man will, his thanks held. Thou say'st thou, Laurel, when thou goest to bed, that no wise man needeth for to wed, nor no man that intendeth unto heaven. With wilde thunder dint and fiery leven mote thy wicked neck to be broke. Thou say'st that dropping houses, and eke smoke, and chiding waves, make men to flee out of their own house. Ah, Benedicte, what aileth such an old man for to chide? Thou say'st we wives will our vices hide till we be fast, and then we will them shew. Well, may that be a proverb of a shrew. Thou say'st that oxen, asses, horses, hounds, they be assayed at differs stowns, basins and lavers, ere that men them buy, spoones, stooles, and all such husbandry, and so be pots, and clothes, and array. But folk of wives make none assay, till they be wedded, old dotard shrew. And then, say'st thou, we will our vices shew. Thou say'st also that it displeaseth me, but if that thou wilt praise my beauty, and but thou pour always upon my face, and call me a fair dame in every place, and but thou make a feast on thilke day that I was born, and make me fresh and gay, and but thou do to my Norris honour, and to my chamberer within my bower, and to my father's folk, and mine allies. Thus say'st thou, old barrel full of lies. And yet also of our prentice Jenkin, for his crisp hair shining as gold so fine, and for he squareth me both up and down, yet hast thou caught a false suspicion. I will him not, though thou wert dead to-morrow. But tell me this, why hidest thou, with sorrow, the keys of thy chest away from me? It is my good as well as thine, pardie. What think'st to make an idiot of our dame? Now by that lord that called his Saint James, thou shalt not both, although that thou wert wood, be master of my body and my good. The one thou shalt forego, maugre thine eyen. What helpeth it of me t'inquire and spyen? I trow thou wouldest lock me in thy chest. Thou shouldest say, fair wife, go where thee lest. Take your disport, I will believe no tales. I know you for a true wife, Dame Alice. We love no man. What taketh keep or charge, where that we go, we will be at our large. Of alle men most blessed may he be, the wise astrologer Dan Ptolemy, that saith this proverb in his Almagest. Of all men his wisdom is highest, that recketh not who hath the world in hand. By this proverb thou shalt well understand, have thou enough, what thar thee reck or care, how merrily that other folks fare. For certes, old dotard, by your leave, ye shall have pleasure right enough at eve. He is too great a niggard that will werne a man to light a candle at his lantern. He shall have nevertheless light, pardie. Have thou enough thee thar not plain thee, thou say'st also. If that we make us gay with clothing and with precious array, that it is peril of our chastity. And yet with sorrow thou enforcest thee, and sayest these words in the apostle's name. In habit made with chastity and shame, ye women shall apparel you, quoth he, and not in tressed hair and gay perie, as pearls, nor with gold, nor clothes rich. After thy text, nor after thy rubric, I will not work as muchel as a gnat. Thou sayest also, I walk out like a cat, for whoso will singe the catte's skin, then will the catte well dwell in her inn. And if the catte's skin be sleek and gay, she will not dwell in house half a day, but forth she will, ere any day be dawed, to shew her skin and go a caterwawed. This is to say, if I be gay, Sir Shrew, I will run out my borel for to shew. Sir olde fool, what helpeth thee to spyen? Though thou pray Argus with his 100 eyen to my wardecorps, as he can best, in faith he shall not keep me, but me lest. Yet could I make his beard, so may I the. Thou sayest eke that there be thinges three, which thinges greatly trouble all this earth, and that no wight may endure the firth. O lefe, Sir Shrew, may Jesus short thy life. Yet preachest thou, and sayest thou, a hateful wife y reckoned is for one of these mischances. But there none other manner resemblances that ye may liken your parables unto, but if a silly wife be one of tho. Thou likenest a woman's love to hell, to barren land where water may not dwell. Thou likenest it also to wild fire. The more it burns, the more it hath desire to consume everything that burnt will be. Thou sayest, right as wormeshend a tree, right so a wife destroyeth her husband. This know they well that be to wives bond. Lordings right thus, as ye have understand, bear I stiffly mine old husbands on hand, that thus they saiden in their drunkenness. And all was false, but that I took witness on Jenkin, and upon my niece also. O Lord, the pain I did them, and the woe, full guiltiless by Godde's sweet pine. For as a horse I coulde bite and whine, I coulde plain, and I was in the guilt, or else ofttime I had been spilt, whoso first cometh to the nil first grint. I plained first, so was our wary stint. They were full glad to excuse them full blithe of things that they never agilt their live. Of wenches would I bear them on hand, when that for sickness scarcely might they stand, yet tickled I his heart, for that he weened that I had of him so great churt. I swore that all my walking out by night was for to espy wenches that he dight. Under that colour I had many a mirth, for all such wit is given us at birth. Deceit, weeping, and spinning God doth give to women kindly, while that they may live. And thus of one thing I may vaunt me, at the end I had the better in each degree, by sleight or force, or by some manner thing, as by continual murmur or grudging, namely a bed, there had they mischance. There would I chide, and do them no pleasance. I would no longer in the bed abide. If that I felt his arm over my side, till he had made his ransom unto me, then would I suffer him do his nicety. And therefore every man this tale I tell, win whoso may, for all is for to sell. With empty hand men may no hawkes lure, for winning would I all his will endure, and make me a feigned appetite. And yet in bacon had I never delight. That made me that I ever would them chide. For though the Pope had sitten them beside, I would not spare them at their owen board, for by my troth I quit them word for word, as help me very God omnipotent. Though I right now should make my testament, I owe them not a word, that is not quit, I brought it so about by my wit, that they must give it up, as for the best, or else we had never been in rest. For though he looked as a wood lion, yet should he fail of his conclusion. Then would I say, now goode leffe tak keep, how meekly looketh Wilken our sheep. Come near, my spouse, and let me ba thy cheek. Ye should be all patient and meek, and have a sweet y-spiced conscience, since ye so preached of Job's patience. Suffer alway, since ye so well can preach, and but ye do, certain we shall you teach that it is fair to have a wife in peace. One of us two must bow, doubtless, and since a man is more reasonable than woman is, ye must be sufferable. What aileth you to grudge thus and groan? Is it for ye would have my love alone? Why, take it all. Lo, have it every deal, Peter. Shrew you, but ye love it well, for if I would sell my bellichos, I could walk as fresh as is a rose. But I will keep it for your owen tooth. Ye be to blame, by God, I say you sooth. Such manner word as had we on hand. Now will I speaken of my fourth husband. My fourth husband was a reveller, that is to say, he had a paramour, and I was young and full of raggery, stubborn and strong, and jolly as a pie. Then could I dance to a harpe small, and sing y-wis as any nightingale, when I had drunk a draught of sweet wine. Metellius, the foul churl, the swine, that with a staff bereft his wife of life, for she drank wine, though I had been his wife, never should he have daunted me from drink. And after wine of Venus most I think. For all so sure as cold engenders hail, a liquorish mouth must have a liquorish tail. In woman vinolent is no defence, this no lectures by experience. But Lord Christ, when that it remembereth me upon my youth and on my jollity, it tickleth me about mine heart root. Unto this day it doth mine heart boot, that I have had my world as in my time. But age, alas, that all will envenime, hath me bereft my beauty and my pith. Let go, farewell, the devil go therewith. The flower is gone, there is no more to tell. The bran, as I best may, now must I sell. But yet to be right merry will I fand. Now forth to tell you of my fourth husband. I say, I in my heart and great despite, that he of any other had delight. But he was quit by God and by Saint Chaucer. I made for him of the same wood a cross. Not of my body in no foul manner, but certainly I made folk such cheer, that in his owen grease I made him fry for anger and for very jealousy. By God in earth I was his purgatory, for which I hope his soul may be in glory. For, God it wot, he sat full oft and sung, when that his shoe full bitterly him wrung. There was no wight, save God and he, that wist in many wise how sore I did him twist. He died when I came from Jerusalem, and lies in grave under the Rudebeam, although his tomb is not so curious as was the sepulchre of Darius, which that Apelles wrought so subtly. It is but waste to bury them preciously. Let him farewell, God give his soul rest. He is now in his grave and in his chest. Now of my fifth husband will I tell. God let his soul never come into hell, and yet was he to me the most shrew. That feel I on my ribbes all by rue, and ever shall until mine ending day. But in our bed he was so fresh and gay, and therewithal so well could he me glosse, when that he would have my belle chose, though he had beaten me on every bone, yet could he win again my love anon. I trow I loved him better, for that he was of his love so dangerous to me. We women have, if that I shall not lie, in this manner a quaint fantasy. Whatever thing we may not lightly have, thereafter will we cry all day and crave. Forbid us thing, and that desire we. Press on us fast, and then we will flee. With danger utter we all our chaffair. Great press at market maketh dear ware, and too great cheap is held at little price. This knoweth every woman that is wise. My fifth husband, God his soul bless, which that I took for love and no richess, he sometime was a clerk of Oxenford, and had left school, and went at home to board with my gossip, dwelling in our town. God have her soul, her name was Alison. She knew my heart and all my privity, but then our parish priest, so may I the. To her betrayed I my counsel all, for had my husband pissed on a wall, or done a thing that should have cost his life, to her, and to another worthy wife, and to my niece, which that I loved well, I would have told his counsel and every deal. And so I did full often, God it wot, that made his face full often red and hot for every shame, and blamed himself. For he had told me so great a privity. And so befell that once in a Lent, so oftentimes I to my gossip went, for ever yet I loved to be gay, and for to walk in March, April, and May, from house to house, to hear sundry tales, that Jenkin clerk and my gossip Dame Alice, and I myself, into the fieldes went. Mine husband was at London all that Lent. I had the better leisure for to play, and for to see, and eke for to be say, of lusty folk. What wist I where my grace was shapen for to be, or in what place? Therefore made I my visitations to vigilies, and to processions, to preachings eke, and to these pilgrimages, to plays of miracles and marriages, and weird upon me gay scarlet gites. These worms, nor these moths, nor these mites on my apparel fret them never a deal. And know'st thou why? For they were used well. Now will I telle forth what happened me. I say that in the fieldes walked we, till truly we had such dalliance, this clerk and I, that of my purveyance I spake to him, and told him how that he, if I were widow, should wedded me. For certainly I say for no bobbins, yet was I never without purveyance of marriage, nor of other things eke. I hold a mouse's wit, not worth a leek, that hath but one hole for to start to, and if that fail, then is all y-do. I bare him on hand, he had enchanted me. My dame taughte me that subtlety, and eke I said, I met of him all night, he would have slain me, as I lay upright, and all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hoped that he should do me good, for blood betokened gold, as me was taught. And all was false, I dreamed of him right not, but as I was followed I my dame's lore, as well of that as of other things more. But now, sir, let me see, what shall I sign? Aha! By God, I have my tale again. When that my fourth husband was on bier, I wept algate and made a sorry cheer, as wives must, for it is the usage, and with my kerchief covered my visage. But, for I was provided with a make, I wept but little, that I undertake. To churche was mine husband born a morrow, with neighbours that for him made sorrow, and Jenkin, our clerk, was one of tho. As help me God, when that I saw him go after the bier, methought he had a pair of legges and of feet so clean and fair, that all my heart I gave unto his hold. He was, I trow, a 20 winter old, and I was 40, if I shall say sooth. Gat-toothed I was, and that became me well. I had the print of Saint Venus' seal. As help me God, I was a lusty one, and fair, and rich, and young, and well begone. For certes, I am all Venerian in feeling, and my heart is Martian. Venus me gave my lust and licorishness, and Mars gave me my sturdy hardiness. Mine ascendant was Taura, and Mars therein. Alas, alas, that ever love was sin. I followed mine inclination by virtue of my constellation. That made me that I coulde not withdraw my chamber of Venus from a good fella. Yet have I Martis mark upon my face, and also in another privy place. For God so wisely be my salvation, I loved never by discretion, but ever followed mine own appetite. All were he short, or long, or black, or white, I took no keep, so that he liked me. How poor he was, neither of what degree. What should I say, but that at the month's end this jolly clerk Jenkin, that was so hend, had wedded me with great solemnity, and to him gave I all the land and fee that ever was me given therebefore. but afterward repented me full sore. He woulde suffer nothing of my list. By God, he smote me once with his fist, for that I rent out of his book a leaf, that of the stroke of mine ear waxed all deaf. Stubborn I was, as is a lioness, and of my tongue a very jangleress. And walk I would, as I had done beforn, from house to house, although he had it sworn, for which he oftentimes wilde preach, and me of olde Roman justice teach, how that Sulpicius Gallus left his wife, and forsook for term of all his for naught, but open-headed he her say, looking out at his door upon a day. Another Roman told he me by name, that for his wife was at a summer game, without his knowing, he forsook her eke. And then would he upon his Bible seek that ilke proverb of Ecclesiast, where he commandeth and forbiddeth fast, man shall not suffer his wife go roll about. Then would he say right thus without a doubt, whoso that buildeth his house all of sallows, and pricketh his blind horse over the fallows, and suffereth his wife to go seek hallows, is worthy to be hanged on the gallows. But all for naught. I said not a haw of his proverbs, nor of his olde saw, nor would I not of him corrected be. I hate them that my vices telle me, and so do more of us, God wot, than I. This made him wood with me all utterly. I will not forbear him in no case. Now will I say you sooth by Saint Thomas, why that I rent out of his book a leaf, for which he smote me, so that I was deaf. He had a book that gladly night and day for his disport he would it read alway. He called it Valerie and Theoprast, and with that book he laughed alway full fast. And eke there was a clerk sometime at Rome, a cardinal that highte Saint Jerome, that made a book against Jovinian, which book was there, and eke Tertullian, Chrysippus, Trotula, and Heloise, that was an abbess not far from Paris, and eke the parables of Solomon, Ovide's art, and Boordus many one. And all these were bound in one volume, and every night and day was his costume, when he had leisure and vacation from other worldly occupation, to readen in this book of wicked wives. He knew of them more legends and more lives than be of goode wives in the Bible. For, trust me well, it is an impossible that any clerk will speak a good of wives, but if it be of holy saintes' lives. Nor of none other woman never the mo who painted the lion, tell it me who. By God, if women had written stories, as clerkes have within their oratories, they would have writ of men more wickedness than all the mark of Adam, many redress the children of Mercury and Venus, be in their working full contrarious. Mercury loveth wisdom and science, and Venus loveth riot and dispense, and for their diverse disposition each falls in other's exaltation, as thus, God wot, Mercury is desolate in Pisces, where Venus is exalted, and Venus falls where Mercury is raised. Therefore no woman by no clerk is praised. The clerk, when he is old, and may not do of Venus' works not worth his olde shoe, then sits he down and writes in his dotage that women cannot keep their marriage. But now to purpose, why I told thee that I was beaten for a book, pardie. Upon a night Jenkin, that was our sire, read on his book as he sat by the fire. Of Eva first, that for her wickedness was all mankind brought into wretchedness, for which that Jesus Christ himself was slain, that bought us with his hearte blood again. Lo here express of women may ye find, that woman was the loss of all mankind. Then he read me how Samson lost his hairs sleeping, his leman cut them with her shears, through which a treason lost he both his eyen. Then he read me, if that I shall not lien, of Hercules and of his Dejanire, that caused him to set himself on fire. Nothing forgot he of the care and woe that Socrates had with his wives two. How Xantippe cast piss upon his head. This silly man sat still as he were dead, his whipped head, and no more durst he sign, but, ere the thunder stint, there cometh rain. Of Phasiphae, that was queen of Crete, for shrewdness he thought the tale sweet. Fie, speak no more, it is a grisly thing, of her horrible lust and her liking. Of Clytemnestra, for her lechery, that falsely made her husband for to die, he read it with full good devotion. He told me eke for what occasion Amphiorax at Thebes lost his life. My husband had a legend of his wife Eriphyle, that for enout of gold had privily unto the Greekes told, where that her husband hid him in a place, for which he had at Thebes sorry grace. Of Luna he told me, and of Lucy. They both made their husbands for to die, that one for love, that other was for hate. Luna her husband on an evening late empoisoned had, for that she was his foe. Lucia liquorish loved her husband so, that for he should always upon her think, she gave him such a manner love drink, that he was dead before it were the morrow. And thus algates husbands had a sorrow. Then he told me how one Ladomeus complained to his fellow Arius, that in his garden growed such a tree, on which he said how that his wives 3 hanged themselves for heart dispiteous. "O leve brother," quoth this Arius, "give me a plant of thilke blessed tree, and in my garden planted shall it be." Of later date of wives hath he read, that some have slain their husbands in their bed, and let their lecher dite them all the night, while that the corpse lay on the floor upright. And some have driven nails into their brain, while that they slept, and thus they have them slain. Some have them given poison in their drink. He spake more harm than hearte may bethink. And therewithal he knew of more proverbs than in this world there groweth grass or herbs. "Better," quoth he, "thine habitation be with a lion or a foul dragon than with a woman using for to chide. Better," quoth he, "high in the roof abide than with an angry woman in the house, they be so wicked and contrarious. They hate that their husbands loven, aye," he said. "A woman cast her shame away when she cast off her smock. And farthermore, a fair woman, but she be chaste also, is like a gold ring in a sow's nose. Who could ween, or who coulde suppose that woe in mine heart was, and the pine? And when I saw that he would never fine to readen on this cursed book all night, all suddenly 3 leaves have I plight out of this book, right as he read, and eke I with my fist so took him on the cheek, that in our fire he backward fell adown. And he upstart, as doth a wood lion, and with his fist he smote me on the head, that on the floor I lay as I were dead. And when he saw how still that there I lay, he was aghast, and would have fled away, till at the last out of my swoon I braid, 'O hast thou slain me, thou false thief?' I said, 'and for my land hast thou murdered me? Ere I be dead, yet will I kiss thee.' And near he came and kneeled fair adown, and said, 'Dear sister Alisoun, as help me God, I shall thee never smite. For that I have done it is thyself too white. Forgive it me, and that I thee beseek.' And yet eftsoons I hit him on the cheek, and said, 'Thief, thus much I am awreak. Now will I die, I may no longer speak.' But at the last, with much care and woe, we fell accorded by ourselves two. He gave me all the bridle in my hand, to have the governance of house and land, and of his tongue, and of his hand also. I made him burn his book anon right though. And when that I had gotten unto me, by mastery, all the sovereignty, and that he said, 'Mine owen true wife, do as thee list the term of all thy life. Keep thine honour, and eke keep mine estate.' After that day we never had debate. God help me so, I was to him as kind as any wife from Denmark unto Ind, and also true, and so was he to me. I pray to God that sits in majesty, so bless his soul for his mercy dear. Now will I say my tale, if ye will hear." The friar laughed when he had heard all this. "Now, dame," quoth he, "so have I joy and bliss. This is a long preamble of a tale. And when the Sompnour heard the friar gale, 'Lo,' quoth this Sompnour, 'Godde's armes too, a friar will intermete him evermo'. Lo, goode men, a fly and eke a frere will fall in every dish and eke matter. What speak'st thou of perambulation? What? Amble or trot, or peace, or go sit down? Thou lettest our disport in this matter. Yea, wilt thou so, Sir Sompnour? Quoth the Friar. Now by my faith I shall, ere that I go, tell of a Sompnour such a tale or two, that all the folk shall laughen in this place. Now do, else, Friar, I beshrew thy face, quoth this Sompnour. And I beshrew me, but if I telle tales 2 or 3 of friars ere I come to Sittingbourne, that I shall make thine heart for to mourn, for well I wot thy patience is gone. Our host cried, Peace, and that anon, and said, Let the woman tell her tale, ye fare as folk that drunken be of ale. Do, dame, tell forth your tale, and that is best. All ready, sir, quoth she, right as you lest. If I have license of this worthy frere? Yes, dame, quoth he, tell forth, and I will hear. The Tale. In olde days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak of great honour, all was this land full filled of faery. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green maid. This was the old opinion, as I read. I speak of many 100 years ago, but now can no man see none elves mo'. For now the great charity and prayers of limitors and other holy freres, that search every land and every stream, as thick as motes in the sunnebeam, blessing halls, chambers, kitchens and bowers, cities and burges, castles high and towers, thorpes and barns, schepens and dairies. This makes that there be now no fairies. For there as wont to walke was an elf, there walketh now the limitor himself, in undermells and in morrowings, and saith his matins and his holy things as he goes in his limitation. Women may now go safely up and down, in every bush and under every tree. There is none other incubus but he, and he will do them no dishonour. And so befell it, that this King Arthur had in his house a lusty bachelor, that on a day came riding from river, and happened that, alone as she was born, he saw a maiden walking him beforn. Of which maiden anon, maugre her head, by very force he reft her maidenhead. For which oppression was such clamour and such pursuit unto the King Arthur, that damned was this knight for to be dead by course of law, and should have lost his head. Peradventure such was the statute though, but that the queen and other ladies mo', so long they prayed the king of his grace, till he his life him granted in the place, and gave him to the queen, all at her will, to choose whether she would save him or spill. The queen thanked the king with all her might. And after this thus spake she to the knight, when that she saw her time upon a day. Thou standest yet, quoth she, in such array, that of thy life yet hast thou no surety. I grant thee life, if thou canst tell to me what thing is it that women most desiren. Beware and keep thy neckbone from the iron. And if thou canst not tell it me anon, yet will I give thee leave for to gon a 12 month and a day, to seek and lear an answer suffisant in this mattere. And surety will I have ere that thou pace thy body for to yielden in this place. Woe was the knight, and sorrowfully siked, but what? He might not do all as him liked. And at the last he chose him for to wend, and come again right at the year's end, with such answer as God would him purvey, and took his leave and wended forth his way. He sought in every house and every place, whereas he hoped for to find a grace, to learn what thing women love the most. But he could not arrive in any coast, whereas he might find in this mattere 2 creatures according and fair. Some said that women loved best richess, some said honour, and some said jolliness, some rich array, and some said lust a bed, and oft time to be widow and to be wed. Some said that we are in our heart most eased when that we are y-flattered and y-praised. He went full nigh the sooth, I will not lie. A man shall win us best with flattery, and with attendance and with business be we y-lamed, both more and less. And some men said that we do love the best for to be free, and do right as us lest, and that no man reprove us of our vice, but say that we are wise and nothing nice. For truly there is none among us all, if any wight will claw us on the gall, that will not kick, for that he saith us sooth. Assay, and he shall find it, that so doth. For be we never so vicious within, we will be held both wise and clean of sin. And some men said that great delight have we for to be held stable and eke sacre, and in one purpose steadfastly to dwell, and not bewray a thing that men us tell. But that tale is not worth a rake steel. Pardie, we women can in nothing heal. Witness on Midas, will ye hear the tale? Ovid, amongst other things small, saith Midas had, under his longe hairs, growing upon his head 2 asses' ears, the which vice he hid, as best he might, full subtilly from every man's sight. That, save his wife, there knew of it no mo'. He loved her most, and trusted her also. He prayed her that no creature she would tellen of his disfigure. She swore him, nay, for all the world to win, she would not do that villainy or sin, to make her husband have so foul a name. She would not tell it for her owen shame. But natheless her thought that she died, that she so long should a counsel hide. Her thought it swelled so sore about her heart, that needes must some word from her a start, and, since she durst not tell it unto man, down to a marish fast thereby she ran, till she came there, her heart was all afire, and, as a bittern bumbles in the mire, she laid her mouth unto the water down. "Bewray me not, thou water, with thy soun'," quoth she, "to thee I tell it, and no mo'. Mine husband hath long asses' ears too. Now is mine heart all whole, now is it out, I might no longer keep it out of doubt. Here may ye see, though we a time abide, yet out it must, we can no counsel hide. The remnant of the tale, if ye will hear, read in Ovid, and there ye may it lear. This knight, of whom I tell is specially, when that he saw he might not come thereby, that is to say, what women love the most, within his breast full sorrowful was his ghost. But home he went, for he might not sojourn. The day was come that homeward he must turn. And in his way it happened him to ride, in all his care, under a forest side, whereas he saw upon a dance go of ladies 24, and yet mo'. Toward this ilke dance he drew full yearn, the hope that he some wisdom there should learn. But certainly, ere he came fully there, y-vanished was this dance, he knew not where. No creature saw he that bare life, save on the green he sitting saw a wife. A fouler wight there may no man devise. Against this knight this old wife gan to rise, and said, "Sir knight, hereforth lieth no way. Tell me what ye are seeking by your fay. Peradventure it may the better be. These olde folk know much a thing," quoth she. "My leve mother," quoth this knight, "certain I am but dead, but if that I can sign what thing it is that women most desire. Could ye me wis, I would well quite your hire." "Plight me thy troth here in mine hand," quoth she. "The nexte thing that I require of thee, thou shalt it do, if it be in thy might, and I will tell it thee ere it be night." "Have here my troth," quoth the knight, "I grant." "Then," quoth she, "I dare me well avaunt, thy life is safe, for I will stand thereby. Upon my life the queen will say as I. Let's see, which is the proudest of them all, that wears either a kerchief or a caul, that dare say nay to that I shall you teach. Let us go forth without a longer speech." Then rowned she a pistol in his ear, and bade him to be glad, and have no fear. When they were come unto the court, this knight said, he had held his day as he had hight, and ready was his answer as he said. "Full many a noble wife, and many a maid, and many a widow, for that they be wise. The queen herself, sitting as a justice, assembled be his answer for to hear. And afterward this knight was bid appear. to every wight commanded was silence, and that the knight should tell in audience what thing that worldly women love the best. This knight he stood not still as doth a beast, but to this question anon answered, with manly voice that all the court it heard. "My liege lady, generally," quoth he, "women desire to have the sovereignty, as well over their husband as their love, and for to be in the mastery him above. This is your most desire, though ye me kill, do as you list, I am here at your will." In all the court there was no wife, nor maid, nor widow, that contraried what he said, but said he worthy was to have his life. And with that word upstart that old wife, which that the knight saw sitting on the green. "Mercy," quoth she, "my sovereign lady queen, ere that your court depart, do me right. I taught this answer unto this knight, for which he plighted me his troth there, the firste thing I would of him require. He would it do if it lay in his might. Before this court then I pray thee, Sir Knight," quoth she, "that thou me take unto thy wife, for well thou knowest that I have kept thy life. If I say false, say nay, upon thy fay." This knight answered, "Alas, and well away, I know right well that such was my behest. For God's love choose a new request, take all my good, and let my body go." "Nay then," quoth she, "I shrew us both two, for though that I be old and foul and poor, I nulde for all the metal nor the ore that under earth is grave, or lies above, but if thy wife I were, and eke thy love." "My love?" quoth he, "nay, my damnation! Alas, that any of my nation Should ever so foul disparaged be! But all for naught. The end is this, that he constrained was, that needs he must wed, and take this olde wife, and go to bed. Now wilde some men say paraventure that for my negligence I do no cure, to tell you all the joy and all the ray that at the feast was made that ilke day. To which thing shortly answeren I shall. I say there was no joy nor feast at all, there was but heaviness and much sorrow. For privily he wed her on the morrow, and all day after hid him as an owl. So woe was him, his wife looked so foul. Great was the woe the knight had in his thought, when he was with his wife to bed y brought. He wallowed, and he turned to and fro. This old wife lay smiling evermo', and said, "Dear husband, Benedict, fares every knight thus with his wife as ye? Is this the law of King Arthur's house? Is every knight of his thus dangerous? I am your owen love, and eke your wife. I am she which that saved hath your life, and certes yet did I you ne'er unright. Why fare ye thus with me this first night? Ye fare like a man had lost his wit. What is my guilt? For God's love tell me it, and it shall be amended if I may." "Amended?" quoth this knight. "Alas, nay, nay, it will not be amended nevermo'. Thou art so loathly, and so old also, and thereto comest of so low a kind, that little wonder though I wallow and wind. So woulde God mine heart would brest." "Is this," quoth she, "the cause of your unrest?" "Yea, certainly," quoth he, "no wonder is." "Now, sir," quoth she, "I could amend all this, if that me list, ere it were days 3, so well ye mighte bear you unto me, but for ye speaken of such gentleness as is descended out of old riches, that therefore shall ye be gentlemen. Such arrogancy is not worth a hen. Look who that is most virtuous alway, prive and apert, and most intendeth aye to do the gentle deedes that he can, and take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ will reclaim of him our gentleness, not of our elders for their old riches. For though they gave us all their heritage, for which we claim to be of high parage, yet may they not bequeath for no thing to none of us their virtuous living, that made them gentlemen called to be. and bade us follow them in such degree. Well can the wise poet of Florence, that highte Dante, speak of this sentence. Lo, in such manner rhyme is Dante's tale. Full seld upriseth by his branches small prowess of man, for God of his goodness wills what we claim of him our gentleness. For of our elders may we nothing claim but temporal things that man may hurt and maim. Eke every wight knows this as well as I. If gentleness were planted naturally unto a certain lineage down the line, prive and apert, then would they never find to do of gentleness the fair office, then might they do no villainy or vice. Take fire and bear it to the darkest house betwixt this and the Mount of Caucasus, and let men shut the doors and go then. Yet will the fire as fair and light brenn, as 20,000 men might it behold. Its office natural eye will it hold, on peril of my life till that it die. Here may ye see well how that gentry is not annexed to possession, since folk do not their operation alway, as doth the fire, low in its kind. For, God it wot, men may full often find a lorde's son do shame and villainy. And he that will have price of his gentry, for he was born of a gentle house, and had his elders noble and virtuous, and will himself do no gentle deeds, nor follow his gentle ancestry, that dead is. He is not gentle, be he duke or earl, for villains sinful deedes make a churl. For gentleness is but the renommee of thine ancestors for their high bounty, which is a strange thing to thy person. Thy gentleness cometh from God alone. Then comes our very gentleness of grace. It was no thing bequeathed us with our place. Think how noble, as saith Valerius, was thilke Tullius Hostilius, that out of Provert rose to high read in Senec, and read eke in Boeotia. There shall ye see express that it no dread is, that he is gentle that doth gentle deeds. And therefore, leve husband, I conclude, albeit that mine ancestors were rude, yet may the high God, and so hope I, grant me his grace to live virtuously. Then am I gentle, when that I begin to live virtuously, and waive sin. And whereas ye of povert me reprieve, the high God on whom that we believe, in wilful provert chose to lead his life. And certes every man, maiden, or wife may understand that Jesus, heaven's King, ne would not choose a virtuous living. Glad povert is an honest thing, certain. This will Senec and other clerkes sayn. Whoso that holds him paid of his provert, I hold him rich though he hath not a shirt. He that coveteth is a poor wight, for he would have what is not in his might. But he that not hath, nor coveteth to have, is rich, although ye hold him but a knave. Very povert is sin properly. Juvenal saith of povert merrily. The poor man, when he goes by the way, before the thieves he may sing and play. Povert is hateful good, and, as I guess, a full great bringer out of business. A great amender eke of sapience, to him that taketh it to him that taketh it in patience. Povert is this, although it seem a lange, possession that no wight will challenge. Povert, full often, when a man is low, makes him his God, and eke himself to know. Povert a spectacle is, as thinketh me, through which he may his very friendes see. And therefore, sir, since that I you not grieve, of my povert no more me reprieve. Now, sir, of elde ye reprieve me, and certes, sir, though none authority wherein no book ye gentles of honour say that men should an old wight honour, and call him father for your gentleness, and author shall I finden as I guess. Now there ye say that I am foul and old, then dread ye not to be a cuckold. For filth and eld also may either be great wardens upon chastity. But natheless, since I know your delight, I shall fulfill your worldly appetite. Choose now, quoth she, one of these thinges twae, to have me foul and old till that I day, and be to you a true humble wife, and never you displease in all my life. Or else will ye have me young and fair, and take your adventure of the repair that shall be to your house because of me, or in some other place, it may well be. Now choose yourself whether that you liketh. This knight adviseth him, and sore he saketh. But at the last he said in this manner, My lady and my love, and wife so dear, I put me in your wise governance. Choose for yourself which may be most pleasance, and most honour to you and me also. I do no force the whether of the two, for as you liketh it sufficeth me. Then have I got the mastery, quoth she, since I may choose and govern as me lest. Yea, certes, wife, quoth he, I hold it best. Kiss me, quoth she, we are no longer wroth, for by my troth I will be to you both. This is to say, yea, both fair and good. I pray to God that I may sterve wood, but I to you be all so good and true as ever was wife since the world was new. And but I be tomorrow as fair to seen as any lady, empress, or queen that is betwixt the east and eke the west, do with my life and death right as you lest. Cast up the curtain and look how it is. And when the knight saw verily all this, that she so fair was and so young thereto, for joy he hent her in his armes too. His heart bathed in a bath of bliss, 1,000 times on row he gan her kissed. And she obeyed him in every thing that mighte do him pleasance or liking, and thus they live unto their lives' end in perfect joy. And Jesus Christ us send husbands meek and young, and fresh in bed, and grace to overlive them that we wed. And eke I pray Jesus to short their lives, that will not be governed by their wives. And old and angry niggards of dispense, God send them soon of very pestilence. End of The Wife of Bath, of Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Friar's Tale. The Prologue. This worthy limitour, this noble frere, he made always a manner lowering chair upon the Sompnour, but for honesty no villain word as yet to him spake he. But at the last he said unto the wife, Dame, quoth he, God give you right good life. Ye have here touched, also may I thee, in school matter a great difficulty. Ye have said much a thing right well, I say, but dame, here as we ride by the way, us needeth not but for to speak of game, and leave authorities in Godde's name, to preaching and to school eke of clergy. But if it like unto this company, I will you of a Sompnour telle game. Pardie, ye may well knowe by the name, that of a Sompnour may no good be said. I pray that none of you be evil paid. A Sompnour is a runner up and down, with mandaments for fornication, and is y beat at every towne's end. Then spake our host, Ah, sir, ye should be hend and courteous, as a man of your estate. In company we will have no debate. Tell us your tale, and let the Sompnour be. Nay, quoth the Sompnour, let him say by me whatso him list. When it comes to my lot, by God I shall him quieten every groat. I shall him telle what a great honour it is to be a flattering limitour. And his office I shall him tell y wis. Our host answered, Peace, no more of this. And afterward he said unto the frere, Tell forth your tale, mine owen master dear. The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in my country an archdeacon, a man of high degree, that boldly did execution in punishing of fornication, of witchcraft and eke of bawdery, of defamation and adultery, of treacheries and of testaments, of contracts and of lack of sacraments, and eke of many another manner crime, which needeth not rehearsen at this time, of usury and simony also, but certes lechours did he greatest woe. They shoulde singen, if that they were hent, and smalle tithers were if foully shent. If any person would on them complain, there mighte start them no pecunial pain, for smalle tithes and small offering he made the people piteously to sing. For ere the bishop caught them with his crook, they weren in the archdeacon's book. Then had he through his jurisdiction power to do on them correction. He had a Sompnour ready to his hand. A slyer boy was none in England, for subtly he had his espial, that taught him well where it might aught avail. He coulde spare of lechours one or two, to teache him to 24 more. For, though this Sompnour would be as a hare, to tell his harlotry I will not spare, for we be out of their correction, they have of us no jurisdiction, nay, never shall have, term of all their lives. Peter, so be the women of the stives, quoth this Sompnour, y put out of our cure. Peace with mischance and with misaventure, our hoste said, and let him tell his tale. Now telle forth, and let the Sompnour gale, nor spare not, mine owen master dear. This false thief, the Sompnour, quoth the Friar, had always bawdes ready to his hand, as any hawk to lure in England, that told him all the secrets that they knew, for their acquaintance was not come of new. They were his approvers privily. He took himself at great profit thereby. His master knew not always what he won, without a mandament, a lewed man. He could summon on pain of Christe's curse, and they were inly glad to fill his purse, and make him great feastes at the nale, and right as Judas had a purse smalle, and was a thief, right such a thief was he, his master had but half his duty. He was, if I shall give him his laud, a thief, and eke a Sompnour, and a bawd. And he had wenches at his retinue, that whether that Sir Robert or Sir Hugh, or Jack, or Ralph, or whoso that it were, that lay by them, they told it in his ear. Thus were the wench and he of one assent, and he would fetch a feigned mandament, and to the chapter summon them both two, and pill the man, and let the wenche go. Then would he say, Friend, I shall for thy sake do strike thee out of our letters blake. Thee thar no more as in this case travail. I am thy friend, where I may thee avail. Certain he knew of bribers many mo' than possible is to tell in yeares two. For in this world is no dog for the bow that can a hurt deer from a hole know. Bet then this Sompnour knew a sly lechour, or an adulterer, or a paramour, and for that was the fruit of all his rent, therefore on it he set all his intent. And so befell that once upon a day this Sompnour, waiting ever on his prey, rode forth to summon a widow, an old ribibe, feigning a cause, for he would have a bribe. And happened that he saw before him ride a gay yeoman under a forest side. A bow he bare, and arrows bright and keen. He had upon a courtepy of green, a hat upon his head with fringes black. Sir, quoth this Sompnour, hail and well o'ertack. Welcome, quoth he, and every good fellaw, whither ridest thou under this green shaw? Saide this yeoman, wilt thou far today? This Sompnour answered him and saide nay. Here faste by, quoth he, is mine intent, to ride for to raisen up a rent, that longeth to my lorde's duety. Ah, art thou then a bailiff? Yea, quoth he. He durste not for very filth and shame say that he was a Sompnour for the name. Depardieu, quoth this yeoman, leve brother, thou art a bailiff, and I am another. I am unknowen, as in this country, of thine acquaintance I will praye thee, and eke of brotherhood, if that thee list. I have a gold and silver lying in my chest. If that thee hap to come unto our shire, all shall be thine, right as thou wilt desire. Grand mercy, quoth this Sompnour, by my faith. Each in the other's hand his troth layeth, for to be sworn a brethren till they die, in dalliance they ride forth and play. This Sompnour, which that was as full of jangles, as full of venom be those wariangles, and ever inquiring upon everything. Brother, quoth he, where is now your dwelling, another day, if that I should you seech? This yeoman him answered in soft speech. Brother, quoth he, far in the north country, where, as I hope sometime I shall thee see, ere we depart, I shall thee so well wis, that of mine house shalt thou never miss. Now, brother, quoth this Sompnour, I you pray, teach me, while that we ride by the way, since that ye be a bailiff as I am, some subtlety, and tell me faithfully, for mine office how that I most may win, and spare not for conscience or for sin, but as my brother, tell me, how do ye? Now by my troth, brother mine, said he, as I shall tell to thee a faithful tale, my wages be full strait and eke full smale. My lord is hard to me and dangerous, and mine office is full laborious. And therefore by extortion I live, forsooth I take all that men will me give. Algate by sleighte or by violence, from year to year I win all my dispense. I can no better tell thee faithfully. Now certes, quoth this Sompnour, so fare I. I spare not to take, God it wot, but if it be too heavy or too hot. What I may get in counsel privily, no manner conscience of that have I. Ne'er mine extortion I might not live, for of such japes will I not be shrive. Stomach nor conscience know I none. I shrew these shrifte fathers every one. Well be we met by God and by Saint Jame, but leve brother, tell me then thy name. Quoth this Sompnour, right in this mean a while, this yeoman gan a little for to smile. Brother, quoth he, wilt thou that I thee tell? I am a fiend, my dwelling is in hell, and here I ride about my purchasing to know where men will give me anything. My purchase is the effect of all my rent. Look how thou ridest for the same intent, to win a good, thou reckest never how. Right so fare I, for ride will I now, into the worlde's ende for a prey. Ah, quoth this Sompnour, benedicite, what say ye? I weened ye were a yeoman truly. Ye have a manne's shape as well as I. Have ye then a figure determinate in hell, where ye be in your estate? Nay, certainly, quoth he, there have we none. But when us liketh, we can take us one, or elles make you seem that we be shape, sometime like a man, or like an ape, or like an angel can ye ride or go. It is no wondrous thing, though it be so. A lousy juggler can deceive thee, and pardie, yet can he more craft than he. Why, quoth the Sompnour, ride ye then or gone in sundry shapes, and not always in one? For we, quoth he, will us in such form mak, as most is able our prey for to tak. What maketh you to have all this labour? Full many a cause, leve Sir Sompnour, said this fiend. But all thing hath a time. The day is short, and it is passed prime, and yet have ye won nothing in this day. Ye will intend to winning if ye may, and not intend our thinges to declare. For, brother mine, thy wit is all too bare to understand, although I told them thee. But for thou askest, why laboure we? For sometimes we be Godde's instruments, and meanes to do his commandements. When that him list upon his creatures, in divers acts and in divers figures, withoute him we have no might certain. If that him list to stande there again, and sometimes at our prayer have we leave, only the body, not the soul, to grieve. Witness on Job, whom that we did full woe, and sometimes have we might on both the two. This is to say, on soul and body eke, and sometimes be we suffered for to seek upon a man and do his soul unrest, and not his body, and all is for the best. When he withstandeth our temptation, it is a cause of his salvation. Albeit that it was not our intent he should be safe, but that we should him hent. And sometimes be we servants unto man, as to the Archbishop Saint Dunstan, and to the apostle servant eke was he. Yet tell me, quoth this Sompnour, faithfully, mak ye newe bodies thus alway of the elements? The fiend answered, nay. Sometimes we feign, and sometimes we arise with dead bodies in full sundry wise, and speak as reasonably and fair and well as to the Pythoness did Samuel. And yet will some men say it was not he. Ye do no force of your divinity, but one thing warn I thee, ye will not jape. Thou wilt algates weet how we be shape. Thou shalt hereafterward, my brother dear, come where thee needeth not of me to lear. For thou shalt by thine own experience conne in a chair to read of this sentence, better than Virgil while he was alive, or Dante also. Now let us ride blive, for I will hold a company with thee, till it be so that thou forsake me. Nay, quoth this Sompnour, that shall ne'er betide. I am a yeoman, that is known full wide. My trothe will I hold, as in this case, for though thou wert the devil Satanas, my trothe will I hold to thee, my brother, as ye have sworn, and each of us to other, for to be true brethren in this case, and both we go about in our purchase. Take thou thy part, what that men will thee give, and ye shall mine, thus may we both live. And if that any of us have more than other, let him be true, and part it with his brother. Ye grante, quoth the devil, by my fay. And with that word they rode forth their way, and right at the entering of the towne's end, to which the Sompnour shope him for to wend, they saw a cart that charged was with hay, which that a carter drove forth on his way. Deep was the way for which the carte stood. The carter smote and cried as he were wood, Heit Scot, heit Brooke, what spare ye for the stones? The fiend, quoth he, you fetch body and bones, as far forthly as ever ye were foaled, so much a woe as ye have with you thold. The devil have all, horses and cart and hay. The Sompnour said, here shall we have a prey. And near the fiend he drew, as nought ne were, full privily, and rounded in his ear. Hearken, my brother, hearken by thy faith. Hear'st thou not how that the carter saith? Hent it anon, for he hath given it thee, both hay and cart, and eke his couples three. Nay, quoth the devil, God wot, never a deal. It is not his intent. Trust thou me well. Ask him thyself, if thou not trowest me, or elles stint a while, and thou shalt see. The carter thwacked his horses on the croup, and they began to drawen and to stoop. Heit now, quoth he, there, Jesus Christ you bless, and all his handiwork, both more and less. That was well twight, mine owen liart boy. I pray God save thy body, and Saint Loy. Now is my cart out of the slough, pardie. Lo, brother, quoth the fiend, what told I thee? Here may ye see, mine owen deare brother, the churl spake one thing, but he thought another. Let us go forth about in our voyage. Here win I nothing upon this carriage. When that they came somewhat out of the town, the Sompnour to his brother gan to rown. Brother, quoth he, here wons an old rebeck, that had almost as lief to lose her neck as for to give a penny of her good. I will have 12 pence, though that she be wood, or I will summon her to our office, and yet, God wot, of her know I no vice. But for thou canst not, as in this country, winne thy cost, take here example of me. This Sompnour clapped at the widow's gate. Come out, he said, thou old very trait. I trow thou hast some friar or priest with thee. Who clappeth? Said this wife. Benedicite. God save you, sir, what is your sweete will? I have, quoth he, of summons here a bill, up pain of cursing, look that thou be to-morrow before our archdeacon's knee, to answer to the court of certain things. Now, Lord, quoth she, Christ Jesus, King of kings, so wisely helpe me, as I not may, I have been sick, and that full many a day, I may not go so far, quoth she, nor ride, but I be dead, so pricketh it my side. May I not ask a libel, Sir Sompnour, and answer there by my procurator, to such thing as men would oppose me? Yes, quoth this Sompnour. Pay anon, let's see, 12 pence to me, and I will thee acquit. I shall no profit have thereby but lit. My master hath the profit, and not I. Come off, and let me ride hastily. Give me 12 pence, I may no longer tarry. 12 pence, quoth she. Now, Lady Sainte Mary, so wisely help me out of care and sin, this wide world, though that I should it win. Now have I not 12 pence within my hold. I know full well that I am poor and old. Kith your alms upon me, poor wretch. Nay then, quoth he, the foule fiend me fetch, if he excuse thee, though thou shouldst be spilt. Alas, quoth she, God wot I have no guilt. Pay me, quoth he, or by the sweet Saint Anne, as I will bear away thy newe pan for debt, which thou owest me of old, when that thou madest thine husband cuckold. I paid at home for thy correction. Thou liest, quoth she, by my salvation. Never was I ere now, widow or wife, summoned unto your court in all my life, nor never I was, but of my body true, unto the devil rough and black of hue give I thy body, and my pan also. And when the devil heard her curse so upon her knees, he said in this mannere, Now, Mabily, mine owen mother dear, is this your will in earnest that ye say? The devil, quoth she, so fetch him ere he day, and pan and all. But he will him repent? Nay, old stoat, that is not mine intent, quoth this Sompnour, for to repente me for anything that I have had of thee. I would I had thy smock and every cloth. Now, brother, quoth the devil, be not wroth. Thy body and this pan be mine by right. Thou shalt with me to helle yet to-night, where thou shalt knowen of our privity more than a master of divinity. And with that word the foule fiend him hent, body and soul he with the devil went. Whereas the Sompnours have their heritage, and God that maked after his image mankind save and guide us all and some, and let this Sompnour a good man become. Lordings, I could have told you, quoth this Friar, had he had leisure for this Sompnour here, after the text of Christ and Paul and John, and of our other doctors many a one, such paines that your heartes might agrees, albeit so that no tongue may devise, though that I might 1,000 winters tell the pains of thilke cursed house of hell. But for to keep us from that cursed place, wake we and pray we Jesus of his grace. So keep us from the tempter Satanas. Hearken this word, beware as in this case. The lion sits in his await alway to slay the innocent, if that he may. Disposen aye your heartes to withstand the fiend that would you make a thrall and bond. He may not tempt you over your might, for Christ will be your champion and your knight. And pray that this our Sompnour him repent of his misdeeds, ere that the fiend him hent. End of The Friar's Tale, read by Kara Schallenberg on February 24th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on February 23rd, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poem by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Sompnour's Tale. The Prologue. The Sompnour in his stirrups high he stood upon this friar, he hearte was so wood, that like an aspen leaf he quoke for ire. Lordlings, quoth he, but one thing I desire, I you beseech that of your courtesy, since ye have heard this false friar lie, as suffer me I may my tale tell. This friar boasteth that he knoweth hell, and God it wot that is but little wonder, friars and fiends be but little asunder. For pardie, ye have often time heard tell, how that a friar ravished was sent to hell, in spirit ones by a vision, and as an angel led him up and down to shew him all the pains that there were. In all the place saw not he a frere, of other folk he saw enough in woe. Unto the angel spake the friar tho, Now, sir, quoth he, have friars such a grace that none of them shall come into this place? Yes, quoth the angel, many a million, and unto Satanas he led him down. And now hath Satanas, said he, a tail broader than that of a carrack is the sail. Hold up thy tail, thou Satanas, quoth he. Show forth thine erse, and let the friar see where is the nest of friars in this place. And less than half a furlong way of space, right so as bees swarmen out of a hive, out of the devil's erse there gan to drive 20,000 friars on a rout, and throughout hell they swarmed all about, and came again as fast as they may gon, and in his erse they creeped every one. He clapped his tail again, and lay full still. This friar, when he looked, had his fill upon the torments of that sorry place. His spirit God restored of his grace into his body again, and he awoke. But natheless for fear yet he quoke. So was the devil's erse aye in his mind, that is his heritage of very kind. God save you all, save this cursed frere. My prologue will I end in this manner. The Tale. Lordlings, there is in Yorkshire, as I guess, a marshy country called Holderness, in which there went a limitour about to preach, and eke to beg, it is no doubt. And so befell that on a day this frere had preached at a church in his manner, and specially, above everything, excited he the people in his preaching to trentals, and to give for Godde's sake, wherewith men mighty holy houses make. There as divine service is honoured, not there as it is wasted and devoured, nor where it is needeth, not for to be given as to possessioners, that they may liven, thanked be God, in wealth and abundance. Trentals, said he, deliver from penance their friendes' souls, as well old as young, yea, when they be hastily sung. Not for to hold a priest jolly and gay, he singeth not but one mass in a day. Deliver out, quoth he, anon the souls. Full hard it is, with flesh hook or with owls, to be y clawed, or to burne, or to bake. Now speed you hastily for Christe's sake. And when this friar had said all his intent, with qui cum patre forth his way he went. When folk in church had given him what them lest, he went his way, no longer would he rest. With scrip and tipped shaft y tucked high, in every house he gan to pour and pry, and begged meal and cheese or elles corn. His fellow had a staff tipped with horn, a pair of tables all of ivory, and a pointel y polished fetishly, and wrote alway the names as he stood of all the folk that gave him any good. Askance that he would for them pray, give us a bushel wheat or malt or rye, a godde's kitchel or a trip of cheese, or elles what you list. We may not cheese, and godde's halfpenny, or a mass penny, or give us of your brawn, if ye have any, a dagon of your blanket, leve dame, our sister dear. Lo, here I write your name. Bacon or beef, or such thing as ye find. A sturdy harlot went them aye behind, that was their hoste's man, and bare a sack, and what men gave them laid it on his back. And when that he was out at door anon, he planed away the names every one that he before had written in his tables. He served them with knifles and with fables. Nay, there thou liest, thou Sompnour, quoth the Friar. Peace, quoth our host, for Christe's mother dear, tell forth thy tale, and spare it not at all. So thrive I, quoth this Sompnour, so I shall. So long he went from house to house, till he came to a house where he was wont to be refreshed more than in 100 places. Sick lay the husbandman whose that place is, bed-rid upon a couche low he lay. Deus hic, quoth he, O Thomas friend, good day, said this friar, all courteously and soft. Thomas, quoth he, God yield it you full oft. Have I upon this bench fared full well. Here have I eaten many a merry meal, and from the bench he drove away the cat, and laid down his potent and his hat, and eke his scrip, and sat himself adown. His fellow was y walked into the town, forth with his knave unto that hostelry, whereas he shope him that night to lie. O dear master, quoth the sicke man, how have ye fared since that march began? I saw you not this fortnight and more. God wot, quoth he, laboured have I full sore, and specially for thy salvation have I said many a precious orison. And for mine other friends, God them bless, I have this day been at your church a mess, and said sermon after my simple wit, not all after the text of Holy Writ, for it is hard to you, as I suppose, and therefore will I teach you aye the glose. Glosing is a full glorious thing certain, for letter slayeth, as we clerkes sayn. There have I taught them to be charitable, and spend their good where it is reasonable. And there I saw our dame. Where is she? Yonder I trow that in the yard she be, said this man, and she will come anon. "Hey, master, welcome be ye by Saint John," said his wife. "How fare ye heartily?" This friar riseth up full courteously, And her embraceth in his armes narrow, And kissed her sweet, and chirketh as a sparrow With his lips. "Dame," quoth he, "right well, As he that is your servant every deal, Thanked be God that gave you soul and life. Yet saw I not this day so fair a wife In all the church. God so save me." "Yea, God amend defaultes, sir," quoth she. "Algates welcome be ye, by my fay. Grand mercy, dame, that I have found alway, But of your greate goodness, by your leave, I would pray you that ye not you grieve. I will with Thomas speak a little throw. These curates be so negligent and slow To grope tenderly a conscience in shrift, And preaching is my diligence, And study in Peter's words and in Paul's. I will walk and fish Christian mennes souls, To yield our Lord Jesus his proper rent. To spread his word is alle mine intent. Now, by your faith, O dear sir," quoth she, "chide him right well for sainte charity. He is aye angry as is a pismire, Though that he have all that he can desire. Though I him wry every night, and make him warm, And over him lay my leg, and eke my arm, He groaneth as our boar that lies in sty. Other disport of him right none have I. I may not please him in no manner case. O Thomas, je vous dis, Thomas, Thomas, this maketh the fiend, this must be amended. Ire is a thing that high God hath defended, And thereof will I speak a word or two. Now, master," quoth the wife, "ere that I go, what, will ye dine?" "I will go thereabout." "Now, dame," quoth he, "je vous dis sans doubt, Had I not of a capon but the liver, And of your white bread not but a shiver, And after that a roasted pigge's head, But I would that for me no beast were dead, Then had I with you homely suffisance. I am a man of little sustenance. My spirit hath its fostering in the Bible. My body is aye so ready and penible to wake, That my stomach is destroyed. I pray you, dame, that ye be not annoyed. Though I so friendly you my counsel shew, By God, I would have told it but to few. Now, sir," quoth she, "but one word ere I go. My child is dead within these weekes two. Soon after that ye went out of this town. His death saw I by revelation," said this friar, "at home in our dortour. I dare well say that less than half an hour After his death I saw him born to bliss In mine vision, so God we wis. So did our sexton and our fermier, That they have been true friars 50 year. They may know, God be thanked of his love, Make her jubilee and walk above. And up I rose, and all our convent eke, With many a tear trilling on my cheek, Without noise or clattering of bells, Te Deum was our song, and nothing else, Save that to Christ I have made an orison, Thanking him of my revelation. For, sir and dame, truste me well right, Our orisons are more effectual, And more we see of Christe's secret things, Than boral folk, although that they are kings. We live in povert' and in abstinence, and borel folk in riches and dispense of meat and drink, and in their foul delight we have this worlde's lust, all in despite. Lesar and Dives lived diversely, and diverse guerdon hadde they thereby. Whoso will pray, he must fast and be clean, and fat his soul, and keep his body lean. We fare, as saith the apostle, clothed and food suffice us, although they be not full good. The cleanliness and the fasting of us freres maketh that Christ accepteth our prayers. Lo, Moses 40 day and 40 night fasted, ere that the high God full of might spake with him in the mountain of Sinai. With empty womb of fasting many a day received he the law that was writ with God's finger. And Eli, well ye wit, in Mount Horeb, ere he had any speech with highe God, that is our libes leech, he fasted long, and was in contemplance. Aaron, that had the temple in governance, and eke the other priestes every one, into the temple when they shoulde gone, to pray for the people, and to do service, that would drinken in no manner wise, no drink which that may them drunken make, but there in abstinence pray and wake, lest that they died. Take heed what I say, but they be sober that for the people pray. Where that I say no more, it is sufficeth. Our Lord Jesus, as Holy Writ deviseth, gave us example of fasting and prayers. Therefore we mendicants, we silly freres, be wedded to povert' and continence, to charity, humbleness, and abstinence, to persecution for righteousness, to weeping, misericorde, and to cleanliness. And therefore may ye see that our prayers, I speak of us, we mendicants, we freres, be to the high God more acceptable than yours, with your feasts at your table. From paradise first, if I shall not lie, was man out chaste for his gluttony, and chaste was man in paradise certain. But hark now, Thomas, what I shall thee sayen, I have no text of it, as I suppose, but I shall find it in a manner glose, that specially our sweet Lord Jesus spake this of friars, when he said thus: Blessed be they that poor in spirit be. And so forth all the gospel may ye see, whether it be liker our profession or theirs, that swimmen in possession, fie on their pomp, and on their gluttony, and on their lewdness. I them defy. Me thinketh they like Jovian, fat as a whale, and walking as a swan, all vinolent as bottle in the spence. Their prayer is of full great reverence. When they for soules say the psalm of David, lo buff they say, cor meum ecrutavit, who follow Christe's gospel and his lore. But we, that humble be, and chaste, and poor, workers of Godde's word, not auditors, therefore right as a hawk upon the sowers, up springs into the air, right so prayers of charitable and chaste busy freres make their sores to Godde's ears too. Thomas, Thomas, so may I ride or go, and by that Lord that called is Saint Ive, ne'er thou, our brother, shouldest thou not thrive. In our chapiter pray we day and night to Christ, that he thee sende health and might, thy body for to wield hastily. God wot, quoth he, nothing thereof feel I, So help me Christ, as I in fewe years have spended upon divers manners freres full many a pound, yet fare I ne'er the bet. Certain my good have I almost beset. Farewell my gold, for it is all ago. That friar answered, O Thomas, dost thou so? What needest thou divers friars to seech? What needeth him that had a perfect leech to seeken other leeches in the town? Your inconstance is your confusion. Hold ye then me, or elles our convent? To pray for you is insufficient. Thomas, that jape it is not worth a mite. Your malady is, for we have too light. Ah, give that convent half a quarter oats, and give that convent 24 groats, and give that friar a penny, and let him go. Nay, nay, Thomas, it may no thing be so. What is a farthing worth, parted on 12? Lo, each thing that is owned in himself is more strong than when it is y scattered. Thomas, of me thou shalt not be y flattered. Thou wouldst have our labour all for naught. The highe God that all this world hath wrought saith that the workman worthy is his hire. Thomas, naught of your treasure I desire, as for myself, but that all our convent to pray for you is I so diligent, and for to builde Christ's own church. Thomas, if ye will learn for to worch, of building up of churches may ye find. If it be good in Thomas' life of Ind, ye lie here full of anger and of ire, with which the devil sets your heart on fire, and chide here this holy innocent, your wife, that is so meek and patient. And therefore trow me, Thomas, if thee lest, ne strive not with thy wife as for the best, and bear this word away now by thy faith. Touching such thing, lo, what the wise man saith, within thy house be thou no lion. To thy subjects do none oppression, nor make thou thine acquaintances for to flee. And yet, Thomas, eftsoons charge I thee, beware from ire that in thy bosom sleeps. Ware from the serpent that so slyly creeps under the grass and stingeth subtilly. Beware, my son, and hearken patiently that 20,000 men have lost their lives for striving with the lemans and their wives. Now, since ye have so holy and meek a wife, what needeth you, Thomas, to make strife? There is, y wis, no serpent so cruel when men tread on his tail, nor half so fell as woman is when she hath caught an ire. Very vengeance is then all her desire. Ire is a sin, one of the greate seven, abominable to the God of heaven, and to himself it is destruction. This every lewed vicar and parson can say how ire engenders homicide. Ire is in sooth the executor of pride. I could of ire you say so much sorrow, my tale should last until tomorrow, and therefore pray I God both day and night. An irous man God send him little might. It is great harm, and certes great pity, to set an irous man in high degree. Whilom there was an irous potestate, as saith Seneca, that during his estate upon a day outrode knightes two, and as fortune would that it were so, the one of them came home, the other not. Anon the night before the judge is brought, that said thus: Thou hast thy fellow slain, for which I doom thee to death certain. And to another knight commanded he, Go, lead him to the death, I charge thee. And happened, as they went by the way toward the place where he should dey, the knighte came, which men weened had been dead. Then thoughte they it was the beste rede to lead them both unto the judge again. They said, Lord, the knight hath not y slain. His fellow here standeth whole alive. Ye shall be dead, quoth he, so I may thrive. That is to say, both one and two and three. And to the firste knight right thus spake he: I damned thee, thou must algate be dead, and thou also must needes lose thine head, for thou the cause art why thy fellow dieth. And to the thirde knight right thus he saith: Thou hast not done as I commanded thee. And thus he did do slay them alle three. Iris Cambyses was eke dronclus, and I delighted him to be a shrew. And so befell a lord of his meinie, that loved virtuous morality, said on a day betwixt them two right thus: A lord is lost if he be vicious. An irous man is like a frantic beast, in which there is of wisdom none arist. And drunkenness is eke a foul record of any man, and namely of a lord. There is full many an eye and many an ear awaiting on a lord he knows not where, for Godde's love drink most attemptedly. Wine maketh man to lose wretchedly his mind, and eke his limbs every one. The reverse shalt thou see, quoth he anon, and prove it by thine own experience. What wine doth to folk no such offence, there is no wine bereaveth me my might of hand or foot, nor of mine eyen sight. And for despite he dranke muche more, 100 part, than he had done before. And right anon this cursed Iris wretch this knightes sonne let before him fetch, commanding him he should before him stand. And suddenly he took his bow in hand, and up the string he pulled to his ear, and with an arrow slew the child right there. Now whether I have a sicker hand or none, quoth he, is all my might and my mind agone? Hath wine bereaved me mine eyen sight? Why should I tell the answer of the knight? His son was slain, there is no more to say. Beware, therefore, with lordes how ye play. Sing placebo, and I shall, if I can. But if it be unto a poorer man. To a poorer man men should his vices tell, but not to a lord, though he should go to hell. Lo, Iris Cyrus, the like Persian, how he destroyed the river of Gisen, for that a horse of his was drowned therein, when he went Babylon to win. He made that the river was so small, that women might wade it over all. Lo, what he said here, that so well teache can: Be thou no fellow to an irous man, nor with no wood man walke by the way, lest thee repent. I will no farther say. Now Thomas, leve brother, leave thine ire. Thou shalt me find as just as is a squire. Hold not the devil's knife aye at thine heart. Thine anger doth thee all too sore smart. But shew to me all thy confession. Nay, quoth the sicke man, by Saint Simon, I have been shriven this day of my curate. I have him told all holy mine estate. Needeth no more to speak of it, saith he, but if me list of mine humility, give me then of thy good to make our cloister, quoth he, for many a mussel and many an oyster, when other men have been full well at ease, hath been our food, our cloister for to reese. And yet, God wot, unneth the fundament performed is, nor of our pavement is not a tile yet within our wones. By God, we owe 40 pound for stones. Now help, Thomas, for him that harrowed hell, for elles must we our bookes sell. And if ye lack our predication, then goes this world all to destruction. For whoso from this world would us bereave, so God me save, Thomas, by your leave, he would bereave out of this world the sun. For who can teach and worken as we con, and that is not of little time, quoth he. But since Elijah was, and Elisee have friars been, that I find of record, in charity y thanked be our Lord. Now, Thomas, help for Sainte Charity. And down anon he set him on his knee. The sick man waxed well nigh wood for ire. He woulde that the friar had been afire with his false dissimulation. Such thing as is in my possession, quoth he, that may I give you, and none other. Ye say me thus, how that I am your brother. Yea, certes, quoth the friar, yea, truste well. I took our dame this letter of our seal. Now well, quoth he, and somewhat shall I give unto your holy convent while I live, and in thine hand thou shalt it have anon, on this condition, and other none, that thou depart it so, my dear brother, that every friar have as much as other. This shalt thou swear on thy profession, without fraud or cavillation. I swear it, quoth the friar, upon my faith. And therewithal his hand in his he layeth. Lo, here my faith in me shall be no lack. Then put thine hand adown right by my back, said the man, and grope well behind, beneath my buttock, and there you shall find a thing that I have hid in privity. Ah, thought the friar, that shall go with me. And down his hand he launched to the clift, in hope for to finde there a gift. And when this sicke man felt this frere about his taile groping there and here, amid his hand he let the friar a fart. There is no capel drawing a cart that might have let a fart of such a sound. The friar upstart, as doth a wood lion. Ah, false churl, quoth he, for Godde's bones, this hast thou in despite done for the nones. Thou shalt abide this fart, if that I may. His many, which that heard of this affray, came leaping in, and chased out the frere. And forth he went with a full angry cheer, and fetched his fellow there as lay his store. He looked as it were a wilde boar, and ground with his teeth, so was he wroth. A sturdy pace down to the court he goeth. Whereas there woned a man of great honour, to whom that he was always confessor. This worthy man was lord of that village. This friar came, as he were in a rage, where this lord sat eating at his board. Unnethes might that friar speak one word, till at the last he said, "God, you see." This lord gan look and said, "Bendicite." What, Friar John, what manner world is this? I see well that there something is amiss. Ye look as though the wood were full of thieves. Sit down anon, and tell me what your grieve is, and it shall be amended, if I may. "I have," quoth he, "had despite to-day. God yielde you down in your village, that in this world there is none so poor a page that would not have abomination of that I received in your town. And yet ne grieveth me nothing so sore that the olde churl with Locke's whore blasphemed hath our holy convent eke. Now, master," quoth the lord, "if you beseek—" "No master, sir," quoth he, "but servitor. Though I have had in schools that honour, God liketh not that men us rabbi call, neither in market nor in your large hall. No force," quoth he, "but tell me all your grief." "Sir," quoth the friar, "an odious mischief this day betid is to mine order and me, and so par consequence to each degree of holy church. God amend it soon." "Sir," quoth the lord, "ye know what is to doen. Distempt you not, ye be my confessor. Ye be the salt of the earth, and the Saviour. For Godde's love your patience now hold. Tell me your grief." And he anon him told. As ye have heard before, ye know well what. The lady of the house aye stiller sat, Till she had heard what the friar said. "Hey, Godde's mother," quoth she, "blissful maid, is there aught elles? Tell me faithfully." "Madam," quoth he, "how thinketh you thereby?" "How thinketh me?" quoth she, "so God me speed, I say, a churl hath done a churlish deed." "What should I say? God let him never thee. His sicke head is full of vanity. I hold him in a manner frenesy." "Madam," quoth he, "by God I shall not lie, But I in other wise may be a rake. I shall defame him over all there I speak. This false blasphemer that charged me to part that will not departed be, to every man alike with mischance." The lord sat still, as he were in a trance, and in his heart he rolled up and down. How had this churl imagination to shew such a problem to the Friar? Never ere now heard I of such matter. I trow the devil put it in his mind. In all Ars metric shall there no man find before this day of such a question, who should make a demonstration that every man should have alike his part, as of the sound and savour of a fart. O nice perude churl, I shew his face. "Lo, sires," quoth the lord with harde grace, "who ever heard of such a thing ere now, to every man alike? Tell me how. It is impossible, it may not be. Hey, nice churl, God let him never thee. The rumbling of a fart and ever sound is but of air reverberation, and ever wasteth light and light away. There is no man can deemen, by my fay. If that it were departed equally, what, lo, my churl, lo yet how shrewdly unto my confessor today he spake. I hold him certain a demonic. Now eat your meat, and let the churl go play. let him go hang himself a devil way. Now stood the lord's squire at the board, that carved his meat, and heard word by word of all this thing which that I have you said. My lord, quoth he, be ye not evil paid. I could tell for a gown cloth to you, Sir Friar, so that ye be not wroth, how that this part should even dealed be among your convent, if it liked thee. Tell, quoth the lord, and thou shalt have anon a gown cloth, by God and by Saint John. My lord, quoth he, when that the weather is fair, without a wind or perturbing of the air, let bring a cartwheel here into this hall, but look that it have its spokes all. 12 spokes hath a cartwheel commonly, and bring me then 12 friars. Know ye why? For 13 is a convent, as I guess. Your confessor here, for his worthiness, shall perform up the number of his convent. Then shall they kneel down by one assent, and to each spoke's end in this manner full sadly lay his nose shall a friar. Your noble confessor there, God him save, shall hold his nose upright under the nave, and shall this churl with belly stiff and taut as any tabor hither be y bought, and set him on the wheel right of this cart upon the nave, and make him let a fart, and ye shall see, on peril of my life, by very proof that is demonstrative, that equally the sound of it shall wend, and eke the stink unto the spoke's end, save that this worthy man, your confessor, because he is a man of great honour, shall have the first fruit, as reason is. This noble usage of friars, yet it is the worthy man of him shall first be served, and certainly he hath it well deserved. He hath today taught us so muche good with preaching in the pulpit where he stood, that I may vouchsafe, I say for me, he had the firste smell of fartes 3, and so would all his brethren hardily. He beareth him so fair and holily. The lord, the lady, and each man save the Friar said that Jenkins spake in this matter as well as Euclid or as Ptolemy. Touching the churl, they said that subtilly and high wit made him speaken as he spake. He is no fool, nor no demoniac, and Jenkin hath thee won a newe gown. My tale is done. We are almost at town. So ends the Sompnour's tale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on March the 7th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Clerk's Tale. The Prologue. Sir Clerk of Oxenford, our hoste said, ye ride as still and coy as doth a maid that were new spoused. Sitting at the board this day, I heard not of your tongue a word. I trow ye study about sopheme, but Solomon saith, everything hath time, for Godde's sake, be of better cheer. It is no time for to study here. Tell us some merry tale by your fay, for what man that is entered in a play, he needes must unto that play assent. But preache not, as friars do in Lent, to make us for our olde sinnes weep, nor that thy tale make us not to sleep. Take us some merry thing of adventures, your terms, your colours, and your figures. Keep them in store, till so ye be indite high style, as when that men to kinges write. Speak so plain at this time, I you pray, that we may understand what you say. The worthy clerk benignedly answered, Hoste, quoth he, I am under your yerde. Ye have of us as now the governance, and therefore would I do you obeisance. As far as reason asketh hardily, I will you tell a tale, which that I learned at Padova of a worthy clerk, as proved by his wordes and his work. He is now dead, and nailed in his chest. I pray to God give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all y tale of poetry, as Linnean did of philosophy, or law, or other art particular. But death, that will not suffer us dwell here, but as it were a twinkling of an eye, them both hath slain, and alle shall we die. But forth to tellen of this worthy man that taught me this tale, as I began, I say that first he with high style inditeth, ere he the body of his tale writeth, a poem, in the which describeth he Piedmont, and of Saluces the country, and speaketh of the Pennine hilles high, that be the bounds of all West Lombardy, and Mount Vesulas in special, whereas the Po out of a wille small taketh his first springing and his source, that eastward aye increaseth in his course, Temilia ward to Ferraro and Venice, the which a long thing were to devise. And truly, as to my judgment, me thinketh it a thing impertinent, save that he would convey this matter. But this is the tale which that ye shall hear. The tale, Pars Prima. There is, right at the west side of Itale, down at the root of Vesuvius, the cold, a lusty plain, abundant of vitile. There many a town and tower thou mayst behold, that founded there in time of fathers old, and many another delectable sight, and Saluces this noble country hight. A marquis, whom lord was of that land, as were his worthy elders him before, and obedient, aye ready to his hand, were all his lieges, both less and more. Thus in delight he lived, and had done yore, beloved and drad, though favour of fortune, both of his lordes and of his commune. Therewith he was, to speak of lineage, the gentlest y-born of Lombardy, a fair person, and strong, and young of age, and full of honour and courtesy, discreet enough his country for to gie, saving in some things that he was to blame, and Walter was this younge lorde's name. I blame him thus, that he considered not in time coming what might him betide, but on his present lust was all his thought, and for to hawk and hunt on every side, well nigh all other cares let he slide, and eke he would, that was the worst of all, wedde no wife for aught that might befall. Only that point his people bare so sore, that Flockmel on a day to him they went, and one of them, that wisest was of lore, or elles that the Lord would best assent, that he should tell him what the people meant, or elles could he well shew such matter, He to the Marquis said as ye shall hear. O noble Marquis, your humanity assureth us and gives us hardiness, as oft as time is of necessity, that we to you may tell our heaviness. Accept, dear lord, now of your gentleness what we with piteous heart unto you plain, and let your ears my voice not disdain. All have I not to do in this matter, more than another man hath in his place, yet forasmuch as ye, my lord so dear, have always shewed me favour and grace, I dare the better ask of you a space of audience to shewen our request, and ye, my lord, to do right as you lest. For certes, lord, so well us like you and your work, and ever have done, that we ne could not ourselves devise how we might live in more felicity, save one thing, lord, if that your will it be, that for to be a wedded man you lest, then were your people in sovereign hearte's rest. Bow your neck under the blissful yoke of sovereignty, and not of service, which that men call espousal or wedlock, and think, lord, among your thoughtes wise, how that our days pass in sundry wise. For though we sleep, or wake, or roam, or ride, aye fleeth time, it will no man abide. And though your greene youth flower as yet, increepeth age always as still as stone, and death menaceth every age, and smit in each estate, for there escapeth none, and all so certain as we know each one that we shall die, as uncertain we all be of that day when death shall on us fall. Accept then of us the true intent, that never yet refused your hest, and we will, lord, if that ye will assent, choose you a wife in shorte time at the lest, born of the gentlest and of the best of all this land, so that it ought to seem honour to God and you, and we can deem. Deliver us out of all this busy dread, and take a wife for highe Godde's sake. For if it so befell, as God forbid, that through your death your lineage should slake, and that a strange successor should take your heritage, oh, woe were us on leave, wherefore we pray you hastily to weave. Their meeke prayer and their piteous cheer made the Marquis for to have pity. Ye will, quoth he, mine owen people dear, to that I ne'er ere thought constraine me. I me rejoiced of my liberty, that seldom time is found in marriage. Where I was free, I must be in serviage. But natheless I see your true intent, and trust upon your wit, and have done I. Wherefore of my free will I will assent to wedde me as soon as e'er I may. But whereas ye have proffered me today to choose me a wife, I you release that choice, and pray you of the proffer cease. For God it wot that children often been, unlike their worthy elders them before. Bounty comes all of God, not of the strain, of which they be engendered and ybore. I trust in Godde's bounty, and therefore my marriage and mine estate and rest I him betake. He may do as him lest. Let me alone in choosing of my wife, that charge upon my back I will endure. But I you pray and charge upon your life, that what wife that I shall take, ye me ensure to worship her, while that her life may dure. In a word and work, both here and elleswhere, as she an emperor's daughter were. And furthermore this shall ye swear, that ye against my choice shall never grudge nor strive, for since I shall forego my liberty at your request, and ever may I thrive, whereas mine heart is set, there will I live. And but ye will assent in such manner, I pray you speak no more of this matter. With heartly will they sworen and assent to all this thing. There said not one wight nay, beseeching him of grace, ere that they went, that he would grante them a certain day of his espousal, soon as e'er he may. For yet always the people somewhat dread, lest that the Marquis woulde no wife wed. He granted them a day, such as him lest, on which he would be wedded sickerly, and said he did with all this at their request. And they with humble heart, full buxomly, kneeling upon their knees, full reverently he thanked all, and thus they have an end of their intent, and home again they wend. And hereupon he to his officers commanded for the feast to purvey, and to his privy knights and squires such charge he gave, as him list on them lay, and they to his commandment obey, and each of them doth all his diligence to do unto the feast all reverence. Pars secunda. Not far from Thilic Palace honourable, where as this Marquis shope his marriage, there stood a thorpe of sleighte delectable, in which the poor folk of that village had their beasts and their harbourage, and their labour took their sustenance after the earth gave them abundance. Among this poore folk there dwelt a man, which that was holden poorest of them all. But high God sometimes sende can his grace unto a little ox's stall. Janicola men of that thorpe him call. A daughter had he, fair enough to sight, and Griseldis this young maiden hight. But for to speak of virtuous beauty, then she was one the fairest under sun. For poorly fostered up was she, no likerous lust was in her heart y run. Well ofter of the well than of the tun she drank, and for she would virtue please, she knew well labour, but no idle ease. But though this maiden tender were of age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was enclosed a sad and ripe courage, and in great reverence and charity her poor old father fostered she. A few sheep spinning on the field she kept, she would not be idle till she slept. And when she homeward came, she would bring wortes and other herbs times oft, the which she shred and seeth'd for her living, and made her bed full hard and nothing soft. And aye she kept her father's life on loft, with every obeisance and diligence that child may do to father's reverence. Upon Griselda, this poor creature, full often sides this Marquis set his eye, and he on hunting rode peradventure, and when it fell that he might her espy, he not with wanton looking of folly his eyen cast on her, but in sad wise upon her cheer he would him oft advise. Commending in his heart her womanhead, and eke her virtue passing any wight of so young age, as well in cheer as deed. For though the people have no great insight in virtue, he considered full right her bounty, and disposed that he would wed only her, if wed ever he should. The day of wedding came, but no wight can tell what woman that it shoulde be. For such marvail wondered many a man, and said, when they were in privity, will not our Lord yet leave his vanity? Will he not wed? Alas, alas the while! Why will he thus himself and us beguile? But natheless this Marquis had done make of gemmes set in gold and in azure, brooches and rings for Griselda's sake, and of her clothing he took the measure of a maiden like unto her stature, and eke of other ornaments all, that unto such a wedding shoulde fall. The time of undern of the same day approached that this wedding shoulde be, and all the palace was put in array, both hall and chamber each in its degree, houses of office stuffed with plenty, that mayest thou see of daintiest vitale that may be found, as far as lasts Itale. This royal Marquis, richly arrayed, lordes and ladies in his company, the which unto the feast were prayed, and of his retinue the bachelory, with many a sound of sundry melody, unto the village of the which I told, in this array the right way did they hold. Griseld of this God wot full innocent, that for her shapen was all this array, to fetche water at a well is went, and home she came as soon as e'er she may, for well she heard say that on that day the Marquis should wed, and if she might, she fain would have seen somewhat of that sight. She thought, I will with other maidens stand, that be my fellows in our door, and see this Marchioness, and therefore I will fand to do at home, as soon as it may be, the labour which belongeth to me, and then I may at leisure her behold, if she this way unto the castle hold. And as she would over the threshold gone, the Marquis came and gan for her to call, and she set down her water pot anon beside the threshold in an ox's stall, and down upon her knees she gan to fall, and with sad countenance kneeled still, till she had heard what was the Lorde's will. The thoughtful Marquis spake unto the maid full soberly, and said in this mannere, Where is your father, Griseldis? he said. And she, with reverence, in humble cheer, answered, Lord, he is already here. And in this she went without longer let, and to the Marquis she her father fet. He by his hand then took the poore man, and said thus, when he him had aside, Janicola, I neither may nor can longer the pleasance of mine hearte hide. If thou vouchsafe whatso betide, thy daughter will I take, ere that I wend, as for my wife, unto her life's end. Thou lovest me, that know I well certain, and art my faithful liegeman y-bore, and all that liketh me I dare well sayn it liketh thee, and specially therefore tell me that point that I have said before, if that thou wilt unto this purpose draw, to take me for thy son-in-law. This sudden case the man astonished so, that red he waxed, abashed, and all quaking. He stood uneaths, and said he wordes mo, but only thus: Lord, quoth he, my willing is as ye will, nor against your liking I will do no thing, mine owen lord so dear, right as you list govern this mattere. Then will I, quoth the Marquis softly, that in thy chamber I and thou and she have a collation, and knowest thou why? For I will ask her if her will it be to be my wife, and rule her after me, and all this shall be done in thy presence. I will not speak out of thine audience. And in the chamber where they were about the treaty, which ye shall thereafter hear, the people came into the house without, and wondered them in how honest manner and tenderly she kept her father dear. But utterly Griseldis wonder might, for never erst they saw she such a sight. No wonder is though that she be astoned to see so great a guest come in that place. She never was to no such guestes woned, for which she looked with full pale face. But shortly forth this matter for to chase, these are the wordes that her marquis said to this benigne very faithful maid. Griseld, he said, ye shall well understand, it liketh to your father and to me that I you wed, and eke it may so stand, as I suppose ye will that it so be. But these demands ask I first, quoth he, since that it shall be done in hasty wise. Will ye assent, or elles you advise? I say this, be ye ready with good heart to all my lust, and that I freely may, as me best thinketh, do you laugh or smart, and never ye to grudge night or day, and eke when I say yea, you may not nay, neither by word nor frowning countenance. Swear this, and here I swear our alliance. Wondering upon this word, quaking for dread, she said, Lord, indigne and unworthy am I to this honour that ye me bed. But as ye will yourself, right so will I. And here I swear that never unwillingly in word or thought I will you disobey, for to be dead, though me were loath today. This is enough, Griselde mine, quoth he, and forth he went with a full sober cheer out of the door, and after then came she, and to the people he said in this manner, This is my wife, quoth he, that standeth here. Honour her and love her, I you pray. Whoso me loves, there is no more to say. And for that nothing of her olde gear she should bring into his house, he bade that women should despoil her right there, of which these ladies were nothing glad to hand her clothes wherein she was clad. But natheless this maiden bright of hue, from foot to head they clothed have all new. Her hairs have they combed that lay untressed full rudely, and with their fingers small a crown upon her head they have dressed, and set her full of notches great and small. Of her array why should I make a tale? Unneth the people her knew for her fairness, when she transmuted was in such richness. The marquis had her spoused with a ring brought for the same cause, and then her set upon a horse snow white and well ambling, and to his palace ere he longer let, with joyful people that her led and met conveyed her, and thus the day they spend in revel till the sunne gan descend. And shortly forth this tale for to chase, I say that to this new marchioness God hath such favour sent her of his grace, that it ne seemed not by likeliness that she was born and fed in rudeness, and in a cot or in an ox's stall, but nourished in an emperor's hall. To every wight she waxen is so dear and worshipful, that folk where she was born, that from her birth knew her year by year, unnethes strode. But they in durst have sworn that to Janicole, of whom I spake before, she was not daughter, for by conjecture them thought she was another creature. For though that ever virtuous was she was increased in such excellence of thewes good, y set in high bounty, and so discreet and fair of eloquence, so benign and so digne of reverence, and could so the people's heart embrace, that each her loved that looked upon her face. Not only of Saluces in the town published was the bounty of her name, but eke besides in many a region, if one well said, another said the same. So spread of here high bounty the fame, that men and women, young as well as old, went to Saluces her for to behold. Thus Walter, lowly, nay but royally, wedded with fortunate Hodenstedt, in Godde's peace lived full easily, at home, and outward grace enough had he, and for he saw that now under low degree was honest virtue held, the people him held a prudent man, and that is seen full seld. Not only this Griseldis through her wit couth all the feat of wifely homeliness, but eke when that case required it, the common profit could she redress. There n'as discord, rancour, nor heaviness in all the land that she could not appease, and wisely bring them all in rest and ease. Though that her husband absent were or none, if gentlemen or other of that country were wroth, she would bringe them at once, so wise and ripe wordes had she, and judgment of so great equity, that she from heaven sent was, as men wend, people to save, and every wrong to mend. Not longe time after that this Griseld was wedded, she a daughter had y bore. All she had lever born a knave child. Glad was the Marquis and his folk therefore. For though a maiden child came all before, she may unto a knave child attain, but likelihood, since she is not barren. Pars tertia. There fell, as falleth many times mo', when that his child had sucked but a throw, this Marquis in his heart longed so to tempt his wife, her sadness for to know, that he may not out of his hearte throw this marvellous desire his wife to say. Needless, God wot, he thought her to affray. He had assayed her enough before, and found her ever good, that needed it her for to tempt, and always more and more, though some men praise it for a subtle wit. But as for me, I say that evil it sit, to say a wife when that it is no need, and putte her in anguish and in dread. For which this Marquis wot in this mannere, he came at night alone, where as she lay with sterne face, and with full troubled cheer, and said thus: "Griseld," quoth he, "that day that I took you out of your poor array, and put you in a state of high noblesse, ye have not forgotten, as I guess. I say, Griseld, this present dignity in which that I have put you, as I trow, maketh you not forgetful for to be that I took you in poor estate full low. For any while you must yourselfe know take heed of every word that I you say. There is no wight that hears it but we tway. Ye know yourself well how that ye came here into this house. It is not long ago. And though to me ye may be right lefe and dear, unto my gentles ye be nothing so. They say to them it is a great shame and woe for to be subject and be in serviage to thee, that art born of small lineage. And namely, Since thy daughter was y bore, these wordes have they spoken doubteless, but I desire, as I have done before, to live my life with them in rest and peace. I may not in this case be reckless. I must do with thy daughter for the best, not as I would, but as my gentles lest. And yet, God wot, this is full loath to me, but natheless, without your weeting, I will not do. But this will I, quoth he, that ye to me assenten in this thing, shew now your pestilence in your working, that ye me hight and swore in your village, the day that maked was our marriage. When she heard all this, she not amoved, neither in word, nor cheer, nor countenance. For, as it seemed, she was not aggrieved. She said, Lord, all lies in your pleasance. My child and I with hearty obeisance be yours all, and ye may save or spill your owen thing. Work then after your will. There may no thing, so God my soule save, like to you, that may displease me. Nor I desire nothing for to have, nor dread for to lose, save only ye. This will is in mine heart, and I shall be no length of time, nor death may this deface, nor change my courage to another place. Glad was the Marquis for her answering, but yet he feigned as he were not so. All dreary was his cheer and his looking, when that he should out of the chamber go. Soon after this, a furlong way or two, he privily hath told all his intent unto a man, and to his wife him sent. A manor sergeant was this private man, the which he faithful often founden had in thinges great, and eke such folk well can do execution in things bad. The Lord knew well that he him loved and drad, and when this sergeant knew his lorde's will, into the chambers stalked he fulle still. Madam, he said, ye must forgive it me, though I do thing to which I am constrained. Ye be so wise that right well know ye that lordes' hest may not be feigned. They may well be wailed and complained, but men must needs unto their lust obey, and so will I. There is no more to say. This child I am commanded for to take, and spake no more, but out the child he hent dispiteously, and gan a cheer to make, as though he would have slain it ere he went. Griseldis must all suffer and consent, and as a lamb she sat there meek and still, and let this cruel sergeant do his will. Suspicious was the defame of this man, suspect his face, suspect his word also, suspect the time in which he and this began. Alas, her daughter that she loved so, she weened he would have it slain right though, but natheless she neither wept nor siked, conforming her to what the Marquis liked. But at the last to speake she began, and meekly she unto the sergeant prayed, so as he was a worthy gentleman, that she might kiss her child ere that it died. And in her barm this little child she laid with full sad face, and gan the child to bless, and lulled it, and after gan to kiss. And thus she said in her benigne voice, Farewell, my child, I shall thee never see. But since I have thee marked with the cross of that Father, y blessed mayst thou be, that for us died upon a cross of tree. Thy soul, my little child, I him betake, for this night shall thy din for my sake. I trow that to a Norris in this case it had been hard this Ruthie for to see. Well might a mother then have cried, alas! But natheless so sad steadfast was she, that she endured all adversity, and to the sergeant meekly she said, "Have here again your little younge maid. Go now," quoth he, "and do my lord's behest. And one thing would I pray you of your grace, but if my lord forbade you at the least, bury this little body in some place that neither beasts nor birds it erace." But he no word would to that purpose say, but took the child and went upon his way. The sergeant came unto his lord again, and of Griselda's words and of her cheer he told him point for point in short and plain, and him presented with his daughter dear. Somewhat this lord had ruth in his mannere, but natheless his purpose held he still, as lordes do, when they will have their will. And bade this sergeant that he privily should the child full softly wind and wrap with all circumstances tenderly, and carry it in a coffer or in lap, but upon pain his head off for to swap, that no man should know of his intent, nor whence he came, nor whither that he went. But at Bologna to his sister dear, that at that time of panic was countess, he should it take, and shew her this matter, beseeching her to do her business, this child to foster in all gentleness, and whose child it was he bade her hide from every wight for aught that might betide. The sergeant went, and hath fulfilled this thing, but to the marquis now returned we, for now he went full fast imagining, as if by his wife's cheer he might see, or by her words apperceive that she were changed, but he never could her find, but ever in one alike sad and kind, as glad, as humble, as busy in service, and eke in love, as she was wont to be, was she to him in every manner wise. And of her daughter not a word spake she, no accident, for no adversity was seen in her, nor e'er her daughter's name she named, or in earnest, or in game. Pars quarta. In this estate there passed be 4 year ere she with child was, as God who'd a knave child she bare by this Walter, full gracious and fair for to behold. And when that folk it to its father told, not only he, but all his country merry were for this child, and God they thank and harry. When it was 2 year old, and from the breast departed of the Norris, on a day this marquis caught yet another, lest to tempt his wife yet further, if she may. Oh, needless was she tempted, in as say, but wedded men not connen no measure, when that they find a patient creature. "Wife," quoth the marquis, "ye have heard ere this, my people sickly bear our marriage, and namely, since my son y born is, now is it worse than ever in all our age. The murmur slays mine heart and my courage. For to mine ears cometh the voice so smart, that it well nigh destroyed hath mine heart. Now say they thus, when Walter is y gone, then shall the blood of Janicol succeed, and be our lord, for other have we none. Such wordes say my people out of dread. Well ought I of such murmur take heed, for certainly I dread all such sentence, though they not plainen in my audience. I would live in peace, if that I might, wherefore I am disposed utterly, and I his sister served ere by night. Right so think I to serve him privily. This I warn you, that ye not suddenly out of yourself, for no woe should outray. Be patient, and thereof I you pray. I have, quoth she, said thus, and ever shall. I will no thing, nor nill no thing certain, but as you list, not grieveth me at all, though that my daughter and my son be slain at your commandment, that is so sayn. I have not had no part of children twain, but first sickness, and after woe and pain. Ye be my lord, do with your owen thing, right as you list, and ask no rede of me. For as I left at home all my clothing, when I came first to you, right so, quoth she, left I my will and all my liberty, and took your clothing, whereof I you pray, do your pleasance, I will your lust obey. And certes, if I had a prescience your will to know, ere ye your lust me told, I would it do withoute negligence. But now I know your lust, and what ye wold. All your pleasance firm and stable I hold. For whilst I that my death might do you ease, right gladly would I dien you to please. Death may make no comparison unto our love. And when this marquis say the constance of his wife, he cast adown his eyen too, and wondered how she may in patience suffer all this array. And forth he went with dreary countenance, but to his heart it was full great pleasance. This ugly sergeant, in the same wise that to her daughter caught, right so hath he, or worse, if men can any worse devise, y hent her son, that full was of beauty, and ever in one so patient was she, that she no cheere made of heaviness, but kissed her son, and after gan him bless. Save this she prayed him, if that he might, her little son he would in earthe grave, his tender limbs delicate to sight, from fowls and from beasts for to save. But she none answer of him might have. He went his way, as him nothing ne naught, but to Bologna tenderly it brought. The marquis wondered ever longer more upon her patience, and if that he not hadde soothly knowen therebefore that perfectly her children loved she, he would have weened that of some subtlety and of malice, or for cruel courage, she had suffered this with sad visage. But well he knew that next to himself certain she loved her children best in every wise. But now of women would I ask fain, if these assays might not suffice, what could a sturdy husband more devise to prove her wifehood and her steadfastness, and he continuing ever in sturdiness? But there be folk of such condition, that When they have a certain purpose take, they cannot stint of their intention, but right as they were bounden to a stake, that they will not of their firste purpose slake. Right so this marquis fully hath proposed to tempt his wife, as he was first disposed. He waited, if by word or countenance, that she to him was changed and of courage, but never could he find a variance. She was aye one in heart and in visage, and aye the farther that she was in age, the more true, if that were possible, she was to him in love, and more penible. For which it deemed thus, that of them two there was but one will, for, as Walter lest, the same pleasance was her lust also, and, God be thanked, all fell for the best. She shewed well for no unworldly unrest, a wife as of herself no thinge should, will in effect, but as her husband would. The slander of Walter wondrous wide spread, that of a cruel heart he wickedly, for he a poor woman wedded had murdered both his children privily. Such murmur was among them commonly, no wonder is, for to the people's ear there came no word, but that they murdered were. For which, whereas his people therebefore had loved him well, the slander of his defame made them that they him hated therefore. To be a murderer is a hateful name. But natheless, for earnest or for game, he of his cruel purpose would not stent to tempt his wife all his intent. When that his daughter 12 year was of age, he to the court of Rome in supple wise informed of his will, set his message, commanding him such bulles to devise, as to his cruel purpose may suffice, how that the Pope, for his people's rest, bade him to wed another, if him lest. I say he bade they should counterfeit the Pope's bulls, making intention that he had leave his first wife too late, to stinte rancour and dissension betwixt his people and him. Thus spake the bull, the which they have published at full. The rude people, as no wonder is, weened full well that it had been right so. But when these tidings came to Griseldis, I deem that her heart was full of woe. But she, alike sad for evermo', disposed was, this humble creature, th'adversity of fortune all t'endure. Abiding ever his lust and his pleasance, to whom that she was given heart and all, as to her very worldly suffisance. But shortly, if this story tell I shall, the Marquis written hath in special a letter, in which he shewed his intent, and secretly it to Bologna sent. To the Earl of Panico, which hadde though wedded his sister, prayed he specially to bringe home again his children two, in honourable estate all openly. But one thing he him prayed utterly, that he to no wight, though men should inquire, should not tell whose children that they were. But say the maiden should y wedded be unto the Marquis of Salusanon. And as this earl was prayed, so did he. But at day set, he on his way is gone toward Salus, and lordes many a one in rich array, this maiden for to guide, her younger brother riding her beside. Arrayed was toward her marriage this freshe maiden, full of gemmes clear. Her brother, which that 7 year was of age, arrayed eke full fresh in his mannere, and thus in great noblesse with glad cheer toward Saluces shaping their journey, from day to day they rode upon their way. Pars Quinta. Among all this, after his wick usage, the marquis yet his wife to tempte more, to the uttermost proof of her courage, fully to have experience and lore, if that she were as steadfast as before, he on a day in open audience full boisterously said her this sentence: "Certes, Griseld, I had enough pleasance to have you to my wife, for your goodness, and for your truth, and for your obeisance, not for your lineage, nor for your richness. But now know I in very soothfastness that in great lordship, if I well advise, there is great servitude in sundry wise. I may not do as every ploughman may, my people me constraineth for to take another wife, and crieth day by day, and eke the Pope, a rancour for to slake, consenteth it. That dare I undertake, and truly thus much I will you say, my newe wife is coming by the way. Be strong of heart, and void anon her place, and thilike dower that ye brought to me, take it again, I grant it of my grace. Returne to your father's house," quoth he. "No man may always have prosperity. With even heart I rede you to endure the stroke of fortune or of adventure." And she again answered in patience, "My lord," quoth she, "I know and knew alway how that betwixt your magnificence and my povert' no wight nor can nor may make comparison. It is no nay. I held me never digne in no manner to be your wife, nor yet your chamberer. And in this house where ye me lady make, the highe God take I for my witness, and all so wisely he my soule glade, I never held me lady nor mistress, but humble servant to your worthiness, and ever shall, while that my life may dure, abroven every worldly creature. That ye so long of your benignity have holden me in honour and nobly, where as I was not worthy for to be, that thank I God, and you to whom I pray, for yield it you, there is no more to say. Unto my father gladly I will wend, and with him dwell unto my life's end. Where I was fostered as a child full small, till I be dead, my life there shall I lead, a widow clean in body, heart, and all. For since I gave to you my maidenhead, and am your true wife, it is no dread God shield such a lord as wife to take, another man to husband or to make. And of your newe wife, God of his grace so grant you weal and all prosperity, for I will gladly yield to her my place, in which that I was blissful wont to be. For since it liketh you, my lord," quoth she, "that while some weren all mine hearte's rest, that I shall go, I will go when you lest. But whereas ye me proffer such dower as I first brought, it is well in my mind it was my wretched clothes, nothing fair, to which to me were hard now for to find. O gentle God, how gentle and how kind you seemeth by your speech and by your visage, the day that maked was our marriage. But sooth is said, algate I find it true, for in effect it proved is on me. Love is not old as when that it is new, but certes, Lord, for no adversity to dien in this case, I shall not be, that ere in word or work I shall repent that I gave you my heart in whole intent. My lord, ye know that in my father's place ye did me strip out of my poore weed, and richly ye clad me of your grace. To you brought I naught else out of dread, but faith and nakedness and maidenhead. And here again your clothing I restore, and eke your wedding ring for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be within your chamber, I dare safely sayn. Naked out of my father's house, quoth she, I came, and naked I must turn again. All your pleasance would I follow fain, but yet I hope it not be your intent that smockless I out of your palace went. Ye could not do so dishonest a thing, that thilike womb in which your children lay should before the people be in my walking be seen all bare, and therefore I you pray, let me not like a worm go by the way. Remember you, mine owen lord so dear, I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Wherefore in guerdon of my maidenhead, which that I brought and not again I bear, as vouchsafe to give me to my meed, but such a smock as I was wont to wear, and I therewith may wee the womb of her that was your wife. And here I take my leave of you, mine owen lord, lest I you grieve. The smock, quoth he, that thou hast on thy back, let it be still, and bear it forth with thee. But well unless thilke word he spake, but went his way for ruth and for pity. Before the folk herself stripped she, and in her smock, with foot and head all bare, toward her father's house forth as she fare. The folk her followed weeping on her way, and fortune aye they cursed as they gone, but she from weeping kept her eyen dray, nor in this time word spake she none. Her father, that this tiding heard anon, cursed the day and time that nature shope to him be a living creature. For out of doubt this old poor man was ever in suspect of her marriage, for ever deemed he, since it first began, that when the Lord fulfilled had his courage, he would think it were a disparage to his estate so low for to alight, and void her as soon as e'er he might. Against his daughter hastily went he, for he by noise of folk knew her coming, and with her olde coat, as it might be, he covered her, full sorrowfully weeping. But on her body might he it not bring, for rude was the cloth, and more of age by days fele than at her marriage. Thus with her father for a certain space dwelled this flower of wifely patience, that neither by her words nor by her face before the folk, nor eke in their absence, ne shewed she was done offence, nor of her high estate no remembrance, ne hadde she as by her countenance. No wonder is, For in her great estate her ghost was ever in plain humility, no tender mouth, no heart delicate, no pomp, and no semblant of royalty, but full of patient benignity, discreet and prideless, aye honourable, and to her husband ever meek and stable. Men speak of Job, and most for his humbleness, as clerks, when them list, can well indite, namely of men, but as in soothfastness, though clerks praise women but light, there can no man in humbleness him quite as women can, nor can be half so true as women be, but it be fall of new. Pars Sexta. From Boulogne is the Earl of Panic come, of which the fame upsprang to more and less, and to the people's ears all and some was known, eke that a newe marchioness he with him brought, in such pomp and richness, that never was there seen with manne's eye so noble array in all West Lombardy. The marquis, which that shope and knew all this, ere that the earl had come, sent his message for thilike poor silly Griseldis, and she, with humble heart and glad visage, nor with no swelling thought in her courage, came at his hest, and on her knees her set, and reverently and wisely she him gret. "Griseld," quoth he, "my will is utterly this maiden that shall wedded be to me receive be tomorrow as royally as it is possible is my house to be, and eke that every wight in his degree have his estate in sitting and service, and in high pleasance as I can devise. I have no women sufficient certain, this chambers to array in ordinance after my lust, and therefore would I fain that thine were all such manner governance. Thou knowest eke of all my pleasance. Though thine array be bad and ill besay, do thou thy devoir at the leaste way." "Not only, lord, that I am glad," quoth she, "to do your lust, but I desire also you for to serve and please in my degree, without fainting, and shall ever mo, nor ever for no weal, nor for no woe, shall be the ghost within mine hearte stent, to love you best with all my true intent." And with that word she gan the house to dight, and tables for to set, and beds to make, and pained her to do all that she might, praying the chamberers for Godde's sake to hasten them, and faste sweep and shake, that she, the most serviceable of all, hath every chamber arrayed, and in this hall. About underne gan the earl alight, that with him brought these noble children tway, for which the people ran to see the sight of their array so richely base. And then at erst amonges them they say, that Walter was no fool, though that him least to change his wife, for it was for the best. For she is fairer, they deemen all, than is Griseld, and more tender of age, and fairer fruit between them shoulde fall, and more pleasant for her high lineage. Her brother eke so fair was of visage, that them to see the people hath aught pleasance, commending how the marquis governance. O stormy people unsad, and ever true, and undiscreet, and changing as a vane, delighting ever in rumour that is new, for like the moon so wax ye and wane, aye full of clapping, dear enough, Jane, your doom is false, your Constance evil preveth, a great fool is he that you believeth. Thus said the sad folk in that city, when that the people gazed up and down, for they were glad, right for the novelty, to have a newe lady in their town. No more of this now make I mention, but to Griseld again I will me dress, and tell her constancy and her business. Full busy was Griseld in every thing, that to the feast she was appurtenant. Right nought was she abashed of her clothing, though it was rude, and some deal eke to rent. But with glad cheer unto the gate she went, with other folk, to greet the Marchioness, and after that did forth her business. With so glad cheer his guestes she received, and so cunningly, each in his degree, that no default no man aperceived, but aye they wondered what she mighte be, that in so poor array was for to see, and could such honour and reverence, and worthily they praise her prudence. In all this means, while she not stent this maid, and eke her brother to commend with all her heart, in full benign intent, so well that no man could her praise amend. But at the last, when that these lordes wend to sitte down to meat, he gan to call Griseld, as she was busy in the hall. "Griseld," quoth he, as it were in his play, "how liketh thee my wife and her beauty?" "Right well, my lord," quoth she, "for in good fay a fairer saw I never done than she. I pray to God give you prosperity, and so I hope that he will you to send pleasance enough unto your live's end. One thing I beseech you and warn also, that ye not prick with no tormenting this tender maiden, as you have done mo, for she is fostered in her nourishing more tenderly, and to my supposing she might not adversity endure, as could a poor fostered creature." And when this Walter saw her patience, her glade cheer, and no malice at all, and he so often had her done offence, and she aye sad and constant as a wall, continuing ever her innocence o'er all, the sturdy Marquis gan her heart address to rue upon her wifely steadfastness. "This is enough, Griselda mine," quoth he. "Be now no more aghast nor evil paid. I have thy faith and thy benignity, as well as ever woman's was assayed, in great estate and poorly arrayed. Now know I, dear wife, thy steadfastness." And her in arms he took, and gan to kiss. And she, for wonder of it, took no keep. She hearde not what thing he to her said. She fared as she had start out of a sleep, till she was out of her mazedness abraid. "Griseld," quoth he, "by God that for us died, thou art my wife. None other I have, nor ever had, as God my soule save. This is thy daughter, which thou hast supposed to be my wife. Other faithfully shall be mine heir, as I have aye disposed. Thou bare them of thy body truly. At Bologna kept I them privily. Take them again, for now mayest not thou say that thou hast lorn none of thy children tway. And folk that otherwise have said of me, I warn them well that I have done this deed, for no malice nor for no cruelty, but to assay in thee thy womanhead, and not to slay my children, God forbid, but for to keep them privily and still, till I thy purpose knew, and all thy will. When she this heard, in swoon down she falleth for piteous joy, and after her swooning she both her younge children to her calleth, and in her armes piteously weeping embraced them, and tenderly kissing, full like a mother, with her salte tears she bathed both their visage and their hairs. Oh, what a piteous thing it was to see her swooning, and her humble voice to hear. Grand mercy, Lord God, thank it you, quoth she, that ye have saved me my children dear. Now reck I never to be dead right here, since I stand in your love and in your grace, no force of death, nor when my spirit pace. O tender, O dear, O younge children mine, your woeful mother weened steadfastly that cruel hounds or some foul vermain had eaten you. But God of his mercy and your benigne Father tenderly hath done you keep, and in that same stound all suddenly she swapped down to the ground. And in her swoon so sadly holdeth she her children too, that when she gan them embrace, that with great sleight and great difficulty the children from her arm they can erase. Oh, many a tear on many a piteous face down ran of them that stoode her beside, unneth about her might they betide. Walter her gladdeth and her sorrow slaketh, she riseth up abashed from her trance, and every wight her joy and feaste maketh, till she hath caught again her countenance. Walter her doth so faithfully pleasance, that it was dainty for to see the cheer betwixt them two, since they be met in fear. The ladies, when they their time say, have taken her into chamber gone, and stripped her out of her rude array, and in a cloth of gold that brightly shone, and with a crown of many a riche stone upon her head, they into hall her brought, and there she was honoured as her ought. Thus had this piteous day a blissful end, for every man and woman did his might this day in mirth and revel to dispend, till on the welkin shone and starres bright. For more solemn in every manne's sight this feaste was, and greater of costage than was the revel of her marriage. Full many a year in high prosperity lived these two in concord and in rest, and richly his daughter married he unto a lord, one of the worthiest of all Italy, and then in peace and rest his wife's father in his court he kept, till that the soul out of his body crept. His son succeeded in his heritage, in rest and peace after his father's day, and fortunate was eke in marriage. All he put not his wife in great assay. This world is not so strong, it is no nay, as it hath been in olden times yore. And hearken what this author saith therefore. This story is said, not for that wives should follow Griselda in humility, for it were importable though they would, but for that every wight in his degree should be constant in adversity, as was Griselda. Therefore Petrarch writeth this story, which with high style he inditeth. For since a woman was so patient unto a mortal man, well more we ought receiven all in gree that God has sent. For great skill is he proved that he wrought, but he tempteth no man that he hath bought. As saith Saint James, if ye his pistol read, he proveth folk all day, it is no dread. And suffereth us for our exercise, with sharpe scourges of adversity, full often to be beat in sundry wise, not for to know our will, for certes be, ere we were born, knew all our frailty. And for our best is all his governance, let us then live in virtuous sufferance. But one word, lordlings, hearken ere I go. It were full hard to finde nowadays in all a town Griseldas 3 or 2, for if there were to put to such assayes, the gold of them hath now so bad allays with brass, that though the coin be fair at eye, it would rather break in two than ply. For which here, for the wife's love of Bath, whose life and all her sex may God maintain in high mastery, and else were it scath, I will, with lusty heart fresh and green, say you a song to gladden you, I ween, and let us stint of earnestful matter. Hearken my song, that saith in this manner. L'Envoi of Chaucer. Griseld is dead, and eke her patience, and both at once are buried in a tale, for which I cry in open audience. No wedded man so hardly be to sail his wife's patience, in trust to find Griselda's, for in certain he shall fail. O noble wives, full of high prudence, let no humility your tongues nail, nor let no clerk have cause or diligence to write of you a story of such marvail as of Griselda, patient and kind, lest chichivash you swallow in her entrail. Follow echo that holdeth no silence, but ever answereth at the counter tale. Be not bedaft of your innocence, but sharply take on you this governale. Imprint well this lesson in your mind, for common profit, since it may avail. Ye archewives, stand aye at defence, since ye be as strong as is a great camele, nor suffer not that men do you offence. And slender wives, feeble in battail, be eager as a tiger yon in Ind, aye clapping as a mill, I you conseil. Nor dread him not, nor do him reverence, for though thine husband armed be in mail, these arrows of thy crabbed eloquence shall pierce his breast, and eke his eventail. In jealousy, I read, eke thou him bind, and thou shalt make him couch as does a quail. If thou be fair, where folk be in presence, shew thou thy visage and thine apparel. If thou be foul, be free of thy dispense, to get thee friends, I do thy travail. Be I of cheer, as light as leaf on lind, and let him care, and weep, and ring, and wail. So ends The Clerk's Tale by Geoffrey Chaucer.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons, Naperville, Illinois. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Laing Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and lots of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Merchant's Tale. Prologue. Weeping and wailing, care and other sorrow, I have enough on even and on morrow, quoth the merchant, and so have other more, that wedded be, I true that it be so, for well I wot it fareth so by me. I have a wife, the worste that may be, for though the fiend to her I coupled were, she would him overmatch, I dare well swear. Why should I rehearse in special her high malice? She is a shrew at all. There is a long and large difference betwixt Griselda's greate patience and of my wife the passing cruelty. Were I bounden all, so may I thee, I would never eft come in the snare. We wedded men live in sorrow and care. Say it whoso will, and he shall find that I say sooth by Saint Thomas of Ind. As for the more part, I say not all. God shielde that it should so befall. Ah, good sir host, I have I wedded be these moneths two, and more not pardie, and yet I true that he that all his life wifeless hath been, though that man would him reeve into the heart, could in no manner tell so much sorrow as I you here could tellen of my wife's cursedness. Now, quoth our host, merchant, so God you bless, since ye so much knowen of that art, full heartily I pray you tell us part. Gladly, quoth he, but of mine own sorrow for sorry heart I tell me no more. The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Lombardy a worthy knight that was born at Pavie, in which he lived in great prosperity, and 40 years a wifeless man was he, and followed I his bodily delight on women, whereas was his appetite, as do these fools that be seculars. And when that he was passed 60 years, were it for holiness or for dotage, I cannot say, but such a great courage hadde this knight to be a wedded man, that day and night he did all that he can to espy where that he might wedded be, praying our Lord to grant him that he might once knowen of that blissful life that is betwixt a husband and his wife, and for to live under that holy bond with which God first a man and woman bond. None other life, said he, is worth a bean, for wedlock is so easy and so clean, that in this world it is a paradise. Thus said this olde knight that was so wise. And certainly, as sooth as God is king, to take a wife it is a glorious thing. And namely, when a man is old and hoar, then is a wife the fruit of his tresor. Then should he take a younge wife and fair, on which he might engender him an heir, and lead his life in joy and in solace, whereas these bachelors singen alas. When they that find any adversity in love, which is but childish vanity. And truly it sits well to be so, that bachelors have often pain and woe. On brittle ground they build, and brittleness they find when they ween sickerness. They live but as a bird or as a beast, in liberty and under no arrest. Whereas a wedded man in his estate liveth a life blissful and ordinate, under the yoke of marriage y bound. Well may his heart in joy and bliss abound. For who can be so buxom as a wife, who is so true and eke so attentive, to keep him sick and whole as is his make? For weal or woe she will him not forsake. She is not weary him to love and serve, though that he lie bedrid until he sterve. And yet some clerks say it is not so, of which he, Theophrast, is one of tho. What force, though Theophrast list for to lie? Take no wife, quoth he, for husbandry, as for to spare in household thy dispence, a true servant more diligence. Thy good to keep than doth thine owen wife, for she will claim a half part all her life. And if that thou be sick, so God me save, thy very friend is, or a true knave, will keep thee bet than she that waiteth aye after thy good, and hath done many a die. This sentence, and 100 times worse, writeth this man, there God his bonus curse. But take no keep of all such vanity, defy Theophrast, and hearken to me. A wife is God's gift verily, all other manner gifts hardily, as hands, rents, pasture, or commune, or meubles, all be gifts of fortune, that passen as a shadow on the wall. But dread thou not, if plainly speak I shall. A wife will last, and in thine house endure, well longer than thee list paraventure. Marriage is a full great sacrament. He which that hath no wife, I hold him shent. He liveth helpeless and all desolate. I speak of folk in secular estate. And hearken why I say not this for naught, that woman is for man's help y wrought. The highe God, when he had Adam maked, and saw him all alone belly naked, God of his great goodness saide then, let us now make help unto this man, like to himself, and then he made him Eve. Here may you see, and hereby may ye prave, that a wife is man's help and his comfort, his paradise terrestre and his disport. So buxom and so virtuous is she, they must needs live in unity. One flesh they be, and one blood, as I guess, with but one heart in weal and in distress. A wife! Ah, Saint Mary Benedicte! How might a man have any adversity that hath a wife? Certes, he cannot say the bliss the which that is betwixt them tway. There may no tongue tell, or heart to think, if he be poor, she helpeth him to swink. She keeps his good, and wasteth never a deal. All that her husband list, her liketh well. She saith not once nay, when he saith yea. Do this, saith he, already, sir, saith she. O blissful order, wedding precious, thou art so merry and eke so virtuous, and so commended and approved eke, that every man that holds him worth a lake, upon his bare knees ought all his life to thank his God that him hath sent a wife, or else pray to God for him to send a wife to last unto his life's end. For then his life is set in sickerness, he may not be deceived, as I guess. So that he work after his wife's rede, then may he boldly bear up his head. They be so true, and therewithal so wise, for which if thou wilt worken as the wise, do always so as women will thee rede. Lo, how that Jacob, as this Clerk is read, be good counsel of his mother Rebek, bound o' the kid skin about his neck, for which his father's benison he won. Lo, Judith, as the story telle can, by good counsel she God his people kept, and slew him Holofernes while he slept. Lo, Abigail, by good counsel, how she saved her husband Nabal, when that he should have been slain. And lo, Esther also, the by counsel good delivered out of woe the people of God, and made him Mordecai of Ahasuer unhanced for to be. There is nothing in grace superlative, as saith Seneca, above a humble wife. Suffer the wife's tongue, as Cato bit, she shall command, and thou shalt suffer it. And yet she will obey out of courtesy. A wife is keeper of thine husbandry. Well may the sicke man bewail and weep, there as there is no wife the house to keep. I warne thee, if wisely thou wilt wirch, love well thy wife as Christ loveth his church. Thou lovest thyself, if thou lovest thy wife. No man hateth his flesh, but in his life he fostereth it, and therefore bid I thee, cherish thy wife, or thou shalt never thee. Husband and wife, whatso men jape or play, of worldly folk hold the sicker way. They be so knit there may no harm betide, and namely upon the wife's seed. For which this January, of whom I told, considered hath, within his dayes old, the lusty life, the virtuous quiet, that is in marriage honey sweet. And for his friends upon a day he sent to tell them the effect of his intent. With face sad his tale he hath them told. He said, "Friends, I am hoar and old, and almost, God wot, on my piteous brink. Upon my soul somewhat must I think. I have my body foolishly dispended. Blessed be God that it shall be amended, for I will be certain a wedded man, and that anon in all the haste I can. Unto some maiden fair and tender of age, I pray you shape for me marriage, all suddenly, for I will not abide, and I will fain to espy on my seed, to whom I may be wedded hastily. But forasmuch as ye be more than ye shall rather such a thing espy than I, and where my best were to ally. But one thing warn I you, my friendes dear, I will none olde wife have in no manner. She shall not pass 16 years certain. Old fish and young flesh would I have fain. Better, quoth he, a pike than a pickerel, and better than old beef is tender veal. I will no woman 30 year of age. It is but bean straw and great forage, and eke these old widows got it wot. They con so much craft on Wade's boat, so much brook harm when that them lest, that with them should I never live in rest. For sundry schooles make subtle clerks. Woman of many schools half a clerk is, but certainly a younge thing men may gie, right as men may warm wax with handes plee. Wherefore I say you plainly in a clause, I will none old wife have, right for this cause. For if so were, I hadde such mischance, that I in her could have no pleasance, then should I lead me life in avoutree, and go straight to the devil when I die. Nor children should I none upon her getten, yet were me lever houndes had me eaten, than that mine heritage should fall in strange hands. And this I tell you all, I dote not I know the cause why men should wed, and furthermore know I, there speaketh many a man of marriage, that knows no more of it than doth my page. For what causes a man should take a wife, if he may not live a chaste his life? Take him a wife with great devotion, because of lawful procreation of children, to the honor of God above, and not only for paramour or love, and for they should lechery eschew, and yield their debt when that it is due, or for that each of them should help the other in mischief, as a sister shall the brother, and live in chastity full holily. But Ceres, by your leave, that am not I. For God be thanked, I dare make a vaunt. I feel me limbes stark and suffisant to do all that a man belongeth to. I wot myself best what I may do. Though I be whore, I fare as doth a tree that blossoms ere the fruit y waxen be. The blossomy tree is neither dry nor dead. I feel me now here whore, but on my head mine heart and all my limbs are as green as laurel through the year is for to seen. And since that ye have heard all mine intent, I pray you to my will ye would assent. Divers man diversely him told of marriage many examples old. Some blamed it, some praised it certain, but at the haste shortly for to sayn, as all day falleth altercation betwixt friends in disputation, there fell a strife betwixt his brethren twae, of which that one was called Placebo. Justinius soothly called was that other. Placebo said, "O January brother, full little need have ye, my lord so dear, counsel to ask of that that is here, but that ye be so full of sapience, that you not liketh for your high prudence to wave from the word of Solomon. This word said he unto us every one, work all a thing by counsel, thus said he, and then shalt thou not repent they. But though that Solomon spake such a word, mine owen dear brother and my lord, so wisely God my soul bring at rest, I hold your owen counsel, it is the best. For, brother mine, take of me this motif, I have now been a courtman all my life, and God it wot, though I unworthy be, I have standen in full great degree about lords of full high estate. Yet had I ne'er with none of them debate, I never them contraried truly. I know well that my lord can more than I. What that he saith, I hold it firm and stable. I say the same, or else a thing semblable. A full great fool is any counsellor that serveth any lord of high honour, that dare presume, or else thinken it, that his counsel should pass his lorde's wit. Nay, lords, be no fools by me fay. Ye have yourself showed here today so high sentence, so holily and well, that I consent and confirm every deal. Your word is all, and your opinion. Begod, there is no man in all this town, nor in Italy, could better have I said. Christ holds him of this counsel well apide, and truly it is a high courage of any man that stopen is in age, to take a younge wife by my father's kin. Your heart hangeth on a jolly pin. Do now in this mattere right as you lest, for finally I hold it is for the best. Justinus, that I still sat and heard, right in this wise to Placebo answered: "Now, brother mine, be patient, I pray, since ye have said, and hearken what I say. Seneca, among his other wordes wise, saith that a man ought him right well advise, to whom he gives his hand or his chattel. And since I ought advise me right well, to whom I give my good away from me, well more I ought advise me par day, to whom I give my body. For alway I warn you well, it is no child's play to take a wife without advisement. Men must inquire, this is mine assent, where'er she be wise, or sober, or drunkelo, or proud, or any other ways a shrew, a chidester, or a waster of thy good, or rich or poor, or else a man is wood. Albeit so, that is no man finde shall, none in this world that trotteth whole in all, no man nor beast, such as men can devise, but natheless it ought enough suffice with any wife, if so were that she had more good thewes than her vices bad. And all this asketh leisure to inquire, for God it wot, I have wept many a tear full privily since I have had a wife. Praise whoso will a wedded manne's life. Certes, I find in it but cost and care, and observances of all blisses bare. And yet God wot my neighbours about, and namely of women many a rout, say that I have the most steadfast wife, and eke the makest one that beareth lief. But I know best where ringeth me my shoe. Ye may for me richt as you like do. Advise you, ye be a man of age, how that ye enter into marriage, and namely with a young wife and a fair, By him that made water, fire, earth, and air, the youngest man that is in all this rout is busy enough to bring it aboot, to have his wife alone, truste me, ye shall not please her fulle yeares three. This is to say, to do her full pleasance, a wife asketh full many an observance. I pray you that ye be not evil apaid. Well, quoth this January, and hast thou said? Straw for thy Seneca and for thy Proverbs. I counte not a pannier full of herbs of school terms. Wiser men than thou, as thou hast heard, assented here right now to my purpose. Placebo, what say ye? I say it is a cursed man, quoth he, that letteth matrimony sickerly. And with that word they rise up suddenly, and be assented fully that he should be wedded when him list and where he would. High fantasy and curious business from day to day gan in the soul impress of January about his marriage. Many a fair shape and many a fair visage there passed through his hearte night by night, as whoso took a mirror polished bright and set it in a common market place, then should he see many a figure pace by his mirror, and in the same wise gan January in his thought devise of maidens which that dwelt him beside. He wist not where that he might abide, for if that one had beauty in her face, another stood so in the people's grace. For her sadness and her benignity, that of the people's greatest voice had she. And some were rich and had a bad name, but natheless betwixt earnest and game he at the last appointed him on one, and let all others from his hearte gone, and chose her of his own authority, for love is blind all day, and may not say. And when that he was into bed y-brocht, he portrayed in his heart and in his thought her freshe beauty and her age tendre, her middle small, her arms long and slender, her wise governance, her gentleness, her womanly bearing, and her sadness. And when that he on her was condescended, he thought his choice might not be amended. For when that he himself concluded had, he thought each other man's wit so bad, that impossible it were to reply against his choice. This was his fantasy. His friends sent he to, at his instaance, and prayed them to do him that pleasance, that hastily they would unto him come. He would abridge their labour all and some. Needed no more for them to go nor ride. He was appointed where he would abide. Placebo came, and eke his friends soon, and alder first he bade them all a boon, that none of them no arguments would make against the purpose that he had y take, which purpose was pleasant to God, said he, and very ground of his prosperity. He said there was a maiden in the town, which that of beauty had great renown. All were it so she were of small degree, sufficed him her youth and her beauty, which maid he said he would have to his wife, to lead in ease and holiness his life, and thanked God that he might have her all, that no wight with his bliss parte shall, and prayed them to labour in this need, and shape that he fail not to speed. For then, he said, his spirit was at ease. Then is, quoth he, nothing may me displease, save one thing pricketh in my conscience, the which I will rehearse in your presence. I have, quoth he, heard said full yore ago, there may no man have perfect blisses true, This is to say, on earth and eke in heaven. For though he keep him from the sins seven, and eke from every branch of thilke tree, yet is there so perfect felicity, and so great ease and lust in marriage, that ever I am aghast, now in mine age, that I shall head now so merry a life, so delicate, without woe or strife, that I shall have mine heaven on earthe here. For since that very heaven is bought so dear with tribulation and great penance, how should I then, living in such pleasance, as alle wedded men do with their wives, come to the bliss where Christ etern on live is? This is my dread, and ye, me brethren tway, asole me this question, I you pray. Justinus, which that hated his folly, answered anon right in his japery. And for he would his long tale abridge, he would no authority allege, but said, Sir, so there be none obstacle other than this, God of his high miracle and of his mercy may so for you work, that ere you have your rites of holy church, you may repent of wedded manne's life, in which ye say there is no woe nor strife. And else God forbid, but if he sent a wedded man his grace him to repent, well often rather than a single man. And therefore, sir, the beste rede I can, despair you not, but have in your memory, peradventure she may be your purgatory, she may be God's means and God's whip, and then your soul shall up to heaven skip, swifter than doth an arrow from a bow. I hope to God hereafter you shall know that there is none so great felicity in marriage, nor evermore shall be, that you shall let of your salvation, so that ye use as skilles and reason the lustes of your wife attemperly, and that ye please her not too amorously, and that ye keep you eke from other sin. My tale is done, for my wit is but thin. Be not aghast hereof, my brother dear, but let us waden out of this mattere. The wife of Bath, if ye have understand of marriage, which ye have now in hand declared, hath full well in little space. Fare ye now well, God have you in his grace. And with this word, this Justin and his brother have taken their leave, and each of them of other. And when they saw that it must needs be, they wrought so by sleight and wise treaty, that she, this maiden, which that mayes hight, as hastily as ever that she might, shall wedded be unto this January. True, it were too longe you to tarry, if I told you of every script and band by which she was fiaft in his hand, or for to reckon of her rich array. But finally y comen is the day that to the church both be they went, for to receive the holy sacrament. Forth came the priest with stole about his neck, and bade her be like Sarah and Rebecca in wisdom and in truth of marriage, and said his orisons, as is usage, and croached them, and prayed God should them bless, and made all sicker enough with holiness. Thus they be wedded with solemnity, and at the feast sat both he and she, with other worthy folk upon the dais. All full of joy and bliss is the palace, all full of instruments and of vital, the most dainteous of all Italy. Before them stood such instruments of sound that Orpheus nor of Thebes Amphion ne made never such a melody. At every course came in loud minstrelsy, that never Joab trumped for to hear, nor he Theodomus yet half so clear, at Thebes when the city was in doubt. Bacchus the wine them skinked all about, and Venus laughed upon every wight, for January was become her nicht, and would both assay his courage in liberty and eke in marriage. And with her firebrand in her hand about, danced before the bride with all the rout. And certainly I dare right well say this, Hymenaeus, that god of wedding is, never saw his lief so merry a wedded man. Hold thou thy peace, thou poet Marcian, that writest us that ilke wedding merry, of her philology and him Mercury, and of the songs that the Muses sung. Too small is both my pen and eke thy tongue for to describen of this marriage, when tender youth hath wedded stooping age. There is such mirth that it may not be writ. Essay it yourself, then may ye wit, if that I lie or know in this mattere. Maius, that sat with so benign a cheer, her to behold it seemed fairy. Queen Esther never looked with such an eye on accessoire, so meek a look had she. I may not you devise all her beauty, but thus much of her beauty tell I may, that she was like the bright morrow of May, full filled of all beauty and pleasance. This January is ravished in a trance at every time he looked in her face, but in his heart he gan her to menace, that he that night in arms would her strain, harder than ever Paris did Helene. But natheless yet had he great pity that thilke night offend her must he, and thought, alas, tender creature, now would God ye mighte well endure. All my courage, it is so sharp and keen, I am aghast ye shall it not sustain. But God forbid that I did all my might. Now would God that it were waxen night, and that the night would lasten evermore. I would that all this people were y go, and finally he did all his labour, as he beste might, saving his honour, to haste them from the meat in subtle ways. The time came that reason was to rise, and after that men dance and drinke fast, and spices all about the house they cast. And full of joy and bliss is every man, all but a squire that hight Damian, who carved before the night full many a day. He was so ravished on his lady May, that for the very pain he was nigh wood. Almost he swelt and swooned where he stood, so sore had Venus hurt him with her brand, as that she bare it dancing in her hand. And to his bed he went him hastily. No more of him as at this time spake I, but there I let him weep enough and plain, till freshe May will rue upon his pain. O perilous fire that in the bedstraw breedeth! O foe familiar that his service badeth! O savin traitor! O false homely Hugh, like to the adder in bosom shy untrue! God shield us all from your acquaintance, O January drunken in pleasance of marriage! See how thy Damian, thine own squire, and thy boren man, intendeth for to do thee villainy. God grant thee thine homely foe to espy, for in this world is no worse pestilence than homely foe all day in thy presence. Performed hath the sun his arc diurn, no longer may the body of him sojourn on the horizon in that latitude. Night with his mantle, that is dark and rude, gan overspread the hemisphere about, for which departed is this lusty rout. From January, with thank on every side, home to their houses lustily they ride, where as they do their things as them lest, and when they see their time they go to rest. Soon after that this hasty January will go to bed, he will no longer tarry. He drank hippocras, clare, and vernage, of spices hot, to increase his courage, and many a lectuary had he full feen, such as the cursed monk Dan Constantine hath written in his book De Coitu. To eat them all he would nothing eschew, and to his privy friends thus said he: For God's love, as soon as it may be, let voiden all this house in courteous wise, and they have done right as he will devise. Men drinken, and the travers draw anon. The bride is brought to bed as still as stone, and when the bed was with the priest y blessed, out of the chamber every wight him dressed, and January hath fast in arms y take his freshe May, his paradise, his make. He lulled her and he kissed her full oft, with thick bristles of his beard unsoft, like to the skin of houndfish, sharp as briar, for he was shaven all new in his manner. He rubbed her upon her tender face, and saide thus: Alas, I must trespace to you, my spouse, and you greatly offend, ere time come that I will down descend. But natheless consider this," quoth he, "there is no workman, whatsoe'er he be, that may both worke well and hastily. This will be done at leisure perfectly. It is no force how longe that we play. In true wedlock coupled be we tway, and blessed be the yoke that we be in, for in our acts there may be no sin. A man may do no sin with his wife, nor hurt himself with his own knife, for we have leave to play us by the law." Thus laboured he till that the day gan daw, and then he took a sop in fine clare, and upright in his bed then sate he, and after that he sang full loud and clear, and kissed his wife and made wanton cheer. He was all coltish, full of ragery, and full of jargon as a flecked pea. The slack skin about his neck shaked, while that he sang, so chanted he and cracked. But God wot what that May thought in her heart, when she saw him up sitting in his shirt, in his nightcap, and with his neck aleen. She praised not his playing worth a bean. Then said he thus: "My rest will I take, now day is come, I may no longer wake." And down he laid his head and slept till prime, and afterward, when that he saw his time, uprose January. But freshe May held her chamber till the fourthe day, as usage is of waves for the best, for every labour sometime must have rest, or else long may he not endure. That is to say, no life of creature, be it of fish or bird or beast or man. Now will I speak of woeful Damian, that languishes for love, as ye shall hear. Therefore I speak of him in this mannere. I say, O silly Damian, alas, answer to this demand, as in this case. How shalt thou to thy lady freshe May tell thy woe? She will always say nay. Eke if thou speak, she will thy woe bewray. God be thine help, I can no better say. This sicke Damian in Venus' fire so burned that he died for desire, for which he put his life in aventure. No longer might he in this wise endure, but privily a penner gan he borrow, and in a letter wrote he all his sorrow, in a manner of a complaint or a lay unto his fair freshe lady May. And in a purse of silk hung on his shirt he hath it put, and laid it at his heart. The moon, that at noon was thicke day, that January had wedded freshe May, in 10 of Tor was into Cancer glided. So long had Maius in her chamber abided, as custom is unto these nobles all. A bride shall not eaten in the ball till day is 4, or 3 days at the least, y passed be, then let her go to feast. The 4th day complete from noon to noon, when that the highe mass was y done, in hall sat this January, and May, as fresh as is the brighte summer's day. And so befell how that this goode man remembered him upon this Damian, and said, "Saint Mary, how may this be, that Damian attendeth not to me? Is he aye sick, or how this may betide?" His squires, which that stoode there beside, excused him because of his sickness, which letted him to do his business. None other cause might make him tarry. "That me forthinketh," quoth this January, "he is a gentle squire, by my truth. If that he died, it were great harm and ruth. He is as wise, as discreet, and secre as any man I know of his degree, and thereto manly and eke serviceable, and for to be a thrifty man right able. But after meat, as soon as ever I may, I will myself visit him, and eke may, to do him all the comfort that I can." And for that word him blessed every man, that of his bounty and his gentleness. He would so comforten in sickness his squire, for it was a gentle deed. "Dame," quoth this January, "take good heed at after meat ye with your women all, when ye that be in chamber out of this hall, that all ye go to see this Damian, do him disport, he is a gentle man, and tell him that I will him visit, have I nothing but rested me a late. And speed ye fast, for I will abide till that ye sleepe faste by my side." And with that word he gan unto him call a squire that was marshal of his hall, and told him certain things that he would. This freshe May hath straight her way y hold, with all her women, unto Damian. Down by his bedside sat she then, comforting him as goodly as she may. This Damian, when that his time he saw, in secret wise his purse and eke his bill, in which that he had written had his will, hath put into her hand withouten more, save that he sighed wondrous deep and sore, and softly to her right thus said he: "Mercy, and that ye not discover me, for I am dead if that this thing be kid." The purse hath she in her bosom hid, and went her way. Ye get no more of me. But unto January come is she, that on his bedside sat full soft. He took her, and he kissed her full oft, and laid him down to sleep, and that anon. She feigned her as that she muste gon. There, as ye know, that every wight must need, and when she of this bill had taken heed, she rent it all to cloutes at the last, and in the privy softely it cast. Who studieth now but fair fresh May? Adown by olde January she lay, that slept, till the cough had him awaked. Anon he prayed her strip her all naked. He would of her, he said, have some pleasance, and said her clothes did him encumbrance. And she obeyed him, by her leave for loth. But, lest that precious folk be with me wroth, how that he wrought, I dare not to you tell, or whether she thought it paradise or hell. But there I let them worken in their wise, Till evensong ring, and then they must arise. Were it by destiny or aventure, were it by influence or by nature, or constellation, that in such a state the heavens stood at that time fortunate, as for to put a bill of Venus' works, for all thing hath time, as say these clerks, to any woman for to get her love, I cannot say, but greate God above, that knoweth that none act is causeless, he deem of all, for I will hold my peace. For sooth is this, how that this freshe May hath taken such impression that day of pity on this sick Damian, that from her heart she not drive can the remembrance for to do him ease. Certain, thought she, whom that this thing displease, I reckon not, for here I him assure to love him best of any creature, though he no more had than his shirt. Lo, pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Here may ye see how excellent franchise in women is, when they them narrow advise. Some tyrant is, as there be many a one, that hath a heart as hard as any stone, which would have let him starven in the place, well rather than have granted him her grace, and then rejoicing in her cruel pride, and reckon not to be a homicide. This gentle May, full filled of pity, right of her hand a letter maked she, in which she granted him her very grace. There lacked naught, but only day and place, where that she might unto his lust suffice. For it shall be right as he will devise. And when she saw her time upon a day To visit this Damian went this May, And subtilly this letter down she thrust Under his pillow, read it if him lust. She took him by the hand, and hard him twist So secretly, that no wight of it wist, And bade him be all whole, and forth she went To January, when he for her sent. Up rose Damian the nexte morrow, All past was his sickness and his sorrow. He combed him, he pruined him, and picked; He did all that unto his lady liked. And eke to January he went as low As ever did a dog afore the bow. He is so pleasant unto every man, For craft is all, whoso that do it can. Every wight is fain to speak him good, and fully in his lady's grace he stood. Thus leave I Damian about his need, And in my tale forth I will proceed. Some clerkes hold that felicity stands in delight, and therefore certain he, this noble January, with all his might, in honest wise as longeth to a knight, shope him to live full deliciously, his housing, his array, as honestly to his degree was maked as a king's, amongst other of his honest things. He had a garden walled all with stone, so fair a garden wot I nowhere none. For out of doubt I verily suppose That he that wrote the romance of the rose Could not of it the beauty well devise, Nor Priapus might not well suffice. though he be God of gardens, for to tell the beauty of the garden, and the well that stood under a laurel always green. Full oftentime he Pluto and his queen Proserpina and all their fairy disported them and made melody about that well, and danced, as men told. This noble knight, this January old, such dainty had it in it to walk and play, that he would suffer no wight to bear the key, save he himself, for of the small wicket he bare always a silver clicket, with which, when that him list, he it unshet, and when that he would pay his wife's debt, in summer season thither he would go, and may his wife, and no white but they two, and thinges which that were not done in bed, he in the garden them performed and sped. And in this wise many a merry day lived this January and freshe May. But worldly joy may not always endure to January, nor to no creature. O sudden hap, O thou fortune unstable, like to the scorpion so deceivable, that fatterest with thy head when thou wilt sting, thy tail is death through thine envenoming. O brittle joy, O sweet poison quaint, O monster that so subtly canst paint thy gifts under hue of steadfastness, that thou deceivest both more and lesse. Why hast thou January thus deceived, that haddest him for thy full friend received? And now thou hast bereft him both his eyen, for sorrow of which desireth he to dien. Alas, this noble January free amid his lust and his prosperity is waxen blind, and that all suddenly. He weeped and he wailed piteously, and therewithal the fire of jealousy, lest that his wife should fall in some folly, so burnt his heart, that he would fain that some man both him and her had slain, for neither after his death nor in his life ne would he that she were no love nor wife, but ever live as widow in clothes black, sole as the turtle that have lost her make. But at the last, after a month or tway, his sorrow gan assuage, sothe to say. For when he wist it might none other be, he patiently took his adversity, save out of dote he may not forgon, that he was jealous evermore in one, which jealousy was so outrageous, that neither in hall nor in none other house, nor in none other place nevermore he would suffer her to ride or go. But if that he had hand on her alway, for which full often wept a freshe May, that loved Damian so burningly, that she might either dien suddenly, or else she must have him at her last. She waited when her heart would brest. Upon that other side Damian becomen is the sorrowfullest man that ever was, for neither night nor day he might speak a word to freshe May, as to his purpose, of no such mattere. But if that January must it hear, that had a hand upon her evermore, but natheless by writing to and fro and privy signs wist he what she meant, and she knew eke the fine of his intent. O January, might it thee avail, though thou might see as far as ships sail, for as good is it blind deceived to be, as be deceived when a man may see, Lo Argus, which that had 100 eyen, for all that ever he could pour or pryen, yet he was blent, and God wot so bemore, that ween wisely that it be not so. Pass over is an ease, I say no more. This freshe May, of which I spake ayore, in warm wax hath imprinted the clicket that January bare of the small wicket, by which into his garden off he went. And Damian, that knew all her intent, the clicket counterfeited privily. There is no more to say, but hastily some wonder by this clicket shall betide, which ye shall hearen, if ye will abide. O noble Ovid, sooth sayest thou, God wot, what sleight it is, if love be long and hot, that he'll not find it out in some mannere. The Pyramus and Thisbe man may man lear, though they were kept full long and straight o'er all, they be accorded rowning through a wall, where no wight could have found out such a sleight. But now to purpose, ere the dayes 8 were past of this month of July, fill, that January caught so great a will, through egging of his wife, him for to play in his garden, and no wight but they tway. That in a morning to this May said he, "Rise up, my wife, my love, my lady free. The turtle's voice is heard, mine owen sweet. The winter is gone with his rains wet. Come forth now with your eyen columbine. Well fairer be thy breasts than any wine. The garden is enclosed all about. Come forth, my white spouse, for out of doubt thou hast me wounded in my heart, O wife. No spot in thee was e'er in all thy life. Come forth, and let us taken our disport. I choose thee for my wife and my comfort." Such old lewed wordes used he. On Damian a sign made she, that he should go before with his clicket. This Damian then hath opened the wicket, and in he start, and that in such mannere that no wight might him either see or hear, and still he sat under a bush. Anon, this January, as blinde as a stone, with maes in his hand, and no wight more, into this freshe garden is he go, and clapped to the wicket suddenly. "Now, wife," quoth he, "here is but thou and I. Thou art the creature that I best love, for by that Lord that sits in heaven above, lever had I to dien on a knife than thee offende, dear true wife. For Godde's sake, think how I thee chese, not for no covetise doubteless, but only for the love I had to thee. And though that I be old and may not see, be to me true, and I will tell you why. Certes 3 things shall ye win thereby. First, love of Christ, and to yourself honour, and all mine heritage, town and tower, I give it you. Make charters as you lest. This shall be done tomorrow ere sun rest. So wisely God my soul bring to bliss. I pray on this covenant me kiss, and though that I be jealous, weet me not, ye be so deep imprinted in my thought, that when that I consider your beauty, and therewithal the unlikely eld of me, I may not, certes, though I should die, forbear to be out of your company. For very love, this is without doubt. Now kiss me, wife, and let us roam about. This freshe May, when she this wordes heard, benignly to January answered. But first and forward she began to weep. I have, quoth she, a soule for to keep, As well as ye, and also mine honour, And of my wifehood thilke tender flower, Which that I have assured in your hand, When that the priest to you my body bond. Wherefore I will answer in this mannere, With leave of you, mine own lord so dear. I pray to God that never dawn the day That I no sterve as foul as women may. If e'er I do unto my kin that shame, Or else I impair so my name, That I be false, and if I do that lack, Do strippe me, and put me in a sack, And in the nexte river do me drench. I am a gentle woman, and no wench. Why speak ye thus? But men be e'er untrue, And women have reproof of you I knew. Ye know none other dalliance, I believe, But speak to us of untrust and reprieve. And with that word she saw where Damian sat in the bush, And coughe she began, And with her finger sign made she, That Damian should climb upon a tree That charged was with fruit, and up he went. For verily he knew all her intent, And every sign that she could make, Better than January her owen make. For in a letter she told him all Of this mattere, how that he worke shall. And thus I leave him sitting in the perry, And January and May roaming full merry. Bright was the day, and blue the firmament. Phoebus of gold his streames down had sent, To gladden every flower with his warmness. He was that time in Gemini's, I guesse. But little from his declination Of Cancer, Jove's exaltation. And so befell in that bright morning tide, That in the garden on the farther side, Pluto, that is king of faery, And many a lady in his company, Following his wife, the queen Proserpina, Which that he ravished out of Ethna, While that she gathered flowers in the mead. In Claudian you may the story read, How in his grisly chariot he her fete, This king of fairies, adown him set Upon a bank of turfs fresh and green. And right anon thus said he to his queen: "My wife," quoth he, "there may no whit say nay; Experience so proves it every day, The treason which that woman doth to man. 100,000 stories tell I can, Notable of your untruth and brittleness. O Solomon, richest of all riches, Full filled of sapience and worldly glory, Full worthy be thy wordes of memory. To every wight that wit and reason can, Thus praised he yet the bounty of man. Among 1,000 men yet found I one, But of all women found I never none." Thus said this king, that knew your wickedness. And Jesus, filius Sirach, as I guess, He spake of you but seldom reverence. A wild fire and corrupt pestilence So fall upon your bodies yet tonight. Ne see ye not this honourable knight? Because, alas, that he is blind and old, His owen man shall make him cuckold. Lo, where he sits, the lecher, in the tree! Now will I granten of my majesty unto this olde blind worthy knight, that he shall have again his eyen sight. When that his wife will do him villainy, then shall be knowen all her harlotry, both in reproof of her and other more. "Yea, sir," quoth Proserpine, "and will ye so? Now by my mother's serious soul I swear That I shall give her suffisant answer, And alle women after, for her sake, That though they be in any guilt y take, With face bold they shall themselves excuse, And bear them down that woulde them accuse. For lack of answer none of them shall dien. All had ye seen a thing with both your eyen, Yet shall we visage it so hardily, And weep and swear and chide subtilly, That ye shall be as lewed as be geese. What recketh me of your authorities? I wot well that this Jew, this Solomon, Found of us women fools many one. But though that he found no good woman, Yet there hath found many another man, Woman full good and true and virtuous, Witness on them that dwelt in Christ's house. With martyrdom they proved their constance. The Roman gestes make remembrance Of many a very true wife also. But, sire, be not wroth, albeit so. Though that he said he found no good woman, I pray you take the sentence of the man. He meant thus, that in sovereign bounty Is none but God, no, neither he nor she. Hey, for the very good God that is but one, Why make you so much of Solomon? What though he made a temple, God's house? What though he were rich and glorious? So made he eke a temple of false gods. How might he do a thing that more forbode is? Pardie, as fair as ye his name emplaster, He was a lecher and an idolaster, And in his eld he very God forsook. And if that God had not, as saith the book, Spared him for his father's sake, he should Have lost his reign rather than he would. I set not of all the villainy That he of women wrote, a butterfly. I am a woman, needs must I speak, Or else swell until mine hearte break. For since he said that we be jangleresses, As ever may I brooke whole my tresses, I shall not spare for no courtesy To speak him harm that said us villainy. "Dame," quoth this Pluto, "be no longer wroth. I give it up; but, since I swore mine oath That I would grant to him his sight again, My word shall stand, that warn I you certain. I am a king, it sits me not to lie, And I," quoth she, "am queen of faery. Her answer she shall have, I undertake. Let us no more wordes of it make. Forsooth, I will no longer you contrary." Now let us turn again to January, That in the garden with his fair May Singeth well merrier than the popinjay. You love I best, and shall, and other none, So long about the alleys is he gone, Till he was come to that ilke prairie, Where as this Damian sat full merry on high Among the freshe leaves green. This fresh May, that is so bright and sheen, Gan for to sigh, and said, "Alas, my side! Now, sir," quoth she, "for aught that may betide, I must have of the peares that I see. Or must ye die? So sore longeth me to eaten of the small pears green. Help, for her love that is of heaven queen. I tell you well, a woman in my plight may have to fruit so great an appetite, that she may dien but she of it have. Alas, quoth he, that I had here a knave that could climb. Alas, alas, quoth he, for I am blind. Yea, sir, no force, quoth she, but would ye vouchsake for Godde's sake? The perry in your arms for me to take, for well I wot that you mistruste me. Then would I climb well enough, quoth she, so I my foot might set upon your back. Certes, said he, therein shall be no lack. Might he help you with mine hearte's blood? He stooped down, on his back she stood, and caught her by a twist, and up she go'th. Ladies, I pray you that ye be not wroth, I cannot glose, I am a rude man. And suddenly anon this Damian gan pullen up the smock, and in he throng. And when that Pluto saw this greate wrong, to January he gave again his sight, and made him see as well as ever he might. And when he thus had caught his sight again, was never man of anything so fain, but on his wife his thought was evermore. Up to the tree he cast his eyen two, and saw how Damian his wife had dressed in such mannere it may not be expressed. But if I would speak uncourteously, and up he gave a roaring and a cry, as doth the mother when the child shall die. Out, help, alas, haro, he gan to cry. O strange lady, straw, what dost thou? And she answered, Sir, what aileth you? Have patience and reason in your mind. I have you helped on both your eye and blind. On peril of my soul I shall not lien. As me was taught to helpe with your eyen, was nothing better for to make you see than struggle with a man upon a tree. God wot, I did it in full good intent. Struggle, quoth he, yea, all gate in it went. God give you both one shame's death to dien. He swived thee, I saw it with mine eyen, and else be I hanged by the halse. Then is, quoth she, my medicine all false. For certainly, if that ye mighte see, ye would not say these words unto me. Ye have some glimpsing, and no perfect sight. I see, quoth he, as well as ever I might. Thanked be God, with both mine eyen two, and by my faith me thought he did thee so. Ye maze, good sir, quoth she. This thank have I, for I have made you see. Alas, quoth she, that ere I was so kind. Now, dame, quoth he, let all pass out of mind. Come down, my lief, and if I have missaid, God help me so, as I am evil apaid. But by my father's soul, I weened have seen how that this Damian had by thee lain, and that thy smock had lain upon his breast. Yes, sir, quoth she, ye may ween as ye lest. But, sir, a man that wakes out of his sleep, he may not suddenly well take keep upon a thing, nor see it perfectly, till that he be adawed verily. Richt so a man that long hath blind y be, he may not suddenly so well y see, first when his sight is new come again, as he that hath a day or two y seen, till that your sight established be a while, there may full many a sight you beguile. Beware, I pray you, for by heaven's king, full many a man weeneth to see a thing, and it is all another than it seemeth. He which that misconceiveth oft misdeemeth, and which that word she leaped down from the tree. This January, who is glad but he? He kissed her and clipped her full oft, and on her womb he stroked her full soft, and to his palace home he hath her laid. Now, goode men, I pray you to be glad. Thus endeth here my tale of January. God bless us, and his mother, Sainte Mary. End of the Merchant's Tale.